Feeling sorry for people born with disabilities is a basic human instinct. It's compassion at its purest. But every once in a while, someone like Cyraxx crawls out of the shadows and single-handedly dismantles that instinct.
Hey, Burger Boy, how'd you like a hammer planted in your skull next? Why can't you guys leave my family alone? Why can't you stop targeting me? Why? This ain't funny, Burger Boy, so shut up.
Where was this energy
This ain't a joke, you fat.
Where was this energy last
Why can't you stop targeting my family? Leave us alone now!
From interacting with minors inappropriately online, and then brushing it off by raging against the person who caught him red-handed, to strangling his own grandmother because she refused to let him walk 1,000 miles just to see an online girlfriend, someone he doesn't even know is real, Cyraxx is the most disturbing and deranged person the internet has ever seen.
What did he do? Did he try strangling you?
Yeah, he tried to strangle me. And my other son that passed away, he called the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't press charge. I mean, I'm not the one that pressed charges, but they had to take him. So
one of the things Cyraxx is most infamously known for, aside from being a walking internet meltdown, is his so-called music career. For over 15 years, this guy has convinced himself he's just one track away from blowing up and becoming the next revolutionary rapper. But let's be real. This isn't ambition, it's straight up delusion.
What's happening? Call a taxi, bring the book, bring the facts again. Send everybody fancy man. Look at the east side where half the ends. I'll put the on the map again. Like, turn around, remember, here's the die. Turn it down anytime, so never mind. Turn down hero, count them with the legendary flow with their name, that's forever mine. Turn it for me, turn it come for me. Turn it the company, I'm good. Turn it to the back and put the hands up.
You know, every day I get told by a lot of people who enjoy my work, you know, you deserve to be signed. Your music is very good. Your melodic scream vocals are that of the legendary and the late Mitch Walker from Suicide Silence. And, you know, that type of stuff, it means the world to me. They see, as you guys...
Not only does he lack talent, effort, and even basic rhythm, but instead of actually trying to create anything, Cyraxx just steals from others. And one of the earliest people to get burned by him was a guy named Eric Scrubbelow, someone who, believe it or not, actually felt bad for Cyraxx because of his disability.
Eric tried to help him out. Big mistake.
Cyraxx turned around and stole 10 of Eric's unreleased songs, ripped off his style, and to top it all off, jacked the name Cyraxx straight from one of Eric's upcoming singles. That's right. He didn't even come up with his cringe username. He stole that too.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He stole like 10 of my songs.
Jesus Christ. He just steals everything, right?
Yeah. And to be honest with you, in the beginning, I felt bad for the guy. And, you know, I had a little clout, and he was trying to be a DJ, and I'm like, okay, man, well, I mean, I kind of feel bad for you. Of course, you've got some problems, and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I find it rather remarkable that somebody with his conditions can evoke such hatred, you know?
Yeah, I don't, that's what I don't understand, and it's not towards just, you know, a stranger.
Mm.
The hatred is toward the people that try to help him. If you listen to my songs, you hear me shout out to Blade.
Yeah, he goes by Cyraxx now.
Yeah, that was stolen from me.
Wow, so you started going by Cyraxx and then he just stole the Cyraxx name from you?
I was going to release an album called The Cyraxx Complex.
Oh.
He used to go by Virus, which was also stolen from me.
But that's nothing compared to what came next. Back in high school, Cyraxx had a close friend named Billy, someone who actually trusted him, but that trust was shattered in the worst possible way. Cyraxx actually assaulted Billy, and this would end up leaving the school no choice but to expel him on the spot. And here's the part that makes your blood boil. Billy was blind. Let that sink in.
I was either on my belly on the floor, or I think I was searching for something, and the next thing I know, my pants and underwear come off, or at least down to the ankles, and he basically gets behind me and just starts...
But does Cyraxx feel guilt? Remorse? Hell no. Years later, he brought up the incident on stream, not with shame, but with the twisted arrogance of someone who thinks he was the one wronged. The absolute lack of accountability is insane. But if you thought this is deranged enough, buckle up, because everything I told you so far is just the tip of the iceberg.
Cyraxx was born on September 20th, 1990, to Rupel Marx and Connie Lobdell, a pairing that, whether by coincidence or pure misfortune, should have never had a child. His mother, Connie, suffered from multiple disabilities and had a chronic alcohol addiction, which reportedly continued during her pregnancy. That alone likely contributed to Cyraxx's lifelong health complications, and it gets worse. According to Rupel himself, it took Connie 3 full years to learn how to drive. An oddly long time, possibly due to severe ADHD combined with other cognitive issues.
Cyraxx's father wasn't any better, arguably worse. At least Connie's problems stemmed from medical and biological conditions. Rupel's dysfunction, on the other hand, was deeply behavioral, and that became clear when people started digging into his past and discovered that Rupel is a convicted offender. What's even more surprising about this whole mess is the way he got caught. After she got assaulted by Rupel, this 14-year-old girl went to the police and gave a detailed description of her attacker, and a police sketch artist produced several drawings. Out of all of them, she pointed to one that looked exactly like Rupel. That sketch was later published in a local newspaper, and when 2 of Rupel's friends saw it, they immediately recognized the resemblance and informed him because, frankly, it looked just like him.
That's when Rupel did the dumbest thing you could possibly do in that situation. He called the police himself and said, "I'm not the persons in the sketch." Obviously, this only drew more attention to him and led to his arrest. Eventually, Rupel was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
But even after serving his time and getting out, the creepy behavior didn't stop. If anything, it escalated. In 2020, Rupel was caught posting disturbing and unsettling images on Pinterest, once again confirming that prison didn't reform him, it just made him weirder.
It just seems like odd because it was strictly pictures of kids, like boys in dresses, and saying that they're easy to convince. Okay, like I'm gonna show one of these here, and I don't know if this is gonna get my stream taken down. Very well might, but here, wrong. Okay, feminized soccer boys are easy to convince. Like, what drew you to this picture?
So it's not so difficult to see that this person is a pedo. But shockingly enough, his father, Cyraxx's grandfather, was no better of a person than this. Rupel's father married his wife, Sally, Cyraxx's grandmother, when she was only 14 years old, despite being significantly older than her at the time. It was a disturbing start to a family tree already rooted in dysfunction.
When Rupel was sent to prison, Cyraxx was just 4 years old. His mother, Connie, was in no condition to care for a child, physically, mentally, or emotionally. That's when his grandmother, Sally, stepped in and legally adopted him. She changed his name from Patrick Smith to Chance Wilkins, hoping it would mark a fresh start, a symbolic second chance at life. The new last name, Wilkins, came from the man Sally was married to at the time.
Cyraxx was only 5 when his life started spiraling, and from that point on, chaos became the norm. On top of the early trauma, his unusual physical appearance made things even harder. According to Cyraxx himself, he had no friends, was relentlessly bullied, and spent his school years isolated, an outcast from day one.
But here's where the narrative takes a turn.
It turns out many of Cyraxx's bullying stories weren't exactly true. In fact, he wasn't necessarily singled out by bullies the way he claimed, nor was he as isolated as he liked to portray. A lot of the stories he told were flat-out lies, including one dramatic tale where he claimed a group of students pushed him off a balcony, causing severe head injuries.
But according to his own aunt, who spoke publicly on a YouTube channel, that story was a fabrication. She revealed that Cyraxx actually jumped off the balcony himself during a reckless dare game he willingly participated in.
It was
lunchtime, and these kids dared him that he couldn't jump something from the balcony.
The backflip. Okay, hold on. I had a question about this. After certain head injuries, like, people fucking have dramatic personality changes at times. Do you feel like after the fucking head injury, like...
What head injury? He didn't hit his head.
He smacked his head off he was like on the second floor when he did the backflip. It was like off the second floor.
He didn't hit his head. He landed on his side and broke his arm.
Cyraxx took the lie even further when he reported the balcony incident to the police, spinning the story with his twisted narrative. But once investigators uncovered the truth, that it was nothing more than a reckless dare he willingly accepted, they weren't just annoyed, they were furious. As a result, Cyraxx was expelled from school, not for being a victim, but for wasting time and manipulating the system.
And this wasn't the only time his self-proclaimed victimhood completely fell apart.
One person who claimed to have gone to school with Cyraxx came forward to expose the truth. She stated that Cyraxx wasn't some isolated outcast like he often claimed. In fact, he had friends, and one of them was a blind, black American student named Billy. Cyraxx himself once described Billy as his closest friend. They even hung out at each other's houses on some nights.
But here's the twist. Despite once calling Billy a good friend, Cyraxx would later flip the script and accuse Billy of horrifically abusing him.
Yeah, like, unfortunately, when I was 16 to 17 years old, around that time period, I was actually raped by one of my best friends from high school. Now, at the time, I didn't know that he was gay. I had actually met this kid. His name was Billy Seiler. We had gone to the same high school together. And me and him grew really, really close. We were super cool with each other. And at first, like, I didn't take him as gay. Like, I just took him as, being, that weird kid in high school that's just, like, really strange and, like, an oddball kind of person. Like, that was him. And, like, I took it at that. I was like, yo, like, like, he was really cool. He was super chill. He was actually the guy that actually introduced me to Linkin Park, ironically. He had gotten me into their music. So, like, I started listening to them. And there was one day where he came over to my house and, like, we were hanging out or whatever. And, like, during that time, like, he just kind of, like, put his arm around me, kind of like what Jake does to me all the time. Like, he kind of gave me a hug like that. And, like, during that time, like, the way he did it made me suspect that he was, but I wasn't entirely sure. So I was like, okay, whatever, but okay, it is what it is.
On the surface, it's heartbreaking to hear that someone with a disability like Cyraxx was assaulted by a close friend. But as with many of Cyraxx's claims, the more he talked about it, the more the story began to unravel. He brought up the alleged abuse multiple times across his videos, yet the details kept shifting, to the point of outright contradiction.
According to Cyraxx, he was just 16 years old when the incident happened, and claimed he switched schools shortly after. But in another video, he insisted that he had only ever changed schools once, in 2009, which would have made him 19 at the time. The timeline didn't add up.
And funnily enough, Cyraxx would later slip and admit that he was actually much older than Billy when the alleged abuse occurred. That one confession alone flipped the entire narrative on its head, casting even more doubt on a story that was already falling apart.
Are you not so pissed, though, at that school?
Oh,
I think it's insane. You should have never been expelled.
We tried, and that's the thing. That's the thing. We tried to fight it, but due to the fact that he was underage, and I was over it.
Oh my god, dude. I don't understand that. That's good.
Even worse, Cyraxx's version of events, that the school kicked him out while he was the innocent victim and did nothing to Billy, just didn't add up for a lot of people. The inconsistencies were glaring, and eventually it pushed some viewers to do their own digging. Curious to hear the other side, people started reaching out to Billy via Facebook.
And what Billy had to say painted a completely different and far more disturbing picture.
According to Billy, back when they were in high school, Cyraxx came over to his house during the summer. It was late, hot, and casual. So Billy, like many people would, took his shirt off to cool down. What happened next, according to Billy, was completely unexpected and horrifying. Cyraxx made a advance on him without any consent.
And he seemed to have enjoyed that, because when I was about ready to, he had said something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, I can hear it."
After this voice message was posted, it came to light that Cyraxx was no different from his father and grandfather, both of whom were offenders, which is the reason he is called by many as a third-generation rapist. Although all this shenanigans of Billy came to light later on after Cyraxx became infamous, which was around 2019. The action itself happened around 2006 or 2007, and 3 years later, in 2009, Cyraxx marked his first appearance on the internet when he created his very first YouTube channel called DJ Shadowblayde Official Music. For some reason, Cyraxx seems to have special interest in music, even during this time. While this by itself is not a problem, his delusion of being the next groundbreaking artist while he has zero talent and puts no effort at all certainly is, and the videos he was uploading on this channel was a proof to this.
Up to this point, Cyraxx hadn't posted anything outright offensive, just a bunch of cringeworthy videos that drew in a few trolls. Ironically, that attention worked in his favor, even if most of his viewers were there to mock him, not support him. Like that one time he uploaded a clip of himself screaming like he was half a second away from dying, and pure internet fuel.
If you're wondering what that scream was all about, Cyraxx was trying to break the world record for the longest scream, hoping it would put him on the map. But like most of his stunts, it flopped. Still, his biggest failure wasn't the scream, it was his music career. Despite repeatedly deleting and recreating YouTube channels only to abandon them months later due to relentless trolling, Cyraxx never stopped sharing pieces of his life on Facebook, which he'd been using since 2008. And in 2011, he posted a story that revealed a surprisingly humble glimpse into his early hopes of making it as a musician, and the quiet collapse of that dream.
My name is Chance Wilkins. I am 21 years old, with my mom working 2 days a week waiting tables in a little restaurant, and it still not being enough to fully get by on bills, and me going through many hardships in my life. I decided to do something to help all that, so decided to get into music, and many people have judged me because I auto-tune my real voice to make it sound better. But I don't care. I still keep going, and I always will. I don't ask for much. I just ask for my dream to come true so I can help my family.
The person Cyraxx calls his mom is obviously his grandmother, Sally. He'd been living with her since he was 5. At first glance, the post above reads like a letter from a well-meaning boy trying his best to support his struggling family. But that illusion didn't last long, because just 4 months later, Cyraxx would do something shockingly cruel to the very woman who raised him.
On February 14th, 2012, Cyraxx was arrested for strangling his grandmother. While the details of that day remain murky, many believe the incident started when Sally refused to drive him to Kansas to meet a girl he had been e-dating, conveniently on Valentine's Day. Ironically, that girl was most likely a fake persona created by trolls, something that had happened to Cyraxx multiple times. He was gullible enough to fall for these traps, and had even sent photos to some of them.
After Sally refused to drive him, Cyraxx began packing his clothes, claiming he'd walked to Kansas himself, a journey of over 1,000 miles from Akron, Ohio. Sally, in response, tried to stop him by taking his clothes away, which triggered Cyraxx into a violent rage, ultimately leading him to attack her. Despite being physically assaulted, Sally chose not to press charges or let him stay in jail. So Cyraxx faced no real consequences, not even a single day behind bars.
Beyond that, 2012 and 2013 were the years Cyraxx was obsessively hustling as a so-called music artist, boasting that he was one step away from being the greatest musician of all time. That delusion remains one of the key reasons why now, at 35 years old, he's still unemployed and living off his grandmother's savings.
Seeing from his old LinkedIn account from 2009, Cyraxx claims to be part of a Juggalo record label called Killa Clown Sones.
He even went too far into saying this. I did a lot of DJ work as well as produced my own music and created artwork in graffiti form.
Which is nothing but pure delusion. He's done nothing of real significance beyond posting cringe videos and attracting trolls. While Cyraxx constantly claimed to be a musician, some of his old posts reveal that he gave himself a variety of self-appointed titles, like the time he proudly declared himself an abstract artist and painter, working at C. Wilkins Art, a made-up company he invented for himself.
Even more ridiculous when he posted this on Facebook. Started new job at retired military family member at Lacey, Washington, which referred to the man he adopted his last name from, Gordon Wilkins, who was Sally's husband at the time Cyraxx first moved to Sally's house.
Despite these random moments around 2012, Cyraxx has already joined the Juggalo community and claims to be an active member. But when it comes to his so-called music career, he still lives in a universe entirely detached from reality.
I also want to give a huge thank you to my amazing fan base, which is all my friends and a few others. I love you guys to death. You guys really do make it worth it.
In one delusional stream, he starts name-dropping random underground artists like they're Grammy winners and calls them brothers and close friends, working with him on big things.
Like my best friend and brother, Vinny Sharma, his band Sharmera, who honestly I would highly suggest if you're into like the rock music and stuff like that. I will post a link to a couple videos that I made, actually all 3 links to the videos that I made for his 3 songs, for all 3 of his songs and stuff. They're gonna be down below in the little comment section, well, just above that. But another one that I'm actually working with right now, who is a dear friend of me, his name is Christian Lee, aka Cousin Kit. He has a band out called Signal Fist. That's SIGNAL Fist. I will also post the link to his website for his band, who was greatly created by my best friend and little brother, Cody Crislip, who, on a side note, could really use a lot of prayers.
He just name drops at people to make himself look relevant, acting like he's in the middle of some revolutionary collaboration. But behind the fake humility and made-up collabs, he still somehow finds time to whine about how unfair the Juggalo community is. In one video from 2012, he complains that the rules in the scene are too hard, like there's a secret gatekeeping conspiracy just to keep him out.
But anyways, there's another thing that I want to touch base on that I've noticed going around Facebook and around YouTube a lot, and that is these new supposed rules on being a juggalo or juggalette. I honestly am just so disappointed in all these new kids thinking that they can just go in and make up whatever rules they want. It really does disappoint me, because I've been in the family for a little over 7 years, close to 10. But these new rules are, you supposedly have to be jumped in and all this other crap. And I'm here to say, you know, that's not true. You don't have to be jumped in, because we're not a gang, we're a family. Yeah, we paint up our faces, but you know.
Meanwhile, real juggalos who've actually been in the game called him out publicly, asking him basic questions that any real fan should know. And he failed hard. Dude claims to be a die-hard juggalo, but couldn't name even the most iconic tracks or core history.
Yeah, so I was just curious, what was your first album that you got into the clowns?
Believe it or not, dude, it was probably, I'm trying to think. I want to say either Jekyll Brothers or Riddle Box. I can't remember which one it was that got me in.
So what did the cover look like?
Really, dude? Do you know how many years it's been since I've listened to that shit?
Even worse, Cyraxx took things to a new low during this same livestream. He went on a tirade against the entire Juggalo community, hurling racial slurs and crossing every imaginable line. The backlash was instant and brutal. People were furious. None more so than a guy named John Juggalo, who was so pissed he actually drove to Cyraxx's house ready to throw down. But when it came down to it, the fight never happened. Maybe John realized there's no dignity in beating up someone who's already at rock bottom, which gave Cyraxx the opportunity to continue with his usual rant.
So, John, I'm down here by the community center where LeBron James first got started, right there, boy. You're talking about showing your ass up. Here I am ready for your ass. You don't come gas ain't show up, you coward. Where you at?
You said there was police lights where you were at? There's no police here at all.
I'm right here, boy.
There's no police here at all whatsoever.
You a fake ass, you a coward, you're a liar. You ain't no fighter, you're a
There's no cops here. So there you go. Bye.
And then there's the music itself, which is generous to even call it that. screeching over broken beats, awkward pauses, and off-tempo flows. It's the kind of thing that would get booed off the stage at a middle school talent show. One of his songs, from start to finish remastered, is basically just him screaming into the mic while some bizarre loop plays in the background.
Even funnier, he once tried to sell beats for just $1 each. Yeah, $1. It would be sad if it weren't so hilarious. His trolls bought them just to mock him, and when people called out how desperate it looked, Cyraxx tried to spin it as some noble stand against greedy producers. According to him, he was spilling the tea on industry corruption by practically giving away his so-called masterpieces. Masterpieces! Only if you've completely lost touch with reality.
A lot of producers now hate me because today I spilled the truth about how to make real money and basically expose every producer out there overcharging for $50+ for one beat. And I went into detail on how they can start turning what they love to do into a full-time career, you know, using the method of charging way less and putting all their beats into a pack and selling them for $10.
But in a classic Cyraxx moment of misplaced confidence, he put his so-called beats up for sale, posting,
"I am selling 10 beats, 10 tracks for $10 via PayPal. If you are interested, please message me."
Unsurprisingly, no one messaged him. Not a single person. The crushing silence hit him hard, and it didn't take long before he spiraled into despair and declared the end of his music career.
"I hate to say this, but my work as a music artist is done. I know I am gonna upset and piss a lot of you off, but the music world is not where I belong anymore. I don't have the talent I used to have. As of this moment, I am done with music for good."
It's genuinely flabbergasting how Cyraxx still clings to the delusion that he has a loyal fan base. The way he capitalized a lot shows just how deep that fantasy runs, imagining droves of heartbroken fans when, in reality, no one even wanted his $1 beats.
And just when you think the internet's finally safe from his noise, boom. In true Cyraxx fashion, barely 2 weeks after his dramatic retirement, he posts again saying he's considering remaking his first album, because of course he is.
And this fantasy world of his doesn't stop at music. In another bizarre rant, Cyraxx gave his fan base stock investment advice. Yes, really. This is a guy who once said that selling 38 CDs for $10 each and 15 digital art pieces for $20 each would make him $8,300. That's not a typo. He said it proudly, like it was a genius move. Math clearly isn't his strong suit, but delusion, that's where he's a certified expert.
You buy stocks low and you sell them high, man.
Cyraxx doesn't just lie about having fans, he lies about having record deals. Over the years, he's repeatedly claimed he's signed to big record labels and working under industry contracts, but none of them exist. Like literally, not even on paper. These aren't true daddy underground indie labels you've never heard of. They're figments of his imagination, and some of them that are real have never contacted him.
You want to know why? Because I rep BBR to the death of me. And every label that I've rocked over the years. Killer Clown Sounds on this song. Bloodshot Records right here. And right on the back, boys, mother Bender Boys Records. Echo Side Entertainment on this song. You wanna know why? I rep all those labels that got me to where I am. Whether it's Killer Clown Sounds, whether it's Bloodshot Records, whether it's Echo Side Entertainment, or whether it's my current label, Bender Boys Entertainment. Those labels and those day ones are the guys that got me to where I'm at. So to the real fans, y'all killed it. And to the Bender Boys, I wanna say thank you, man. You wanna know why? Because I got an opportunity to change my kids' lives.
And yet, in the same breath, he'll whine that record labels won't sign him because he's ugly or disabled.
I come to you today to explain, why I'm not signed to a record label and why I'm not, making it within the music and as well as how I came to be in music. Well, let me start off by telling you a little bit about myself so you guys have a better understanding. First off, I was born in Anchorage, Alaska. 1990. When I was born with one kidney and one and a half lung. And I was also born 1 pound 12 ounces. Was not supposed to live. And yet here I sit 27 years later, talk to me.
that excuse might fly if there weren't thousands of disabled artists, many in far worse situations, who still hustle, make real music, and build legit careers. Cyraxx isn't overlooked because of how he looks. He's ignored because he has zero talent, no discipline, and spends more time screaming into a webcam than creating anything remotely listenable.
But he doesn't stop there. He swears up and down that people call him a legend. He says he has so many dedicated fans.
You know, every day I get told by a lot of people who enjoy my work, you know, you deserve to be signed. Your music is very good. Your melodic scream vocals are that of the legendary and the late Mitchell Walker from Suicide Silence. And, you know, that type of stuff, it means the world to me. They see, as you guys...
He's like a circus act who thinks the crowd came to see a masterpiece. It's the same 5 trolls clipping his meltdowns and baiting him into saying stupid stuff. And yet, he talks like he's a hometown hero with a platinum album.
As for his constant whining about not having a job because of his condition,
just saw, I don't have any money. I don't have a job because I can't work. I don't have a computer. But yeah, I still keep trucking on every day and producing music as best as I can via Kindle Fire.
Yeah, that might be believable if he wasn't also spending hours a day live streaming, picking fights, and talking nonsense on Facebook. This isn't someone who can't work. This is someone who won't work. And honestly, when you see people with more severe challenges out there making it happen, Cyraxx's sob story starts to look like what it really is, a cope, an excuse for being lazy, entitled, and totally out of touch with reality.
What makes Cyraxx's self-image even more laughable is that he has the nerve to criticize other musicians. In one of his streams, he rants about how he doesn't respect new artists because they all think they're the next biggest rapper.
Kind of aimed at, you know, a lot of these new school rappers and artists and producers that just, they don't, like the ones I have no respect for. Like, don't get me wrong, I do respect a lot of y'all, man. Like my boy Ian, Eric Scrublow, like the guys that I work with, I respect 110%. My buddy Michael Mitchell, I have a lot of respect for him. But it's a lot of these young bloods that are coming up in the music scene that I don't have respect for. And there's a reason for that. You know, a lot of these young cats, especially a lot of y'all coming up, y'all think that you guys are gonna be like the next, you know, Drake or the next Lil Wayne or this or that and blah blah blah. Like, and this is where I have the issue. Why try to be the next, you know, Lil Wayne or Drake or whatever? Like, why not be the first you?
According to him, they should just be themselves, which would be decent advice if it wasn't coming from a guy who's spent the last 15 years pretending he's one step away from becoming the greatest generational talent to ever grace the earth.
Cyraxx genuinely believes his beats are the best in the game, and not because of originality, effort, or complexity. Nope. He says they're good because they're simplistic. He goes on to claim that modern producers are ruining music by making beats too complex, calling it unnecessary and unlistenable. Translation: he can't actually produce anything layered or sonically impressive, so he just pretends minimalism is a virtue. Then, without even blinking, he declares that he and a few of his friends are the only real producers left on the planet. That's not confidence, that's full-blown delusion.
I want to tell you something. I'm one of the few artists left in the world that knows how to truly make, you know, good combinations of music that shouldn't sound good together. And there's very few of us left in this world because a lot of y'all don't do like I do. A lot of you guys don't do the simple but good sounding instrumentals anymore. Y'all want this super syllabalistic, intricate. And yet none of y'all want to work your basics. Like, none of y'all young artists out there, aside from the ones that I mentioned that I'm cool with, want to work your basics. You know, y'all want to have this super heavy, crack-ridden trap beat that just, it doesn't make sense.
And the worst part? Even the beats he does post aren't his. Cyraxx is a known content thief. One glaring example is when he stole a beat from Zentric Beats, a legit German producer. Cyraxx took one of Zentric's instrumentals, slapped his own vocals on it, and put it up for sale like he made the whole thing from scratch. He didn't buy a license, didn't credit the source properly, didn't follow any of the standard rules for fair use.
And what did he respond when he got called out? He actually had the audacity to claim he was doing a favor. He said that putting Zentric's name on the album was free advertising, and that Zentric should be grateful. Even worse, he insisted that because the beat was uploaded to YouTube, he now owned it. Like uploading something publicly automatically makes it his property.
If you did not want anyone to use the beat, you should have you should have put in there not for use, or just simply taken it down. That way nobody can use it. Now, what you don't realize, dude, is there's artists every day that use free instrumentals, whether they're sold or not. See, when you put free on an instrumental, that allows us to use the instrumentals.
But this isn't the only time Cyraxx blatantly stole someone else's work. In fact, there are several. One of the most messed up stories involves an underground artist named Eric Scrubolo, a guy who actually had experience, was already working with a real record label, and had been putting in the time for years. Around 2012 or 2013, Eric came across Chance, and despite the glaring red flags, felt sympathy for him. He saw a struggling guy with a disability who clearly wanted to break into music, so he extended a hand to help. Not only did Cyraxx have zero talent or professionalism to offer, he ended up stealing nearly 10 of Eric's unreleased tracks, straight up jacked them. And as if that wasn't enough, Chance also stole his entire name. The name Cyraxx, which Eric was planning to use as part of his upcoming music project, got hijacked by Chance without a second thought. The same name that's now infamous across the internet started off as someone else's creative property.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He stole like 10 of my songs.
Jesus Christ. He just steals everything, right?
Yeah.
The betrayal was devastating. Imagine trying to lift someone up only to have them rip you off and then parade around like they're the mastermind behind it all. But Cyraxx wasn't done yet. In another act of sheer arrogance, he filmed himself throwing the record label's dog tags into a lake, dramatically claiming he didn't need them anymore and that he was going to make it on his own. You'd think this was a teenager going through an edgy phase, not a grown man who hadn't even dropped a halfway decent track.
And then came the apology. After reality hit and he realized he wasn't nearly as talented as he thought, Cyraxx tried crawling back. He filmed a cringe-filled video where he and his girlfriend tried to clear the air. But instead of sounding genuine, the whole thing played out like a bad soap opera.
When we did the whole thing with the dog tags, it's because we were pissed off. We didn't know what the hell to do. We were seriously just, we were only doing like my mom wanted us to do. She came up with the idea to throw them into the lake, and at the time it seemed like a good idea. And honestly, we regret it, man.
Yeah, big time.
We seriously regret doing that, man. You're family, dude. And it's because of KKS that we made it as far as we did.
Yup. And we thank you.
Yeah, seriously, man. Because without you, I don't know what we'd be doing.
And we love you to death.
Exactly, man. So if you see this, man, just know that we are deeply and truly sorry. Because Killer Khan sounds like you said yesterday.
Despite all this, Eric never clapped back. He didn't engage, didn't take the bait, and didn't air out the full drama, which was a smart move. Because when you're dealing with someone as detached from reality as Cyraxx, there's no such thing as a win. You don't argue with a tornado. You step aside and let it destroy itself.
Another time, Cyraxx tried to flex some lyrics from his upcoming album by posting a poem he claimed to have written, and for a split second it actually caught people off guard. Because the writing? It was surprisingly clean. No typos, no bizarre punctuation, no second-grade grammar. It felt suspiciously un-Cyraxx. And sure enough, within minutes, people realized he stole it. The entire thing was a poem by Mark Slaughter, and the funniest part, Cyraxx forgot to delete the copyright mark at the end. That's right.
He tried to pass off someone else's published work as his own, and left the damn copyright still on it. You seriously can't make this stuff up.
It's moments like this that really show just how far gone he is. It's not just laziness, it's this full-blown fantasy where he thinks no one's going to notice. Like the internet is too stupid to use Google.
But here's where it really spirals into comedy. Despite being busted multiple times for plagiarism, Cyraxx still has the audacity to post things like this on Facebook.
You know, I am really sick of this BS. Every time I do music, some people with a few thousand views on Facebook, YouTube, etc. think it's funny to jack my work and claim it as their own. And what pisses me off even more is that they get away with it, and I am getting fed the hell up with it. Why take my work when you are as good as I am? I don't understand why you feel the need to take my work and claim it as your own.
The lack of self-awareness is absolutely mind-melting. This is a guy who's stolen beats, lyrics, brand names, entire personas, and then turns around to cry about how he's the victim of music theft. He acts like he's Prince getting ripped off by garage bands, when in reality he's just a glorified internet joke who couldn't make a real beat if his life depended on it.
Beyond his delusional music career, Cyraxx has a long history of failed side ventures, each one more pathetic and poorly thought out than the last.
It started back in 2012 when he claimed he was working on a manga series called Spectorbiz. According to his promise, it was set to be released sometime around early to mid-2013.
But surprise, he never mentioned it again. Not a panel, not a sketch, not even a follow-up post. The entire thing was a false promise, another fantasy project that existed and only in his head.
Then, in 2014, Cyraxx posted one of his most random lies yet, claiming he was working as an anime illustrator for a series called Rinmaru High Clander series. Problem is, that series doesn't exist. It never did. He just made up a fake anime and inserted himself into it like a delusional OC character from a fanfiction forum.
On February 16th, 2014, he cranked it up even more by claiming he was a US soldier who had been to war. This was a lie so outrageous it didn't even pass as a joke. Cyraxx has never left his hometown, ever. But because Sally's ex-husband was a veteran, Cyraxx latched onto that identity like a parasite.
Later, he doubled down by calling himself a Valor Thief Hunter, posting a bizarre tribute saying,
"This song is going out to all the Valor Thieves out there from myself, Soldier Hard, Brian Scott Bates, and all those who'd served honorably in the US military."
He wasn't just pretending to be a vet, he was inserting himself into actual military tributes, like anyone took him seriously.
Throughout that same year, his Facebook page became flooded with low-effort anime reposts, making it painfully clear that 2014 was his full-blown anime phase, one where he thought watching Naruto gave him a personality.
By 2015, things got even more bizarre, and frankly, much darker. That year, a local man named Zach Hussein was murdered in Cyraxx's city, a genuinely tragic situation. But Cyraxx's response was unnerving. He repeatedly posted Zach's photo on his own social media, even using images of Zach in cars to make tone-deaf, cringe tributes.
It's especially weird considering there's no evidence Cyraxx even knew Zach personally. For him, it was just another opportunity to insert himself into someone else's tragedy and feed his need for attention.
And 2015 was also the year Cyraxx started acting like some kind of Facebook warlord, convinced he was a political leader on the front lines of global security. He posted unhinged rants like,
"I just got word that ISIS is planning on whipping out the world's power grid and starting World War III. We need to gather troops and take ISIS and Obama out of office before it's too late. They have already disabled 3 grids in Islamic countries, so to everyone out there, please be ready."
This wasn't a one-off either. His feed from this era is a fever dream of fake intelligence, panic posts, and self-appointed internet heroics. It's not just embarrassing, it's genuinely delusional.
Then came 2016, arguably his peak year of unhinged nonsense. In November, he posted a meltdown about a man named Andrew, saying,
"Somebody needs to get up here ASAP. I'm so fed up with Andrew's bullying, and I am at my breaking point with him."
No one knows who Andrew is, but what's clear is Cyraxx had some sort of one-sided war going on, while also claiming the cops were ignoring his cries for help. It was pure emotional blackmail, wrapped in typos and desperation.
That same month, he dropped one of the dumbest lies in his entire legacy, claiming he broke a world record in Samurai Warriors 3. According to him, he scored 119,940 KOs in 13 minutes on Nightmare difficulty using a level 1 custom character. Let's break that down. He claimed he was killing over 150 enemies per second on the hardest difficulty, using a character that would literally get one-shotted in the game.
No video, no screenshots, and no leaderboard. Just a Facebook post from a guy who couldn't even code his own website.
In the middle of these breakdowns, he also made several "I'm being bullied" posts, crying online about how nobody helps him and how he can't fight back without going to jail. All of this while pretending to be a war vet, a record holder, and an anime creator.
Meanwhile, fake Facebook accounts started showing up on his posts, calling him talented and praising his art. But even the laziest observer could tell it was Cyraxx complimenting himself from sock puppet accounts.
The grammar, typos, and weird formatting were identical to his own posts. It was like watching someone throw themselves a surprise party and act shocked.
As if all that wasn't enough, he even claimed to be developing a video game called Battle Academy. The concept, unknown. The gameplay, non-existent. The reception, pure troll bait. No one took it seriously, and once again the project fizzled out the same way all his others do.
And then there's the 3D prosthetic hand scam. In 2016, Cyraxx uploaded a slick, professional-looking image of a robotic hand and claimed he designed it himself in SketchUp.
But the model was clearly ripped from a professional CAD library, complete with detailed pivot joints and industrial mechanics far beyond what SketchUp could render at the time. There were no blueprints, no work-in-progress shots, and absolutely zero technical backing. Just a stolen image and another delusion that he was a genius inventor.
By 2017, Cyraxx had moved on from failed albums and fake art careers to a whole new brand of delusion, app development. He suddenly announced he was working hard on a mysterious new app called Infected Virus and promised it would drop.
Not a single detail about what the app was supposed to do, and just an edgy name and a guarantee that it was coming soon. Spoiler, it never existed.
What makes it even weirder is how obsessed he got with the virus theme around this time. Cyraxx actually rebranded himself as Virus, plastering his new alias everywhere online like he was launching some pandemic of cringe. He even started promoting Infected Virus merch for his imaginary album. Shirts and gear covered in the branding for a project nobody ever saw.
It was just another bizarre phase. Loud, short-lived, and utterly pointless.
Besides all the controversy surrounding Cyraxx, he has managed to get multiple girlfriends throughout his 15 years online presence, though most of them turned out to be fake accounts set up by trolls just to mess with him. But even outside of the catfish circus, he managed to find himself in a surprising number of real relationships, each messier than the last.
Back in 2011, he was publicly attached to a girl named Natalie. At one point, Cyraxx went on Facebook to complain about Natalie being bullied by her ex and demanded that it stop. But Natalie A. herself jumped into the comments to set the record straight. Her ex wasn't behind any of it. Just a classic case of Cyraxx making drama where there wasn't any.
Only a few months before that, he had been posting about a different girlfriend, Monica, plastering her all over his feed and claiming her as his own. To add an extra layer of weird, even his grandmother Sally was chiming in on Monica's Facebook posts, making it clear this wasn't just internet fantasy.
By October 2012, Cyraxx had moved on again, this time to a new girlfriend named Heather, not to be confused with Heather Kraut, a different girlfriend from 2019, who deserves her own section later. This Heather actually showed up in a handful of Cyraxx's videos, most memorably in the infamous apology video after he stole music from Eric.
Man, it's us. Listen, I know you're pretty upset about the whole dog tag thing and whatnot.
But while he was still with Heather, he decided to hit on her close friend, Jennifer Stone King, around June 2014. Jennifer wasn't having any of it. She called him out publicly on Facebook, but neither Cyraxx nor Heather ever responded.
While the specifics are hazy, the relationship with Heather seems to have fizzled out around 2015, likely due to Cyraxx's habit of chasing new girls, even while he was already in a relationship. Around this period, he was also dating a girl named Abby, who was disabled following a failed suicide attempt at a train station.
While Cyraxx was trying to be polyamorous, or he was in break with Abby, we don't know, but from what is seen post around February of 2016, he seems to be looking for a new girlfriend. Why can't I be happy with a wonderful girl who loves me for me and won't hurt me or use me, then throw me away? All I want is to be happy. Is that too much to ask for? To be happy with a girl who doesn't drink, smoke, or do any drugs, and will stand by my side no matter what? Is that really too much to ask for?
Honestly, I was tempted to feel bad for the guy, until I saw a comment under the post that said, "You're not single, I am yours, ain't I? I thought I'd been yours since, like, October."
There's no concrete proof that the commenter is Abby, but based on the timeline, it seems likely. And yet, Cyraxx somehow managed to sink even lower. He cheated on Abby with her best friend, Tiffany. Given his track record, that's not exactly shocking. But what happened next somehow made everything worse. When the cheating scandal with Tiffany went public, Cyraxx didn't apologize or take any accountability. Instead, he doubled down, releasing a string of bizarre videos in August 2017, where he tried to set the record straight.
In one of the videos, Cyraxx insisted, with a straight face, "My girlfriend Tiffany is not going to interfere between me and Abby."
I want you guys to know that my girlfriend Tiffany is no more. She is done for. I no longer have any contact with her. And I can promise you guys that she will not come between me and Abby again.
The fact that he was still calling Tiffany his girlfriend while supposedly working things out with Abby shows just how clueless, or shameless, he really is.
From there, he tried to spin an even wilder story. According to Cyraxx, Tiffany had somehow hacked his Facebook, posted fake messages in his DMs, and framed him for the entire mess. No proof, no screenshots, just a desperate attempt to rewrite reality after getting caught.
But Cyraxx couldn't just let it go. He immediately latched onto a new narrative, now claiming that neither he nor Tiffany did anything wrong. Instead, he blamed Abby's parents for the breakup, saying they only wanted Abby's money and that they wouldn't allow her to be with Cyraxx because they'd lose access to her finances.
The logic was as twisted as it was self-serving, and again there wasn't a shred of real evidence.
You really don't. I did nothing wrong. Tiff did nothing wrong. Neither did Abby. It was her parents controlling her. Not me, not Tiff, not anyone else. And like I said, I did nothing wrong. So don't you sit there and blame me for something I didn't do. That's up and it's low. And you want to know why Abby's parents split us up? Because they'd rather believe a lying bitch of an ex of mine over me who was telling the truth. They want to control Abby. They want her money. They don't care about Abby. They really don't. What they care about is her money because of her disability.
Then, in a move that crosses every line imaginable, Cyraxx escalated his attacks on Abby's family, going as far as to accuse her father of abusing her when she was a child.
And well, something you guys may not know, her father, her own dad, arrested her from the age of 17 to 18 and got away with it. And you tell me that's not up. So don't sit there and tell me what's right and not right. I did nothing but look after her.
There was no basis for the claim, just pure, baseless vitriol thrown out in public. Even if it were true, which it is not, dragging something that vile online is disgusting. The fact that he reached for that narrative just to save face says everything about the kind of chaos he brings into every relationship. Even after a year this thing had happened, Cyraxx wasn't letting go. In August 2018, he posted a video claiming to be the nicest and most respectful person, even begging Abby's parents to give him a second chance. But that doesn't quite add up when you consider the nasty things he had just said about Abby's father.
I'm sitting here reaching out, trying to give you guys a chance. But yet you throw it back in both my face and hers. And for what? Because of some stupid that happened last year that wasn't even my fault? I'm not the creep guys are making me out to be. I'm really not. I'm actually one of the nicest people you could ever meet. And maybe if you guys would sit down long enough and see, maybe you guys would see that I'm not the evil person that you guys are making me out to be.
It's honestly baffling how convinces himself he's doing Abby's parents a favor, while in the same breath begging for forgiveness and a second chance. I genuinely can't understand how he thought this was the right approach in a situation like this. Despite Cyraxx's desperate attempts to get back with Abby, the relationship finally ended, and he announced the breakup in a video in June 2019. But true to form, he refused to take any accountability. In Cyraxx's world, it's never his fault. Everyone else is always to blame. What made this breakup even more vile was his immediate shift into victim mode, falsely accusing Abby of abusing him. A blatant, shameless lie.
As some of you may or may not know, me and Abby have split up. You know, we're no longer together. She actually tried to publicly humiliate me on social media. And that was like just a couple weeks ago that happened. Basically, I just managed to escape the abuse that her and all my exes have put me through over the last several years. I've been dealing with a lot of stuff.
Cyraxx wasn't just lying. He was inventing an entire fake narrative where he's the victim. But in the situation with Abby, the reality is clear. Cyraxx was the abuser and the cheater. He wasn't just unfaithful with Tiffany. He also got involved with another woman, Heather Kraut, who would soon become his next girlfriend.
Things took an even more bizarre turn in April 2019 when Cyraxx somehow managed to get into a relationship with a woman named Heather. It's not entirely clear how they met, but it appears to have been through Cyraxx's rap career. If you can call shouting into a broken mic over stolen beats a career.
Now here's where it gets strange. Heather wasn't some internet shut-in. She actually had a job, had been in a lesbian relationship, had 2 kids, and was living with her wife's family before deciding to completely derail her life and move in with Cyraxx, into his grandmother's house no less. A grown woman with children voluntarily chose to go shack up with a guy known online as one of the most hated and trolled figures on the entire internet. But the deeper you dig, the more it makes sense, because Heather wasn't exactly stable herself.
Turns out, Child Protective Services had already been called on her multiple times. One case involved her son getting a rash, another for leaving her daughter with strangers. At one point, Heather claimed that she and her daughter were kicked out of their home, her wife's parents' house, and forced to sleep on the kitchen floor. She told this sob story to gain sympathy, but it was complete fiction. The truth came out when her ex-wife's mother, the daughter's actual grandmother, exposed the lie publicly and called Heather out for manipulating the situation.
But she told us you guys were making her sleep on the kitchen floor with the baby.
No.
And
That is an outright lie.
Okay.
I mean, why would I do that to my grandbaby?
Okay. I believe you 100%. I'm just trying to clear this up because then she said that you guys gave her 2 weeks to get out, but your daughter also had to move out and the baby. That's why she had to go live with Chance.
No. She went to live with Chance because she fucking wanted to.
So this was just a decision she made and just got up and left her job and everything.
She came home from work one day and she had already decided what she was going to do.
Despite all of this, Heather left behind her job, her kids, and her living arrangement to move into Sally's house with Cyraxx. And somehow, Cyraxx, who never even met Heather's kids in person, decided he was going to be their savior. He began ranting online about getting the kids back, like he was the stepdad of the year. But according to Heather's wife, when Heather left, she didn't even say goodbye to her daughter. She literally snuck out in the middle of the night just to avoid being seen.
She's telling everyone that she's building a room for her and taking her there by Christmas.
No, she's not.
Okay, so there was never any plans on her coming to get the baby back.
No. She left here for my fucking dead body. She left here that night. Did not even say nothing to Leah. Not hey, bye, nothing.
If that wasn't weird enough, the internet was soon gifted with one of the most cringe-inducing moments in Cyraxx history. During a stream, Heather kissed him on camera as some sort of celebration for trolling a troll. But the second her lips touched his, her body physically rejected it. She coughed, wiped her mouth, and leaned away like she just swallowed cleaning fluid.
Oh, the troll just got trolled. I know how to troll too, so y'all call me again from private numbers. I'm gonna troll the out of y'all. Remember that.
Yes, that was solid, babe.
Call me again and watch what happens.
Nice work, babe. Yeah, I'll try that again.
There was no playfulness about it, no laughter, just immediate regret all over her face. Cyraxx, visibly shaken, tried to recover the moment like a kid bombing his first middle school date. He nervously muttered, "Let's try the kiss again," desperate to rewrite what just happened.
Nice work, babe. Yeah, I'll try that again, shall we?
Let's see if they call again.
And
He said, got him. Hold on.
Nice work, babe.
But Heather? She was locked back in on the stream like nothing happened. She completely ignored his repeated requests for a redo, brushing him off and pretending it never happened. No second kiss, no affection. Just Cyraxx sitting there in full humiliation mode as thousands of people clipped and replayed the moment on loop for internet eternity.
Hey, he's talking about this.
Oh.
He's talking about this right here.
Ah. Thank you for calling. Hooters Extraordinary. How may I direct your call?
As if this whole situation was not cringe enough, Cyraxx managed to take things even further into Fantasyland with Jamie, a known troll who regularly played mind games with him online. One day, Jamie jokingly said she liked him, clearly just messing around for entertainment.
But Cyraxx, in true Cyraxx fashion, took the troll bait and ran straight into delusion. He convinced himself that Jamie wasn't joking, and then convinced himself that they were actually dating. Not jokingly, not for show. In his mind, it was a real relationship. And because he doesn't know when to stop, he made things worse by saying it out loud in a stream, claiming he and Jamie were together.
And the cherry on top? Cyraxx, fully lost in the fiction, apologized to Heather for cheating on her. With Jamie? That's right. He apologized for something that never happened, in a relationship that never existed. In his warped brain, he wasn't just imagining relationships. He was creating entire cheating scandals that never occurred.
Oh, and Jamie, you need to stop listening to that little. I never touched her. One time, that was it. And I apologized to you for that, Heather, and you told me that it was okay and that everything was fine. And that you weren't mad at me.
But things weren't just awkward or dysfunctional between Cyraxx and Heather, they were outright dangerous. One night, while streaming with Jamie, Cyraxx got into a full-blown meltdown. He was raging and screaming at Jama nonstop, completely losing control on camera. Heather, clearly fed up, snapped and yelled at him to stop. And that's when things took a very dark turn. Cyraxx suddenly lunged toward her in a way that made it clear this wasn't the first time he'd gotten physical.
What is it, Heather? Because you tell the truth, he does it.
Yourself, you little.
What? See, I'm ex, I can't even talk to her like a normal person.
What? Hush! Hit me and I'll knock your lights out.
Jamie, you're like you're right there.
Violent.
Even more disturbing was Heather's immediate reaction. She flinched, not in surprise, but like she was expecting to be hit. And although nothing happened in that moment, the body language told the whole story. Cyraxx didn't calm down. He kept screaming like a lunatic, looking less like a rapper and more like a deranged street preacher having a breakdown on a sidewalk.
But that moment wasn't isolated. In fact, it was just one of several documented incidents of abuse. In one shocking video, Cyraxx can be seen snatching Heather's phone before physically hitting her. And yes, this happened while she was live and people were watching.
Now. So, how are you blocked?
I can't comment on your channel at all. I tried to comment and it disappeared. So somebody blocked me on your channel.
Probably because you guys are over there running your mouth.
Actually, all I said was that they were talking about on what's that dude's name? Suplex City Vlog, talking about how you were a spy for us.
So, Zach, over there?
Hush. No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Hey, Freak Show, how you doing, bitch?
Shocking.
See, look, she can't even talk. Now he beats his mom and he tries to control her. So what's next?
Indeed.
Some viewers immediately called the police, and eventually the cops showed up at Sally's house. But instead of breaking down or seeking help, Heather did the opposite. She defended Cyraxx. She blamed the person who reported it, saying they were the problem and that she wasn't being abused.
Yeah, so it's not domestic violence. You can talk to our friends. They know nothing.
Yeah, we can confirm that there's no domestic violence going on whatsoever. So
there's no domestic
whoever
violence.
called you, you need to trace that number back and get them for a false report
right now.
ASAP. Because otherwise, because they're violating the law by you filing a false report right now.
They think he's a teacher.
I have family in law. But I can confirm that.
What happened was they actually, and y'all might want to keep an eye on this, they did actually.
The dude's name who keeps calling, his name is Rufus.
And he did threaten.
Where's he stay?
We're not.
We don't know.
Who's Rufus?
It was both baffling and disturbing. The streams were out there, the footage was public, and yet she continued to protect him. Heather even went as far as making a performative PSA-style video about how cyberbullying can push people to suicide, which was aimed to prevent the trolls. Sounds sweet in theory, except the video wasn't a general awareness piece. It was a guilt trip, clearly aimed at the trolls and critics who call Cyraxx out for his behavior.
I know he did. What is... I hope you are very happy.
the whole premise collapsed under its own hypocrisy. First of all, Cyraxx isn't being bullied. He's being mocked for the insane things he willingly does online. If anyone's putting him in these positions, it's himself. Second, Cyraxx isn't some misunderstood weirdo. He's someone who has done objectively vile and harmful things and continues to avoid consequences. If anything, the trolls who document and react to his chaos are the ones doing the world a favor by keeping a spotlight on it.
In another stream, Heather joined a call with 2 known troll streamers, people who've been deep in the Cyraxx rabbit hole. And instead of keeping his cool, Cyraxx snapped again. He insulted everyone on the stream, including Heather herself.
I don't want him to like follow you around and think like we're doing this to be mean to him.
Go inside.
No, you know what? You don't up.
Get inside.
No, you don't fucked up. Telling her all this, you don't fucking bag. Heather,
Is he calling you a bag, Heather?
I'm calling both y'all.
Oh my God! See, Heather, do not have your baby there. Somebody needs to call the police for real because now I'm definitely worried for her. I don't know if he was talking to us or talking to her.
Talking to her.
It's your fault. Somebody right now, and I will take.
After that stream, things started to snowball. People who had been following Heather's story began pleading with her to leave Cyraxx and go back to her children. But instead of even considering the advice, Heather lashed out, not at Cyraxx, but at the people trying to help her.
The only reason why he's acting like this because of you and
he's always acting like
because
this.
he's awake. That's why he's acting like that.
Shut up, asshole! Shut up! Okay, get the out of here. You're irrelevant. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your fat, ugly either. Y'all shut the
She looks better than you.
Shut the up. Are
She's not defending her kids either.
Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck. You two, y'all are irrelevant.
She's
Y'all
not
talk
balding either.
She went so far as to falsely accuse one of the streamers, Jamie, of domestic violence, essentially swatting her in retaliation.
So yeah, here's the police. Here, we're gonna show. Can you tell them, please? Because I'm proving this. I'm gonna save this for record. Yeah, the cops are at my door, because someone from Akron, Ohio called and said my children were in danger.
Heather and Cyraxx.
Technically a form of swatting, I
They
think.
can tell you. You guys want to explain what they've been doing?
Heather and Cyraxx has been calling. Heather and Cyraxx has been giving out everybody's phone number and telling them to call us. And that ain't right. Like,
yeah, I know. Hang on, they're gonna handle it. They said they just have to make sure my kids were fine, and they're fine, and that's it. FRITS. JAYME. N.
Is it just 1 E or 2 E's?
Just one.
Okay. And your birthday?
Tomorrow. 1/22/85.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. It's my roommate's birthday today.
It's a good day.
So sorry that you guys had to come here for no
don't worry
reason,
about it.
but
Just, yeah, I guess however you want to handle it online.
please don't take care of Heather and Cyraxx.
they're just gonna
for
keep
us.
doing it.
It's
So
just nuts. I would just block people and
I do, but they're just keep calling you guys.
But in the end, it didn't matter how much Heather tried to shield him, because Cyraxx, being Cyraxx, couldn't even maintain the loyalty of someone who defended him at every turn. Not long after all the drama, Cyraxx was quote sending his private parts to another woman, while still with Heather.
Like I said, as for those photos of my that are out there, yeah, they're out there. But guess what? Nobody gives a Jamie. You're the only one that gives a You're the only one that's into that. I don't give a if they're out there or not, because at the end of the day, they don't affect me.
By May 2020, Heather had finally had enough and decided to leave, but unfortunately for her, the reaction from Cyraxx upon hearing this news wasn't so nice. In fact, it was very chaotic. The day she decided to leave, Heather would call her brother Michael to come and pick her, but Cyraxx, being Cyraxx, decided to attack Michael in an attempt to make Heather stay. According to the police report from that day, Cyraxx punched Michael 3 times in the face and went to jail for it, but unfortunately, he got released because Heather and her brother didn't want any contact with him whatsoever. After this happened, you might think Cyraxx would take his lesson and stay quiet for a while, but he didn't. The same day all this happened, Cyraxx filmed over 5 separate videos, each one full of contradictions and narrative flips, all of them designed to paint himself as the real victim.
In one of those rants, he even claimed Heather didn't care about him at all and let him spiral when he was supposedly about to stab himself with a knife.
When I was close to death, when I was on the verge of ending my life, and I begged and I pleaded for her to not go. She didn't do a damn thing. She sat there and fucking stared at me with a blank, evil, heartless look. What kind of person does that?
But then, in true Cyraxx fashion, he later admitted that Heather actually did try to stop him and attempted to take the knife away.
What you did was sit there and stare and didn't even try to do anything. All you sat there and did was say, "Give me the knife, give me the knife." You didn't even try to take it or even talk to me. All you did was sit there and stare at me.
Even if Heather hadn't intervened, the entire situation reeks of rage-bait suicide theatrics, something Cyraxx has been known for doing when he wants sympathy or to deflect from his abusive behavior. Then in another video, he contradicted his previous story again by claiming Heather didn't even talk to him when she left, despite previously saying they had a conversation about it and that he begged her to stay.
I do love you. If anybody doesn't love anyone, you're the one that never loved me. You wouldn't even sit down and talk to Mom before taking off. You wouldn't even talk to me. Your ass just grabbed your clothes and ran out the door like a coward. You're a ass coward for running like you did.
Still, the breakup hit Cyraxx hard, at least for a minute. In the aftermath, he did what all broken narcissists do. He made a song about it, a whole sad, tone-deaf musical tribute to Heather.
This song is going out to my girl. I want you to know that I love you. I am sorry about everything that I put you through. And I just hope that you won't give up on me. I love you so much. I'm so sorry about hurting you. I'm sorry about pushing you away like I did. It's like...
Because in Cyraxx's world, he wasn't the abuser, he wasn't the problem. He was just a misunderstood legend with a microphone and a broken heart. And unsurprisingly, Cyraxx didn't stop. He just kept escalating.
As if the Heather saga wasn't enough of a wreck, Cyraxx was already spiraling in another direction, with a different woman entirely. A woman who would mark the beginning of a new era in Cyraxx's timeline. Cyraxx and Candle first connected sometime in early 2017 through the Juggalo community. They shared similar music interests, especially around Insane Clown Posse and the underground horrorcore scene. But according to Cyraxx, their friendship quickly leveled into a relationship sometime in October of 2018.
On top of everything else, Cyraxx genuinely seemed to be in love with Candle during this time, at least based on his posts. He even started planning who would be the godfather of their future child. By December, he began begging for money on live streams, claiming he needed it to move Kendall from Mississippi to Akron. According to Cyraxx, her parents were abusive, and that's why he wanted her to come live with him, well, technically with his grandmother. He also claimed that Kendall's family was stealing her government disability money, as she is partially blind and disabled.
Of course, all of these claims were lies. Not only was Cyraxx exposed as a liar, but Candle herself shut everything down by commenting on his post. "Why would I come to you after the way you did me?" That one comment made it clear they weren't even together when he was begging for money on the stream.
Dealing with someone by the name of Candle Smith, who is the reason I've been attacked for the last 5 years. Yeah, the reason why Marty and all of them have been attacking me is because of her.
At this point in time, it's very clear that Cyraxx and Kendall are not in a relationship anymore, but what should be a peaceful and respectful end of a relationship became the very reason a lifetime feud would start. Cyraxx, in his usual vibe, wasn't letting this opportunity slide him and used it to make himself the victim. How the f do I always end up with all these girls who are not right in the head? Is it too much to ask for a normal, happier relationship?
What makes this post even funnier, aside from Cyraxx once again playing the victim, is that he actually blocked Candle before posting it, just so she couldn't see it and call him out. But he didn't stop there. He went on to claim that Candle had uploaded a YouTube video where she supposedly abused and harassed him the entire time. That video's long gone, and no one's been able to find it, but what we do have is Candle's own serious accusation. She says Cyraxx had been stalking her for months, figured out where she lives, and even called her landlord in an attempt to get her kicked out.
Yo, this is your girl Rebecca. This is a video to prove how bad of a stalker Chance is. He sat there and found out where I live. Not creepy at all. Not a stalker vibe at all. Like, really? He found out where I live, called my landlord psychopathic maniac.
Although there is no way of proving that these claims are true, given Cyraxx's behavior, it won't be surprising if it's true. From this point forward, Cyraxx got worse and started to threaten Candle multiple times.
So you want to keep playing that game? I will have you arrested for harassment. So guess what? I ain't the one going to jail. The one that's going to jail is you. So keep running your mouth, you little guaranteeing your ass is going to go to jail. Guarantee.
Besides being aggressive, Cyraxx would randomly become nonchalant and claim to be the victim of this whole saga by posting stuff like this in his Facebook. I know it's sad to say, but to be very honest, because of what Candle did to me, I am very afraid to be with anyone now. She not only used me and lied to me, she mentally and verbally abused me in those videos she had up and made me feel far worse than any of my exes ever could have done.
The attack wasn't only from one side either. Candle made multiple videos claiming that Cyraxx is a pedophile and needs to be stopped.
Alright, this is a live video on Facebook. I got something to address to all those mothers out there.
You too.
All you mothers out there that have young children, be warned of this guy named Chance Wilkins. He'll off on your children. Not only that, he'll sit there and off on video chat with them. He'll sit there and threaten to kill your children if they don't sleep with him. They will do whatever they can. He would literally hurt you. This man is psychotic. He's dangerous. Women, be warned. His name is Chance Wilkins.
And this led to Cyraxx being so angry and baffled by her that he couldn't stop being obsessed with her. Eventually, the harassment got so intense that Candle had to do something drastic. She faked her death. That's right. She disappeared entirely, changed her name to Becky, and vanished from where she was living. That's how bad it got. A woman had to pretend she was dead just to make Cyraxx leave her alone.
But even that wasn't enough.
Once Candle was gone, Cyraxx didn't move on. He doubled down. He reversed the narrative and painted himself as the victim by claiming Candle was the real bully. And in a twisted, almost laughable move, he tried to rally others who'd had any disagreement with Candle, all while ignoring the very real abuse and stalking he had committed.
It's time to put an end to this cyberbullying, this harassment, and these death threats once and for all. So if you have been victimized by Candle or any of her friends, please don't be afraid to come forward. You can message myself, you can message any of my friends, like my friend Jordan. He can point you to me, and or if you guys want to message me directly and you guys have been victimized by Candle and her friends, just like I have, I can lead you to others who have gone through that same thing. We have gone through the exact same bullying that she put me and you guys through. I'm not the only one. There are others out there that these people have been bullying for several months now.
The gaslighting didn't stop there. On September 27, 2019, Cyraxx posted a video to Facebook ranting about being harassed, this time claiming a DM from one of Candle's friends was proof.
But if you look at the screenshot closer, it shows nothing that could be called harassment, just another case of him stretching the truth until it snapped.
Someone in the comments had clearly had enough and replied,
"Candle is dead. Everyone needs to stop keeping her involved in this drama. It's disrespectful."
And Cyraxx's response?
"I know, and I'm right in the middle being blamed for it when I'm not at fault at all."
That reply says it all. Even knowing she had faked her death, even believing she was actually gone, Cyraxx couldn't help himself. He was still posting accusations, still trying to clear his name, still desperate to twist the story into one where he was the victim of some orchestrated campaign.
It's disturbing not just because of what he said, but because of when he said it. If he truly believed Candle was dead at the time, then accusing her of bullying and abuse when she couldn't defend herself is vile on a different level. And if he knew she faked it, then it's even worse, because it means he understood exactly why she disappeared and still tried to spin the public against her.
The whole shebang Cyraxx had with Candle was as chaotic as it gets, but even worse, it introduced him to the person who would soon become his arch nemesis and one of the most notable Cyraxx's trolls of all time, Music Biz Marty.
I'm dealing with someone by the name of Candle Smith, who is the reason I've been attacked for the last 5 years. Yeah, the reason why Marty and all of them have been attacking me is because of her.
While Candle was having a rough time with Cyraxx, she would ask help from her ex-boyfriend, the Boy Blue, who happened to be close friend with Music Biz Marty. And Marty ended up having interest in Cyraxx not to befriend him, but to be his lifetime troll, which marked the beginning of a whole new era in Cyraxx's saga.
Cyraxx, why
Hey, Burger Boy, how'd you like a hammer pointed in your skull next? Why can't you guys leave my family alone? Why can't you stop targeting me? Why? This ain't funny, Burger Boy, so shut up.
Where was this energy
This
last
ain't a
night?
joke, you fat fuck.
Where was this energy last
Why
night?
can't you stop targeting my family? Leave us alone now!
And the very first troll against Cyraxx would be through this Blender Boys record label. Marty and some other trolls, noticing Cyraxx's lifetime delusion of becoming the next #1 rapper, would collab with a record label called Bender Boys. They told Chance that they have signed him, and then as a requirement told him to make a YouTube video promoting the Bender Boys. Cyraxx was actually gullible enough to fall for this, and even went so far that he made himself the next hottest artist, feeding to his age-old delusion.
So to the real fans, y'all killed it. And to the Bender Boys, I want to say thank you, man. You want to know why? Because I got an opportunity to change my kids' lives. 100%. So if y'all want to step to the best, you're looking at them, boys. You're looking at the new hottest artist on the scene. And if you wait and subscribe to Bender Boys Records or the Bender Boys YouTube channel, go check them out, son. They got some dope ass shit.
If you are probably wondering about his jacket, it's actually a dope jacket if he hadn't taken it from Sally. What a joke. A 30-years-old man wearing his grandmother's jacket and then bragging about having a cool jacket as if he hadn't taken it from Sally.
Hey, y'all little ass haters didn't think I could dress up, did you? Yeah, you can't do this. And you see the back of this jacket right here? Soon enough, the BBR patch is going right there, boys. Right on that back. You want to know why? Because I rep BBR to the death of me. And every label that I've rocked over the years. Killer Clown Sounds on this song. Bloodshot Records right here.
After Cyraxx made this video, the next day Bender Boys would call him and tell him the unfortunate news that his contract is sold to another person. As you might expect, Cyraxx was angered by the news, but even more worse, the Bender Boys told Cyraxx that they sold his contract to Music Biz Marty, which obviously added fuel to the fire given Cyraxx's hate toward Marty.
Yo, Cyraxx, I got an announcement to make.
What's up, dude?
Well, the video's not doing as well as we thought it was going to.
Yeah.
And speaking with the team here at Bender Boys Records, they deemed you unmanageable.
How?
And then we had to sell your contract, man.
Wait, what the? Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Are you? No, dude.
We sold it this morning.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, the video didn't perform as well as we thought it was going to.
Dude, are you serious? I put in all that hard work for nothing? Are you serious right now?
Well, we sold the contract.
Bro, you're stupid. You're stupid, man. What the man? I put in all that hard work for you and the crew for what? What the man?
Well, we sold your contract, so you're still alive.
You know what? You and the Bender Boys, I'm doing this on my own. You.
Do you want to know who we sold it to?
I already know. Music, Marty, fucking contact.
Cyraxx was once again baited when he received what he believed was a memorial plaque from his publisher, Hyped beyond belief, he rushed onto a stream to flex it in front of his trolls, screaming, raging, and aiming most of his energy at Music Biz Marty, bragging about how he was finally being recognized for his artistry.
All I have to say to you guys is this. Run your mouth now. Run your mouth now, boy. Talk your shit now, Marty. Go ahead and talk your Look at that. What's that say right there?
But the joke was entirely on him. The plaque wasn't a trophy. It was a mockery, custom made to clown on the fact that Cyraxx hadn't sold a single track. It wasn't celebrating success. It was literally trolling his failure. And Cyraxx, in peak delusional fashion, didn't get it. He treated it like it was a Grammy.
And everybody knows that I'm not racist. But this, Marty, is for you. And I know you know what that means. I'm your own personal Hitler bag. And I'll make sure you die in the gas chamber you were born from.
In one particularly unhinged moment, Cyraxx went off on stream and declared that he would get rid of Marty, and then said something no one saw coming. He claimed to be Marty's personal Hitler.
And everybody knows that I'm not racist. But this, Marty, is for you. And I know you know what that means. I'm your own personal Hitler bag. And I'll make sure you die in the gas chamber you were born from. You want to sit there and bully someone? Bully me. I'll throw your ass in that gas chamber lyrically and make sure you never leave alive. Because like I told you, Marty, I am your own personal Hitler.
It wasn't just disturbing, it was so absurdly disconnected from reality that even longtime viewers were left speechless. Who says that? Of all the metaphors he could have used, that was his go-to? Completely deranged.
But what makes it even worse is how pathetically easy he is to manipulate. Time and time again, he's fallen for fake online girlfriends, many of them crafted by Marty and his circle, specifically to bait him. And Cyraxx doesn't just flirt, he overshares everything, dumping out his personal baggage like it's a therapy session with someone he's never met.
That's exactly what happened on February 1st, 2021. In one of the most revolting moments ever caught, Cyraxx let his guard down and confessed something so graphic and vile, everyone who saw it were momentarily stunned. It wasn't just cringe, it was repulsive.
It's one of those clips that speaks for itself. There's no way to soften it, you just have to see it to believe it.
If I can't concentrate, I'm lost. So I eat a Snickers, and I know I won't be hungry for at least 3 hours.
Oh, dude, I'll fuck with Snickers, homie.
And I can do my studying, and I can go to bed.
Happy peanuts soar over chocolate-covered mountaintops and waterfalls of caramel. Prancing nougat in the meadow sings a song of satisfaction to the world.
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
Snickers really satisfies you.
That same year, things escalated again. Marty sent a serrated knife to the doorstep of a woman named Tangerine Cat, who Cyraxx believed was his girlfriend. Cyraxx lost it. He made a furious video threatening Marty and everyone else involved, acting like this was the final straw.
You have gone too far. And I mean too far. It's one thing to attack me. It's one thing to troll me. Alright? It's one thing to make a ha-ha joke, very funny. Oh, we had to share, blah, blah, funny. It's one thing to do that. But to leave a goddamn knife with a note on my girlfriend's doorstep? Are you serious? Are you stupid? This
Marty put my girlfriend's life in danger. And if you want to know what this bag did, he put a serrated knife with a note on her doorstep with a warning note. So like I said, Marty, your ass is done. I'm coming for you. At Tyler, at Schmeckel, I'm coming for all three of you.
But it wasn't, because Tangerine Cat was in on it too. She wasn't some innocent bystander. She was another Marty collaborator, another troll-created persona designed to catfish Cyraxx and drag him deeper into his own delusions. And like always, it worked.
The trolling didn't stop at fake relationships. It kept escalating into full-blown humiliation at rituals. One of the most brutal setups involved Martina666, yet another fake girlfriend account created by Marty. Cyraxx, convinced she was real, ended up sending her photos, the kind of content that should have never existed in the first place. Marty, of course, saved everything.
From there, it turned into leverage. Marty would routinely bait Cyraxx into joining his streams by threatening to send those pictures to Tangerine Cat, who, just like Martina, was in on it the whole time. Every interaction was a setup, and every reaction from Cyraxx was pure meltdown.
But the roasting didn't end with catfishing. Marty also began dissecting Cyraxx's so-called music and writing projects. In one brutal stream, he pointed out that 6 of Cyraxx's songs had lyrics directly lifted, word for word, from other artists' older tracks. When confronted, Cyraxx tried to play it off, saying he just writes and it turns out that way. According to him, it was just coincidence, and that this kind of thing happens all the time to writers.
Okay, now what if I were to tell you that the exact same lyrics, word for word, were written down by a band called September Avenue on August 28th of 2016?
No way, he's just sworn into his own family. Come on, don't be a
Oh,
Hold on, Marty. Hold on, man.
There's no way.
I want to copy Chance's words here. I'm going to post them in the chat.
There are some people that will sit there and literally write down a song. Like, they will literally sit there and write a song and not know that it was actually written word for word before. There have been plenty of people that have done this.
When pushed further, Cyraxx couldn't even explain the basic meanings of certain words in his own songs or book, stuff he allegedly wrote himself. Marty kept pressing. Cyraxx panicked and rage quit the call once again.
And in one final desperate attempt to clear his name, Cyraxx swore on his mother's life, and his entire family's life, that every word of those songs in that book was his own. A pathetic, theatrical oath that, once again, nobody believed.
The life you lead, you swear on, I want you to hear me say, I swear on my grandma's life that I wrote the song.
Dude, I swear on my whole family's life.
I told you. Okay.
Marty, matter of fact, Marty, if you want proof of me doing stuff like I do, go back and watch my live streams. There's been a lot of songs, and right there.
After the Tangerine Cat saga, things didn't settle down. In fact, Cyraxx's love life, or what he thought was his love life, spiraled into even deeper absurdity. He had stayed with Tangerine for about 4 months, genuinely believing she was real, until it all came crashing down when he was caught again, sending photos to another girl online. Tangerine divorced him, and Cyraxx found himself single for about 2 seconds.
That's when Strawberry Sunshine entered the picture, yet another fake girlfriend crafted by Marty, and like clockwork, Cyraxx fell for it. But what happened next took the already deranged Cyraxx timeline to a place no one saw coming.
It started with a confrontation.
Marty had uncovered that Cyraxx had been inappropriately messaging a disabled trans girl named Cindy Lou, including sending her unsolicited photos. It was disturbing enough on its own, but Marty, never missing an opportunity to publicly expose Cyraxx, confronted him live, while Strawberry Sunshine was on the same stream.
Let me get the screenshots. Utter panic. Utter panic. I can actually have Cindy Lou come up here and tell her side of the story, Cyraxx.
Let's have Cindy Lou on. That'll sort it out.
Right. So did you or did you not send your penis picture to a slow transgender person?
Well, but when did this happen?
Like a week ago? Now he starts to lose it.
Was this like during when I was blocked, or?
I'm not sure, but this person is like clearly targeted.
Was it after like the first video where he professed his love for me?
Oh, he was, when you were together, he was two-timing you with Lava and other women as well.
Wait, I thought. What?
Correct. He is a two-timer, or a three-timer, or a four-timer.
Where did he go?
The second Marty dropped the bomb, Cyraxx's entire demeanor changed. He went from defensive to full-on panicked. He wasn't just embarrassed, he was terrified that Strawberry, his supposed new love, would leave him. And so did what he always does when he feels the walls closing in. He made it about himself.
He stood up, reached off screen, and returned holding what he claimed was a knife. On stream, in front of everyone, he began threatening to kill himself, saying he couldn't handle the betrayal and shame.
Oh, there he is.
Marty, do you want me to end my life?
No.
Do you want me to end my life? Enough is enough.
You need to quit sexting people.
It's Marty. I'll tell you later.
Who's that?
Marty, I'm telling you right now, you need to quit. Because you want to know what you do to me every day? This is what you make me want to do every day because of what you do to me.
People on the stream began to suspect something was off about the knife, and they were right. The supposed weapon Cyraxx had just threatened to use wasn't a knife at all. It was a stylus, a freaking digital pen. Once people realized, the entire stream erupted in laughter, reducing what was meant to be a dramatic scene into another legendary Cyraxx clown moment.
Put the knife down, Cyraxx.
It's not a knife, it's a pen, but Marty, this is what you do to me every day.
Wait, what is it, baby?
A pen?
It's the pen that I use, but Marty, this is what you do to me every day, and you think it's a joke. It's not a joke, Marty.
But it didn't end there. A few days later, after the act didn't get him the sympathy he wanted, Cyraxx turned on Strawberry Sunshine. He started insulting her, calling her a whore, and blaming her for everything that happened. That was the final straw.
In response, Strawberry Sunshine dropped the nuke, the most infamous leak in Cyraxx history.
She revealed that Cyraxx had sent her a video of himself using the stylus. Yes, the same stylus he had just faked a suicide threat with, to satisfy himself, and Cyraxx's descent from joke to full-blown walking horror show was complete.
With all the Cindy Lou thing came to light, Cyraxx was exposed to have some fantasy in underage girls, and might even be the P word, but nothing could be more evidence to finally judge whether Cyraxx is a pedo or not than Kate's report. To give you some context, Kate has a slightly big YouTube channel, and she does some kind of expose videos.
Since Cyraxx was getting more attention in around 2021, she decided to catfish him as a 15-year-old girl, which he ended up not only fooled, but also sending some inappropriate pictures of himself. Kate made sure at first that Cyraxx knew exactly that she was 15 years old and also a virgin. But Cyraxx did everything he did knowing that the person he is talking to is a minor. Ever since this thing came out, Cyraxx's reputation went freefall, but instead of making him come back, Cyraxx went even lower. He started flashing himself in Marty's streams in a desperate attempt to make Marty banned. Pretty pathetic.
And if that wasn't enough, instead of defending himself against the evidence, Cyraxx, as usual, lashed out at Kate and accused her of doing something illegal just for investigating him.
You had no grounds to do what you did. It don't matter if I gave up pedo or not. It don't matter. You had no right nor any reason to do what you did. You didn't know me. You didn't know what I was about. You could have just checked my public records and seen that I wasn't that. But instead, you decided to do what you did, which makes what you did illegal as fuck. Oh, and just for the record...
Even worse, Cyraxx said the police told him he can't be held accountable for all this, since it all happened online and not in real life. Which means he indirectly admitted of all the allegations being true, and not just that, but in another moment, Cyraxx tried to say he is not a pedophile because he is not running around on the street hanging around with kids, which is a very weak argument to make.
If I was actually a pedophile, I would actually be out in the streets going after little fucking kids. But I'm not.
But this wasn't the only time Cyraxx got caught red-handed doing such things. In another moment, a screenshot of him flirting with this 15-year-old girl called Chloe surfaced online, and this time, he wasn't going to deny it. If anything, he added more evidence onto himself.
That Chloe chick that I was doing charity work for, me and her ended up together.
And then I found out today, and she did not tell me this until today, which I blocked her ass right away. She flat out told me.
Cyraxx. She sent screenshots where she said that she had to go to sleep early because she had to get ready for school in the morning.
Yeah, and see, during that time, I thought maybe she meant like night school or something like that. Okay, that's why I thought she was talking about that because, see, when you talk about charity, I usually think like, hey, adults, adults do charity work. Okay, cool. That's awesome, whatever. That's what I was thinking on. I honest to God thought she was an adult. She at no point in time until today.
Cyraxx, why would you ask? Why, like,
Sorry,
that's a pretty big red flag that you need to, and I'm not even talking about Chloe. I was talking about Lily, the 12-year-old.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lily isn't 12 years old. That Chloe chick is named Lily. That's the chick that I'm talking about. She told me, and you can ask Marty because I know he saw it for himself. She indeed told me today that she was 15, and once she told me she was 15, I flat out told her, I can no longer speak to you, I'm blocking you, and I did indeed block.
After it became so clear that Cyraxx has some kind of creepy obsession with minors, he was desperate to shift the spotlight, and in true Cyraxx fashion, he chose the worst possible solution, teaming up with Chuck Stegall, a man who might be the only person online with a rabbit hole as deep, chaotic, and disturbing as his own.
What's up, man? Yo, guys, what's up? It's your boy, you already know who it is. Now, I have a special guest here with me that has a few words for you trolls, and some of you might know this dude. Masshole Reports. Now, you got anything you want to say to these people, bro? If you guys don't know who this is Chuck. The real Chuck. Right here.
The move was meant to be strategic. Cyraxx hoped to use Chuck as a weapon against Kate, one of the more prominent figures exposing him. The plan, discredit Kate by proving she just randomly targets people online, and use Chuck as a victim of her so-called harassment. But there was one small problem. Chuck wasn't some random guy.
In fact, Chuck and Cyraxx had history, and not good history either. Back in 2016, Cyraxx himself had publicly claimed that Chuck hacked his accounts and had been harassing him online. He made multiple posts about it, accusing Chuck of stalking, hacking, and causing chaos in his life. So the fact that Cyraxx turned around and joined forces with him years later just shows how desperate and directionless his crusade had become.
And Chuck? He brought his own storm of insanity to the table.
Among his long list of self-proclaimed identities, Chuck is claimed to be a vampire, while also proudly declaring himself a conservative Christian, a contradiction so hilarious it doesn't even need commentary. But it doesn't stop at delusions. Like Cyraxx, Chuck has also been accused of deeply disturbing behavior, including the same accusations that follow Cyraxx around to this day.
So, naturally, this alliance went exactly how you'd expect. Nowhere. Instead of strengthening Cyraxx's case, it sunk him even deeper.
When the Chuck Stegall alliance inevitably failed to scare off Marty or any of the other trolls, Cyraxx switched tactics. This time he leaned fully into delusion-fueled bravado, posting videos of himself, training, flexing, and claiming he was finally ready to fight Marty once and for all.
The internet had heard it all before.
Every time Marty made a trip to Akron, Ohio, Cyraxx would talk tough online, but when it came down to actually confronting him, he never left the basement. Instead, he'd send out Sally or Ed, like some weird, passive-aggressive guard dogs, while he hid behind the curtains upstairs. The man who called himself a warrior online couldn't even walk down the driveway.
But March 2023 would be different.
Marty had returned to Akron, once again renting out an Airbnb just minutes away. He went live, casually streaming the quiet streets, giving people the usual relaxed Akron check-in vibe. Meanwhile, Cyraxx was also live, doing his regular ranting and self-mythologizing when he suddenly paused mid-stream and said,
"One of my bandmates is in trouble. I gotta go."
And with that, he ended the stream, shut everything down, and left the house.
At first, nobody thought much of it. Cyraxx was known for coming up with weird excuses to end streams, usually lies to cover up a meltdown or avoid accountability, but this time, he actually left the house. And the reason? He was going to confront Marty in person.
For a moment, it looked like the showdown might actually happen.
But whatever cinematic fight scene Cyraxx had imagined in his head was instantly crushed by reality. The entire fight lasted less than 30 seconds. As soon as things got physical, Cyraxx was on the ground, flailing and yelling for Marty to stop.
Come on by.
I thought you went to the theater.
Come on. Come over here.
you leave me alone, boy.
Why wouldn't you order?
Oh, yeah, wait. Let me out.
Get the out of here. You are? Then run away now. Shut the up.
Fine. You win. You win. You win. Please let me go. I'm begging you. Please.
Get out of here. Get up.
And the street gangster image shattered. He didn't just lose, he begged for mercy, repeatedly calling Marty king in a humiliating plea for forgiveness.
The clip went viral almost instantly. For many people, it was the most satisfying moment in Cyraxx lore, watching years of empty threats and false bravado collapse in less than a minute. Some even believed this would finally mark the end of the Cyraxx tough guy act.
But it didn't.
Not even an hour later, Cyraxx was back on stream, acting like nothing happened. He claimed he held back, said Marty didn't know how to fight, and that he was still the man. As if there wasn't literal footage of him curled up on the sidewalk, calling his enemy king, like he was submitting to a warlord.
What, you surprised I'm still standing? Is that it? You surprised that I'm still alive? Well, sorry, Marty.
I'm surprised you're still talking.
Well, guess what? You didn't hurt me that bad, did you?
You just said I almost...
Sure, you may have busted up my nose, but I'm still standing. I'm still standing. And Marty, everybody knows this. Even your own people know that you went too far.
It's pretty clear that Marty has owned Cyraxx, and surprisingly, this time Cyraxx seems to understand that he is losing. And the videos he was making clearly depict that. Perhaps proving this, Cyraxx was making some creepy videos where he talks about how nobody can kill him since he is already dead. Very funny, and at the same time surprising to see him this sad.
There's one factor that you forgot. You can't kill what's already dead. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. You cannot kill what's already dead.
Besides this, Cyraxx seems to be considering getting off of the internet, especially the whole, evidences of him talking to underage girls came out. Of course, the reason he claims are the trolls, but there is this one time where he mentioned losing his 17 years old friendship with his childhood friend because the trolls were making of him, and that's why he is getting off of the internet.
Here I am! Go ahead and laugh, bitch! Go ahead and laugh! Go ahead! Because after this stream, I'm not coming back! I'm not coming back after this! Here I am!
What makes this whole argument so weak is that why would anyone leave their close friend just because a bunch of people on the internet made fun of him? And when you add to the fact that Cyraxx mentioned they were friends for 17 years, it just doesn't make sense. But this was just a rant, and obviously he didn't disappear from the internet. In addition to his rages, around the year 2021, Cyraxx was being more racist than he ever was, and he started being caught using slur words to address his trolls in his own live streams. Very creepy.
William, you dumb goof. You need to get over it, eh? You need to get the over it. You need to leave me and my crew and my family and friends the alone, you bitch ass boy. I'm tired of your goddamn kid.
But that's not all. Cyraxx has a history of using blatantly homophobic slurs. Yet, in a bizarre twist, around October 30th, he began dating a trans woman named Trisha. Suddenly, the same guy who had spewed hate was posing as an LGBTQ ally, even calling people out for misgendering his girlfriend. Hypocrisy at its finest.
What's up, guys? I'm making this video for anybody out there that is clearly misgendering my girlfriend here, who is talking Hey babe, you got anything you want to say? These assholes that keep calling you a dude.
I'm not a dude. Stop calling me a dude. I swear to God, I'll slit your throat. Stop calling me a dude. I am a dude. I am a bro.
That is true, guys. Like, y'all do need to knock off the whole misgender thing. I mean, literally, guys. Yes, she had the surgery as a kid. She even has said that to all of you. So, all you...
Besides being clearly offensive and also acting the tough guy around 2022, Cyraxx would back up and...
Aside from constantly running his mouth and pretending to be some street tough warrior, Cyraxx eventually started switching gears. But not because he grew a conscience or learned a lesson. No, this was just another angle. Around 2022, after years of getting absolutely obliterated by trolls, he slowly pivoted into victim mode.
He didn't drop the tough guy act completely. He still had those random rage-filled streams, but now he was mixing it with teary-eyed rants about being bullied and harassed for no reason. And that's when the delusions really hit overdrive.
One day, a tragic shooting happened near his house. A 13-year-old lost their life, completely unrelated to Cyraxx. But what did Cyraxx do? He ran to the police, claiming the shot was actually meant for him, and that people from the internet came to kill him. It was pure insanity. Even the police brushed it off, straight up telling him this had nothing to do with him.
One of these people drove up. Just stand there, Jim. Can you come inside?
Well, someone got shot in that car.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
This guy drove up 4 hours from where, Michigan?
Yeah. Or no, Massachusetts.
That's whatever.
Okay.
Just come and get in a fight with him up front.
Okay.
And we don't
Me
know.
and my boyfriend ran him off.
Okay.
I don't know if that is connected with this.
Yeah, it's completely unrelated. Young kid. Yeah, young kid.
Well, we don't
Shooting
know
started, huh?
We're not sure though, because when he
you think someone shot?
We don't know, because when he pulled up, he had several cars with him.
Okay.
And we don't know if it could be one of them or what. We don't know.
Why is someone trying to go after you from Michigan?
For no reason, because
it's been
going
harassment on the internet for
Okay.
going on for a long time.
These people.
What's your name and what's your name?
But Cyraxx wasn't done spinning. Traumatized, or at least pretending to be, he made a dramatic announcement. He was quitting the internet forever and becoming a boxer. And yeah, if that sounds familiar, it's because he's made this exact kind of exit speech at least a dozen times. And not once did he actually disappear. In fact, he never even took a 24-hour break from posting.
Shortly after, he uploaded one of the most hilariously unhinged videos in his collection, an official message to the CEO of YouTube. In it, he begged for protection, demanded action against his trolls, and made it clear he truly believed YouTube executives sit around watching his channel like it's CNN.
So after this, I'm going to be talking to my stepdad and my mom. And I'm going to talk to them about getting me into boxing classes so that I can start doing boxing full time. Because I don't want this for myself or my family. A little boy may have died because of something that these people were doing, trying to do to me. I don't know if it was aimed at me or not. And if you guys don't know what happened...
But here's the twist. While Cyraxx cries about being a victim, he also claims the trolls owe him money. Yeah, seriously. He says people like Biz Marty are making content off of his name, and that he deserves a cut. His logic, apparently being a walking disaster, is now a monetizable brand. According to Cyraxx, Marty alone owes him $2,000. Not for services rendered, just for existing and being trolled.
Just on Marty alone, I'm losing about $2,000. Like, I am literally losing money because these people are not paying me because they want to commit copyright infringement. Like, at the minimum, just for Marty alone, I'm losing out on about $2,000. That's not even counting the other bigger channels that are making money off of my content and off of me.
As a way to get revenge, Cyraxx started weaponizing the cops, calling the police over and over again on the very trolls who humiliated him. There was just one tiny problem. he didn't even know where they lived. So instead of reporting them to their local departments, Cyraxx just kept dialing up his own city's police, trying to explain internet beefs to confused Ohio officers who probably had better things to do, like literally anything else.
It's honestly sad how confident he was on those calls, thinking he was dropping some kind of tactical nuke when in reality, the trolls were sitting miles away, sipping soda and laughing while he screamed into the void. Meanwhile, they all had his address down to the street number, knew what his porch looked like, and could probably draw a blueprint of his entire basement from memory.
Around this same time, Cyraxx got himself caught in yet another creepy scandal, and this one's just straight up disgusting. While live streaming and ranting about Heather, he somehow forgot he was live, and then started touching himself right there on camera.
4 full minutes went by, 4 painfully awkward, deeply unsettling minutes, before Cyraxx finally realized he was still broadcasting to the world. And what did he do next? Take accountability? Apologize? Of course not. He immediately flipped the narrative to blame Marty for the whole thing, even though Marty wasn't even there.
Despite the absolute horror show in that stream, it didn't even take a few days for Cyraxx to crawl back online, back to his usual screaming, ranting, and blaming everyone but himself. And as if his meltdowns weren't embarrassing enough already, one stream ended with him literally himself on camera while raging about the trolls. No, seriously, mid-scream, full mess. You can't make this up.
If I wanted to, I could delete this channel tomorrow and start a brand new channel. And within 2 months, hell, maybe even a few weeks, I can make a whole new channel and have well over 1,000 subs within minutes. And I've proven that I can do that. And I have done it. Oh shit, y'all guys, it's storming out. Gotta go. Love you guys.
Months flew by with the usual back and forth between Cyraxx and the trolls, but on March the 29th, 2023, Marty dropped one of the hottest pieces of tea in the entire Cyraxx saga.
According to Marty, Jake, a shady friend of Cyraxx's stepfather Ed, might have had a very questionable relationship with Cyraxx, and this wasn't some random outsider either. Jake's name had already popped up in Cyraxx's orbit years ago. Back in 2018, Cyraxx made a video clowning Jake for being a poser in the Akron street racing scene. The drama? Jake claimed his busted 1995 Dodge Ram could smoke Ed's 2013 Ford F-150. Cyraxx, of course, went full cringe mode and mocked him like he was the next Vin Diesel, even though he's never actually driven a real car in his life, just raged on Need for Speed from his basement.
Yo, this guy. One thing about this crazy... Yeah, and that's why you never want to motherfucking drive. Holy...
What happens when you're on a V8?
This guy. Fair warning to anybody out there that wants to do a ride along with this guy, don't ever do this shit. Swear to God, one of these days, this is gonna kill me, y'all. If I die,
we both be dying too. You know that.
If I die, my girlfriend gets my channel. Actually, no, my brother Sean gets my channel. If I die, my girlfriend Julia, she gets everything else I own.
Which ain't much.
Oh. But the real crack came when Marty threatened to dox Jake unless Cyraxx danced on camera. Cyraxx refused, and Marty made good on his promise. Jake's full address and number went public.
And that's when things got weird. Marty alleged that Jake had been buying Cyraxx stuff in exchange for... Yeah, that's the claim. And as wild as that sounds, it kinda lined up with the timeline. Cyraxx suddenly showing off toys and random crap while still claiming he had no job. It didn't take long before people started wondering, is Cyraxx working for Jake in exchange for favors?
Even worse, Jake's not clean either. He has pending criminal charges, including some extremely disturbing accusations, stuff that mirrors the kind of filth Cyraxx has already been linked to.
I gotta throw this out there. Like I know there's a lot of trolling that goes on. I know that there's jokes and there's bait. But I've got a police report, so everyone who's skeptical or dubious, Hold your doubts. Prepare to be disgusted. Prepare to be disgusted. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's gross. I think the best bet is just dive right into the police report, right? To give like a full sense of actually going on here right now. Yeah, that's the best bet. That's the best bet. You'll see an Akron Police Department incident report involving one Jake Baroni, who we all of 70. Oh my lord, dude, yeah, you should be scared. You have every right to be scared. We all know that as Security Jake. Shout out to William Glory Hole once again. Lordy. That's right, RG. That's right, man. Investigation pending. Yeah, link to suspect's sibling. That's not dark at all, right? You know what? I'll do it moment by moment. Offense number 1: rape. Suspect assaulted. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Offense number 1: rape. Jake's brother. And here's a up thing here too. So put this in your pipe and smoke it. Jake always refers to, and let me throw this out there as well. Well, I guess the report will yield it, but how do I say this? Okay, I will say that Jake and Cyraxx do have a brotherly relationship, but currently Jake has regained his power, and now he's the hammer, and Cyraxx is the nail, and he's keeping him quiet by buying him toys, presumably, which is the same thing that happened with Jake as a younger man. And I don't want to portray Jake as a victim. He was, but by buying toys to shut up about getting boned in the ass, I don't know if he's somebody that we should necessarily feel sorry for him for, you know? Yeah, but that's my take on this, and I'm sorry for the delay.
And when Marty tried to call in some plumbers to Jake's place just to see how he'd react, Jake didn't let them in. Instead, he blew up at them, which only added more fuel to the fire that something shady is going down inside that house.
Cyraxx himself even said it out loud on stream. If I was still hanging out with Jake, I'd be 10 times worse than I am now, which is honestly terrifying considering how bad he already is.
As if all this wasn't already deranged enough, Cyraxx managed to land himself in yet another controversy, this time stepping off screen and straight into real-life trouble.
On June 25th, some random dude, likely one of Gyrax's countless trolls, showed up near Sally's house, holding a sign in protest of Cyrax's antics. The guy wasn't even trespassing. He was just standing there peacefully on the sidewalk, exercising his right to call out a Lolcow IRL. But Cyraxx? He wasn't having it. Bursting out of the house like a rabid chihuahua, he came charging at the guy, swinging a baseball bat.
Of course, in classic Cyraxx fashion, he got absolutely bodied in a matter of seconds, turning the supposed fight into yet another iconic meme moment in his endless saga of humiliation.
But here's the kicker. Later that same night, the cops rolled up to Sally's place and cuffed Cyraxx, and what followed was absolute comedy gold. Cyraxx completely lost it, shrieking and whining like a terrified toddler getting dragged to bed.
That's it. Let it all out. Let it all out, Cyraxx.
I want to know why you did this to me.
Because you're a child predator.
Okay.
That's okay.
21. Good. Hey, Chance, we're gonna have you turn around, put your hands behind your back for me.
Why?
Okay? What's that?
Why?
Because you're under arrest.
Why? Listen, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Relax.
What?
Stop, Chance.
What?
Relax.
Calm down.
Mom, please
Relax.
please.
Stop. Calm down.
I'm scared.
I know you are.
Mom, please. Please.
Don't scream. Chance. Mom is taken care of. What is he being arrested for?
Why? They were on our. Can I show you something?
We've been told that we can protect ourselves here.
Yeah. Sir, can I please just go? I swear to God. Sir, can I please? Sir, can I please, can I ask you something?
We've been asking you guys for help for a long time.
I understand. I've been out here dozens and dozens of times.
Sir, can I please, can I make a deal with you, please, sir?
We can't make deals, Chance.
You got shoes, Chance?
Mom, please.
Chance.
I don't want to go to jail. Listen, I protected myself.
Chance.
You don't understand.
I understand, Chance.
No, you don't.
Chance, come on.
No, you don't.
Take him with you. Okay.
Listen.
Tell him to get the f out of here.
Turn.
We'll tell him. Chance, turn around.
Turn.
Sir, I have been trying to.
Turn.
I have been trying to help me.
Chance, come on now.
They're gonna lock me up if I help you.
Why? Can I please talk to you?
It was peak Cyraxx drama, captured in glorious 4K.
Even funnier, when the police went around interviewing neighbors to gather evidence, every single one of them threw Cyraxx under the bus, clearly fed up with his non-stop antics. They all confirmed exactly what we already knew. Cyraxx was the aggressor, the one who ran out swinging first.
How many were there?
He was writing on his paper. And we know Chance. We've known Chance. We've lived here for 13 years now. And so we were kind of wondering, what he was doing. And when he showed us this sign, we said, oh, yeah, we realized we know about Chance. So my husband was doing some yard work and stuff. And so I kind of started watching what was going on. And I observed Chance come out of his house with the bat. And he was on the sidewalk. He did not approach the yard or come onto their property at all. Chance came out, ran out, and swung and hit him with the bat.
Despite all that, Cyraxx didn't sit in a cell for long, thanks once again to Sally. He was bonded out the very next day, ready to jump straight back into his usual dumpster fire of a life.
Hello. I'm calling with the information you requested from the Ohio Statewide Victim Information and Notification Service. Please listen carefully to this message. You are registered with us to receive updates about an offender whose name is Chance Wilkins, with offender ID 148939. This offender was released on June 26, 2023 for the following reason: bonded out. If you have any concerns about your immediate safety, contact your local law enforcement agency, or, if you have an emergency, call 911. For more information, contact Summit County Sheriff's Office. The telephone number is 330-643-2181. That number again, 330-643-2181. Vine information is also available at www.vinelink.com. This automated notification is sponsored by the Ohio Statewide Victim Information and Notification Service. It is our hope that this information has been helpful to you.
But if you thought Cyraxx's clown shows was finally slowing down, you'd underestimate just how bottomless this rabbit hole goes. By late May 2024, Cyraxx, already knee-deep in controversy, after months of embarrassing livestream meltdowns and scandals too chaotic to even touch, somehow found himself invited onto the infamous Lolcow live podcast. Before the episode even aired, Cyraxx, true to his nature, launched into a livestream rant against one of the hosts, Tommy C., signaling clearly that this was about to be another train wreck.
When the podcast dropped on June 2nd, it was pure gold for everyone except Cyraxx. He began by awkwardly fanboying over Wings of Redemption, and Boogie 2988, but it didn't take long for things to spiral. As soon as Tommy C asked even slightly challenging questions, Cyraxx erupted into a full-on tantrum, hurling insults at everyone, rage-quitting multiple times, and ultimately leaving viewers with another legendary clip in the Cyraxx Hall of Shame.
But as you probably figured out by now, these humiliations only scratch the surface. In January 2025, Cyraxx once again reminded everyone why he's the internet's most enduring laughingstock. Midway through another karaoke livestream, he abruptly left the frame, forgetting that viewers could still hear everything. Turns out Cyraxx literally couldn't hold his and yes, the audio captured every moment.
What's going on? Oh, God. All over the place.
It wasn't the first time he had an embarrassing accident on stream, but this one was especially humiliating because thousands heard it live.
Just as this incident seemed to fade into the endless loop of Cyraxx controversies, late January to early February brought shocking news. Cyraxx's arch nemesis, music Biz Marty, was reportedly dead. The community was shaken, tributes poured out, and even his critics showed respect. But Cyraxx? Of course, he couldn't resist making it about himself. He accused Marty of faking his death to dodge an absurd $10 million just in unpaid back taxes. A claim spoon-fed to him by another known troll, CIA hole. Classic Cyraxx, always managing to sink lower.
Yet, unbelievably, he somehow found an even deeper low to plunge into. On March 11th, 2025, TikTok star Tofia Slidell's family suffered a horrific carjacking tragedy, resulting in the death of her brother Donald. Any normal person would show sympathy, but Cyraxx saw it as yet another chance to victim play, quickly streaming multiple times to blame the tragedy on online trolls. He dramatically announced another indefinite hiatus from the internet, one nobody believed given his habit of daily attention-seeking streams. He even launched a change.org petition to criminalize trolling, which, predictably, was immediately hijacked by the very trolls he was attacking.
But as the cycle of backlash and controversy rolled on, June 20th, 2025 brought another explosive moment. During yet another late-night karaoke session at around 3 a.m., Cyraxx completely disregarded Sally's pleas for quiet, triggering a heated confrontation with Ed.
Hang on, 1 second. What?
Put it down. You wouldn't answer me.
You can't just call my phone.
No, I can't. No, I can't. It doesn't work that way.
How does it not work? I got text now.
Well, I don't have it.
You know you can call from your regular phone.
Oh,
Well, you can use your regular phone to call me on text now.
You've never told me that.
Yeah. I thought
You would hear it on your phone anyway. I think it's loud in your ears. Turn it down.
I kind of have to have it up for what I'm doing. I don't really have a choice.
Yeah, you do have a choice.
No, I don't. Not until I get a new setup, I don't.
Keep it down.
I do give her respect. Whatever. I do give her
Just
fucking
stop
respect.
it right now.
Hey! That's what you get, ass.
Get upstairs!
That's what you get. Knock it off. Yeah.
Get upstairs!
Go ahead, swing on me.
Get upstairs!
Go ahead, I'll knock you out. Swing on me, I'll knock you
You
out.
want me to call cops right now?
They ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, they will.
Like what? Go ahead. Do it.
Get upstairs! No!
You need to knock your shit. You need to knock. Violence ain't the answer. Now knock it off.
You're not gonna get hurt no more. Stop it! Stop it!
Yes.
Stop it!
Do that
What did you
again.
just break? What did you just break?
Nothing. He threw something at me. Go ahead. I have a right to fight back, you piece of shit. Knock it off with the violence, you yes. Violence ain't the answer. You too, boy.
Get out of here, Chance! Now!
You need to stop with the violence, Ed.
son of you causing violence. Oh, God damn it! Stop it, you two! Stop it! Oh, using violence. And at the end, give me a stop the violence. Stop it! Just get him.
Shouting, threats, thrown objects. It was absolute chaos. Poor Sally, once again forced to play referee between a grown adult throwing a tantrum and a fed-up stepfather.
Clearly, Cyraxx's self-inflicted circus shows no signs of slowing down, and it's impossible to cover every embarrassment, meltdown, and controversy he manages to create. But one thing's for sure, just when you think he's hit rock bottom, Cyraxx finds a new way to plunge deeper.
As long as the internet keeps watching, you can bet Cyraxx will keep spiraling. Forever chasing attention, forever fleeing accountability, and forever trapped in the chaotic loop he's...
We're going to the fucking jewelry store! We're going to the jewelry...
Millions know him as World of T-shirts, but behind that brand name is Joshua Block, a guy whose story honestly feels like watching a car crash in slow motion.
I don't drink for more than a couple hours. The shakes.
You know how some people get famous and handle it pretty well? Yeah, that's not what happened here. Josh went from being this genuinely excited kid who seemed amazed by everything around him to someone who's basically battling his own worst impulses every single day. We're talking about someone who's developed serious narcissistic issues, an ego that's completely out of control, and personal problems that he clearly can't handle anymore. The crazy part is how fast this all went down. Josh didn't gradually change over years and years. This whole transformation from beloved creator to unpredictable wildcard happened in what feels like the blink of an eye. And the really messed up part is, even though Josh is pulling in more views and followers than ever before, he's actually in the most dangerous position he's ever been in. The biggest threat to his success isn't other creators or changing trends. It's himself. Look, we don't know everything about Josh's childhood, but what we do know explains a lot about where his head is at today. His mom died from cancer a few years back, which is devastating for anyone, but especially for a young guy who was already trying to figure out his place in the world. Then you add in the fact that his dad has been in and out of rehab facilities dealing with serious addiction issues, and suddenly you understand why Josh's family situation is so complicated.
School starts tomorrow. How to fight back.
Both parents basically became unavailable at the same time, which meant Josh ended up living primarily with his grandfather, who became the only stable adult figure in his life. It was actually in his grandfather's house where the whole World of T-shirts thing started. Josh was just a kid living in a quiet house with his grandpa when he first decided to turn on a camera and start making videos.
Ever thought t-shirt shopping was a major hassle? Not with World of T-shirts, it's not. Here are 3 most popular designs.
Nobody, not Josh, not his grandfather, probably not even Josh's earliest followers, could have predicted that those simple videos made in that peaceful setting would eventually grow into the massive online presence that Josh has today, or that success would come with such a heavy personal cost. The real story starts when Josh hit 18 years old. He was putting out all kinds of content on TikTok, candy reviews, dancing videos, just random stuff that was getting decent views but nothing crazy. Josh was consistent with his uploads, and people seemed to like what he was doing, but honestly, none of us could have predicted what was about to happen next. Because one random day, Josh decided to take a trip into the city, and during that trip, he filmed what would become the video that changed absolutely everything for him. Josh started singing Empire State of Mind, and when he got to that Alicia Keys part, something just clicked.
In New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
The energy, the timing, the way he delivered those lines, it all came together perfectly. That single video would become his biggest hit and basically launch him into a completely different level of internet fame. Living in New York turned out to be the perfect setup for Josh's content creation. The city gave him endless material to work with, and he quickly figured out how to use that to his advantage. Sure, he was still making those dancing videos in his grandfather's kitchen, and honestly, those kitchen dancing videos might be some of the best content he's ever made. But now Josh had discovered this whole new world of street content. He started venturing out regularly. Through his eyes, he showed people what New York was really like. He gave his followers a genuine taste of city life that they couldn't get anywhere else. Once people saw that Empire State of Mind video, they wanted more of the same energy. Josh was smart enough to recognize what was working, so he kept making singing videos in different spots around the city.
Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
His TikTok following started growing like crazy, and millions of people who had never heard of him before were suddenly watching his content and hitting that follow button. The demand for more videos was intense, and Josh was more than happy to deliver. Josh became obsessed with feeding that audience. He wasn't just posting once or twice a day like most creators. He was putting out multiple TikToks every single day, and a lot of them were actually doing really well in terms of views and engagement.
Sugar do, honey, honey, you are my candy girl.
He completely shifted his focus away from the candy reviews and random dancing videos that got him started, and went all in on this new style of content that centered around his experiences in the city. The guy was dedicated, you have to give him that. The more content Josh posted, the more recognizable he became around New York. People started stopping him when they saw him walking around, asking for pictures, wanting to chat, just excited to meet the guy they'd been watching on their phones. You could see Josh starting to enjoy that recognition, maybe a little too much.
What's up, bro?
Looking back now, those street interactions were probably the first real warning signs of what was coming. Josh was getting his first real taste of what it felt like to be recognized and celebrated by strangers, and you could tell he was starting to get addicted to that feeling. When Josh's follower count started climbing into the millions, something inside him began to shift in a really noticeable way. Josh started charging absolutely crazy amounts of money for fans who just wanted to film a quick TikTok with him or take a simple photo. And when fans couldn't afford what he was asking for, Josh would just tell them no, without any explanation or apology. He wasn't even trying to be polite about it anymore. The weird thing about Josh during this time was how he seemed to want it both ways. He loved all the benefits that came with being TikTok famous, the money, the recognition, the special treatment, but he absolutely hated dealing with the basic stuff that comes with being a public figure.
What's your type of in woman, bro?
Pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Josh would get genuinely annoyed when people recognized him on the street and wanted to say hello or get a picture.
Get away from me!
I'll Venmo you $40 for a picture.
Josh, please.
Okay.
It's me! It's me! It's me!
Oh, chill! I'm joking.
Right around this time, Josh ended up meeting a guy named Michael Quinn, and this meeting would change everything about how Josh operated online.
Hey, we're at Ray's right here, drinking egg creams. A new wholesome image for World of T-Shirts 2024.
Yeah.
Support me, babe.
More egg creams, less drink.
You know it. Join me.
Michael Quinn became Josh's very first social media manager, and honestly, looking back, this might have been one of the worst things that could have happened to Josh's career and personal development. Michael is a man in his 40s who had spent years trying to make it as a content creator himself, but his own attempts at social media fame never really went anywhere. He was living in New York when Josh started blowing up, and instead of continuing to struggle with his own failed content career, Michael saw an opportunity and decided to reach out to Josh directly. From the moment they started working together, fans began questioning what exactly Michael Quinn was bringing to the table. People could see that Josh was making all the same types of videos he'd always made, but now there was this older guy hanging around who seemed to be benefiting financially from Josh's success without contributing much of anything meaningful. The relationship between Josh and Michael raised a lot of red flags for people who had been following Josh's journey from the beginning. Fans started wondering how much Michael was actually helping Josh versus how much he was just profiting off of Josh's existing popularity and talent.
And this scumbag's name is Michael Quinn, and he is a predator on World of T-Shirts and encouraging him to slowly
himself. His drinking is so out of hand that there's an entire account dedicated to tracking the amount of drinks he has. And this fucker is putting up crazy numbers. His blood alcohol content is damn near fatal on a regular basis. The biggest question I got is, what the hell does this dude Michael Quinn even do? He claims to be World of T-Shirts manager, but what do you manage? The only content World of T-Shirts posts is just him drinking in public, being a complete degenerate. It's not like you need to manage that. Like, what are you doing? That's not the content you need a manager for.
But if meeting Michael Quinn was the first major turning point in Josh's downward spiral, then turning 21 was definitely the second one. And honestly, it might have been even more destructive in the long run. There's a massive, undeniable difference between the Josh we saw before his 21st birthday and the Josh who emerged afterward, and that difference can be summed up in one word: alcohol. The moment Josh became legally allowed to drink, it was like a switch got flipped, and he never turned it back off. At first, Josh's drinking seemed pretty normal and social. He would go out to bars around New York with Michael Quinn, meet up with fans who were also out for the night, take some pictures, make some content, and generally just enjoy the nightlife that the city had to offer. It looked like typical young adult behavior, a 21-year-old exploring what it meant to be able to legally drink it and have fun in one of the best cities in the world for nightlife. But what started as occasional social drinking very quickly turned into something much more concerning and problematic.
I make more money than you! I bet you do. Why would you say that? Give me that f***ing phone!
The social drinking that happened a few nights a week became something that Josh was doing every single day. Whether he was making content, hanging out at home, or just going about his regular daily routine, alcohol became a constant presence in Josh's life.
What's up, babes? I just got off the phone with Josh. He sounds great. And actually his tour is going on tonight, even with the snow. He says he has about 15 to 20 people, man. It's gonna be wild.
During this whole thing, Josh and Michael Quinn launched what they branded as the World of T-Shirts New York Tour. Now, calling it a tour made it sound way fancier than what people were actually getting.
Let the tour begin!
Yeah!
Nobody can start the tour until you answer one question. Someone has to get it right. What does B-A-N-N-E-D mean on Tinder?
Ban!
Let's begin.
Essentially, Josh was charging fans to follow him around to different bars throughout the city. It was a clever way to monetize his popularity, but it also meant Josh was now getting paid to drink, which definitely wasn't helping his relationship with alcohol. Plus, it strengthened his partnership with Quinn, who was clearly benefiting from every aspect of Josh's growing fame.
If you ever wanted to know what it was like to go on a World of T-Shirts tour, I personally have not been on, but a lot of people have, and this account pretty much sums it up. They started off at a candy store. It's $50 per person. $50 for this tour, by the way. They went to a bar, and around the corner, they got a glass of wine. Then they went to the subway and rode it for like 15 minutes. They then got off in Brooklyn, went to a bar, went in, got another glass of wine, and then Josh goes, "I'm going home. My Uber's here." Important detail here, he also puked in the first bar. $50! And if you've seen the cameos he's done, you know he's always doing 50% off cameos, you've seen those? Yeah, you can only imagine what his tour is like.
Paid hangout sessions attracted all sorts of people, and not everyone had good intentions. Since this was before the whole put the fries in the bag phenomenon took off, troublemakers had to get creative with how they messed with Josh. They tried different tactics to see what would get him riled up. Josh had started referring to himself as the captain during this period, mainly because he developed this habit of wearing a captain's hat everywhere he went.
Captain of New York.
In New York!
Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
Still got it.
That hat became his signature look. You'd see it in every video, during every tour, basically whenever he stepped outside. One day during a tour, someone discovered Josh's ultimate weakness. They snatched his captain's hat right off his head and ran. Josh's reaction was explosive.
Where's the hat? Where's the hat?
The red guy in the red, in red.
Where is it? Where? I was wearing it and someone stole it.
Where? What's he? I think.
Oh God. Where's the fucking hat? Somebody stole it.
That single incident created a blueprint that people still follow today. hat theft became the go-to method for getting an extreme reaction from Josh. Michael Quinn basically took control of organizing these tour events, and looking back, it's pretty clear he knew exactly what kind of chaos they would create for Josh. The thing is, Quinn didn't seem to care about the negative effects, because the more dramatic and unpredictable Josh became, the more successful these tours got from a business standpoint. People were paying to see Josh at his most unfiltered, and Quinn was more than happy to provide that experience, regardless of what it was doing to Josh mentally.
So get this, many of the drinks that Josh has been posting recently are actually mocktails. There's no alcohol in it. He agreed, it's a good idea, it's great to socialize, and I'm just glad I'm such a great role model for him.
He's encouraged me to cut back on my drinking. That's what it is.
So Josh heading home sober before midnight is a beautiful thing. We call it the Quinn effect. You're welcome.
Quinn had this way of presenting himself as someone who genuinely cared about Josh's well-being. He'd make these public statements about how he was going to help Josh cut back on drinking and get his life together. He'd position himself as this responsible adult figure who was looking out for Josh's best interests. But if you actually watched what Quinn was doing, instead of listening to what he was saying, his actions told a completely different story about his real priorities.
You're gonna quit drinking, right?
No.
No?
I'll moderate my drinking.
What about quit altogether? What you think you should, maybe? What do you think, Dan? You think you should quit drinking?
No, I don't think I should quit. I should cut down, though.
You should cut down.
Cut down, yes.
Yeah.
The reality was that Michael Quinn had his camera out during some of Josh's absolute lowest moments. When Josh was at his worst, drunk, saying inappropriate things, acting completely out of line, Quinn was right there documenting it all.
I'll never get to see Italy ever again. It was a once-in-a-lifetime trip. I'll never get to see Italy ever again.
You know.
It was a once-in-a-lifetime vacation for me. What did I ever do? What did I do to deserve this? What did I do?
Some of the most controversial and damaging content from this period in Josh's career was literally filmed by the same guy who claimed he was trying to help Josh improve his behavior. Quinn was capturing Josh saying absolutely horrible things and then helping to put that content online where millions of people could see it. But one particular incident from this era that really changed how a lot of people viewed Josh. It's become known as the fish incident, and it's probably one of the most disturbing things Josh has ever done on camera. Josh was out fishing with one of his fans, just having what seemed like a normal day by the water. During the trip, Josh managed to catch a bluegill, which should have been a fun moment to share with his follower, doing what any normal person would do, either releasing the fish back into the water or keeping it to eat later. Josh made a decision that nobody saw coming. He stepped on the fish for absolutely no reason at all. There was no explanation, no logical purpose behind what he did. He just decided to kill this fish and acted like it was a completely normal behavior. What's really disturbing about the whole thing isn't just what Josh did, but how he looked while he was doing it. Josh usually doesn't show a lot of emotion or expression in his videos, so when you see him genuinely excited or happy about something, you know he's feeling some pretty intense emotions about whatever's happening. During the fish incident, Josh looked genuinely pleased with what he was doing. He even made a very disturbing reference in another video.
You touch me and I'm gonna just like I did to the fish.
Oh my god.
Now this fish incident could actually represent one of the worst things Josh has ever done, and it really marked a turning point in how people viewed him as a creator and as a person, because the comments were really something. Incidents like what happened with the fish completely changed how people saw Josh online. He wasn't the sweet kid making candy reviews and dancing in his grandfather's kitchen anymore. Now he was known as the guy who did disturbing stuff for no real reason, and that reputation stuck with him hard. Josh's image had shifted so dramatically that people started putting him in the same category as other controversial internet figures like Chris Chan and Daniel Larson.
Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 1700 somewhere.
A sneak peek of my new song, Something More. The moonlight in your eyes tells me it will be okay. When you're beside me, the world fades away.
Being grouped with creators known for their erratic and problematic behavior wasn't exactly the kind of fame Josh probably imagined when he started making TikToks. This new reputation led to some absolutely bizarre situations that nobody could have predicted. One of the strangest examples was when Josh actually ended up meeting Daniel Larson in person. Daniel had been manipulated by internet trolls into believing that Grace Vanderwall was staying somewhere in New York City, and they convinced him that if he traveled there, he'd have a chance to meet her. The trolls knew that getting Daniel to New York would probably result in him crossing paths with Josh, and they were right. Looking back, it's pretty obvious that a big part of why Daniel got manipulated into making this trip was specifically so that this meetup with Josh could happen. The trolls who convinced Daniel to come to New York knew it would create content, and they knew it would be embarrassing for Daniel, but they didn't care about the consequences for either person involved. They just wanted to see what would happen when two controversial internet personalities ended up in the same place at the same time.
My scores are 50. They are? Yep, yours are 40, I'm 50. Don't forget that $50 bill, guys.
When the meetup finally happened, Michael Quinn was right there with his camera rolling, making sure to capture every awkward second of the interaction. You could hear Quinn directing the whole thing like he was some kind of talk show host.
Daniel, say hello. This is Joshua Block. Let's see you shake hands. Shake hands, guys. Hi, Daniel. Good to see you, buddy. How you feeling? What's it like to meet Josh in person?
The whole situation was uncomfortable to watch because you could tell Daniel had no idea what was really going on, or why this meetup was being filmed. He seemed genuinely confused about the whole situation, but he tried to go along with it anyway. At one point, Daniel started singing parts of that New York song that Josh had made famous, but it came across as awkward and forced rather than natural or fun. The entire interaction felt exploitative from start to finish. Here were two people who were both dealing with their own issues and reputations online, being pushed together for the entertainment of people who didn't care about either of their well-being. Michael Quinn filming the whole thing just made it feel even more calculated and gross, like he was treating both Josh and Daniel as content to be consumed rather than actual human beings. By this point, Josh had been making content for barely 2 years, but the person on screen was unrecognizable from who he used to be. The fame mixed with constant drinking created this toxic combination that started eating away at whatever stability Josh had left. This is when we first started seeing those explosive meltdowns that Josh is famous for now. Back then, they weren't happening every day like they do today, and honestly, it looks like plenty of his worst moments never made it to camera during this period.
Back up on you! Hey, you stop it right there!
The Josh who used to light up singing Empire State of Mind was gone, replaced by someone who could snap at any moment. When people started recording his breakdowns, the clips spread like wildfire, and because nobody had seen anything quite like it. Once people realized how easily they could set Josh off, it became the sick game for trolls and content seekers. His outburst videos were getting millions of views, making them some of his most successful content ever. Josh was becoming more famous than he'd ever been, but for all the wrong reasons. Walking around New York became impossible for him because everyone knew his face and plenty of them wanted to see if they could make him lose it in person.
What a t-shirt! What a t-shirt! Put the fries in the bag! What a t-shirt!
The meltdowns kept escalating. And these weren't just bad moments anymore, they were becoming Josh's brand. People expected chaos when they saw a World of T-Shirts content, and Josh was delivering exactly what they wanted, even if it was destroying him in the process. Josh's constant run-ins with trolls started making him really resentful toward America as a whole, rather than looking at his own actions and wondering why these situations kept happening. Josh decided that the real problem was just American people being terrible. He genuinely believed that all his troubles were because of where he lived, not because his controversial behavior had made him famous around the world. This kind of thinking showed how disconnected Josh was becoming from reality.
Somebody get me out of this country! I want to go back to Italy! Why did I go home? I want to go to Italy!
What a lot of people don't know about Josh is that he absolutely loves going to different countries. The guy has visited more places than most people ever will, and he developed this weird belief that international travel was his escape route from all the drama. Josh thought that if he could just get out of the United States, he'd be able to go places where nobody knew who he was, and he could finally have some peace. Obviously, Josh didn't understand how the internet works, because his reputation had already spread way beyond American borders. The Iceland situation became one of the most talked about moments in Josh's entire career. He probably imagined Iceland as this quiet, remote place where he could wander around without anyone bothering him. Instead, Josh found himself surrounded by a bunch of young guys who knew exactly who World of T-Shirts was. These weren't random locals who happened to bump into him. These were people who had specifically sought him out because they knew his content.
I know.
Just like always, someone went straight for Josh's hat while he was broadcasting live, even thousands of miles away from New York. Josh was dealing with the exact same problems that had been plaguing him at home. The Las Vegas incident was somehow even more pathetic than what happened in Iceland. Josh had been walking around Vegas wearing the same disgusting shirt for over 5 days straight, which caught the attention of another content creator named Douglas Skates. Douglas wasn't trying to create drama or mess with Josh. He literally just wanted to give him a clean shirt, because the situation was getting genuinely gross to watch. Josh's response to someone trying to do something nice for him was to completely lose his mind and start running around the city. Josh was so paranoid and messed up that he couldn't tell the difference between someone trying to help him and someone trying to hurt him. These travel experiences proved that Josh's problems weren't about geography or American culture like he kept telling himself. No matter where Josh went, his reputation followed him, and his inability to handle normal human interactions was getting worse, not better. Josh's alcohol problem had reached a point where it was impossible to ignore. Anyone who saw him when he wasn't drinking could tell something was seriously wrong. The constant harassment from trolls and fake fans had pushed his paranoia through the roof. Instead of getting help, Josh was developing this massive ego that made everything worse. You could see it in how reckless he was becoming with his decisions. Early in 2024, Josh did something so stupid it's honestly shocking he didn't get seriously hurt. He got arrested for subway surfing, which is when people climb on top of moving subway trains. Not only was Josh dumb enough to try this incredibly dangerous stunt, but he was also drunk while doing it, making an already life-threatening decision even more insane.
Let him go. Let that man go. Oh, they got him. They got him.
Somehow Josh managed to walk away with just a warning instead of serious charges. And, surprisingly, it seems like the experience actually scared him enough to stop doing it. Maybe getting arrested while drunk on top of a subway car was finally enough to make him realize how close he came to dying. The arrest didn't hurt Josh's career, though. If anything, it made him more famous. Josh was experiencing success at a level he'd never reached before. His tours were selling out bigger venues, and his social media following was exploding across multiple platforms. Just a year earlier, Josh was still pretty niche, mainly known by his core fan base and people deep into TikTok culture. But after all the public breakdowns and crazy incidents, Josh had broken into mainstream internet fame where even casual social media users knew who he was. Josh's rising fame started attracting some really sketchy people who wanted to use his popularity to boost their own careers. The most dangerous of these was Jason Itzler, who calls himself Mr. Based.
Put the fries in the bag, Josh Block, you little bitch! Put the fries in the bag! Ha!
Based was part of this toxic streaming community called IP2, where people make content by walking around with cameras and creating or documenting whatever drama they can find. When Based noticed how much attention Josh was getting online, he immediately saw an opportunity to ride Josh's coattails to his own success.
9 countries!
Since they were both in New York, it wasn't difficult for Based to hunt down Josh during one of his public tours. When Based finally approached Josh, he started streaming the whole interaction, and it was clear from the beginning that this wasn't going to end well. Based was being aggressive and pushy while Josh was obviously trying to get away from him.
Hey, for the studio! What do you think? How am I gonna record it? Hey, they're not! You're doing a TikTok! Wait for them to stop donating! Never donate!
What really stood out during this incident was seeing the weird hierarchy that had formed around Josh. At the top you had his managers pulling all the strings. Then there were these random people from his tours who had somehow appointed themselves as Josh's protection squad, like that guy in the hat who kept telling Based to leave. And then at the bottom, you had everyone else just desperately trying to get close to Josh however they could. The desperation was genuinely uncomfortable to witness, but it showed how far people were willing to humiliate themselves for a chance at internet fame. The most disturbing part about this whole situation is that despite this terrible first meeting, Based somehow managed to worm his way into Josh's life. These two started streaming together on a regular basis, and then Bass gradually began taking over management duties that Michael Quinn used to handle. Anyone who knows about Jason Eager's past and the kind of person he really is should be genuinely concerned about him having any kind of influence over someone as mentally unstable as Josh has become.
Everybody, this is Mr. Based and Josh Block. We're at the doctor right now at MedMD.
Mayor Flanagan is paying for it. We can't thank him enough. You want to thank him?
Thanks so much, Flanagan.
Flanagan, you're the man. Everyone loves you. You were the mayor, and now you're just a beautiful person.
We're not going to spend forever on this, but you need to understand who Jason Eager really is before we talk about his influence on Josh. Going back decades, Jason was actually working as a street hustler in New York City. That's how he was making his money at the time, but believe it or not, that wasn't even the darkest part of his story.
Disgusting. I don't know if you guys know or not, but jail is so much worse than prison. Prison is much nicer and
So
more...
that's the upgrade, going to prison.
Yeah, but you're in prison for years, though. So.
What really makes Jason hated both online and in real life has to do with what happened to a young woman named Julia Suni back in 2010. According to the story, Julia met Jason's roommate Zolan at a nightclub in March 2010. She ended up going back to the apartment that Zolan shared with Jason, and sometime during that night, Julia died. Both Jason and Zolan ended up in court over what happened, but somehow Jason managed to avoid any real consequences, while his roommate didn't. The really disturbing part is that Jason actually admitted to taking the same substance that was found in Julia's system when she passed away. Despite this horrific background, Jason somehow convinced Josh to start working with him more closely. After spending months trying to get Josh to collaborate, Jason finally wore him down. Josh started going back to Jason's apartment where they would do live streams together, giving everyone a preview of the absolute chaos that was about to become Josh's new normal.
Start over. Let us stay young and let us live for I messed up again.
Josh and Jason weren't just streaming from the apartment, though. They actually tried to break into the music industry for a while, similar to what Daniel Larson was attempting around the same time. They'd rent out recording studios and try to make songs, but nothing they produced was any good. The only memorable thing about their music phase was how they would completely trash the studios they rented, and Josh would have massive freakouts during recording sessions.
Bring the booze! That's what we do! We bring the booze! We bring the booze to you!
But Jason's real genius was figuring out that Josh was perfect for live streaming on the streets. Jason recognized that Josh's terrible reactions to text-to-speech donations and his complete inability to filter himself made him a content goldmine. Josh would sometimes push back against the more extreme stuff, but that was nothing compared to what was coming next, because this is when the put the fries in the bag era began.
Put the fries in the bag! We call it bitch!
We're fries.
That's not nice. You can't say that to me. I make $120K a year.
Put the fries in the bag became the most famous phrase in World of T-Shirts history, and it started with Josh being a jerk to some random fast food employee. What Josh didn't realize was that by insulting this worker, he was creating a weapon that people would use against him for years. When people say, put the fries in the bag to someone, they're basically calling them a failure who should be working minimum wage jobs. So when trolls started saying it to Josh, he took it as the ultimate insult.
Just put the fries in the bag, Josh.
During his worst meltdowns, Josh would scream about how he's a sole proprietor, while also admitting he only makes around $60,000 a year, which he somehow sees as terrible money. The whole thing is hypocritical because Josh created this insult by using it on an innocent fast food worker, but now he acts like people saying it to him is the worst thing in the world. He's literally compared it to a slur, which is insane given how this all started.
Put the fries in the bag, John! Put the fries!
At first, people would only say it occasionally, more as a joke than anything serious. But Josh's reactions were always explosive. Josh genuinely believes that anyone who says this phrase to him deserves to get physically attacked. It doesn't matter if it's a man, woman, or even an inanimate object. Josh will go after whatever he thinks is responsible. Most of Josh's attacks are pretty pathetic, though. I honestly think he's mainly trying to scare people rather than actually hurt them. As more and more people started using the phrase, Josh's reactions got increasingly unhinged and violent. One streamer took it to an absolutely insane level when he found Josh at some small restaurant, and this guy said, "Put the fries in the bag," so many times in a row that Josh looked like he was having a complete mental breakdown. The reaction was so intense it looked like Josh was being possessed by demons or something. After getting hit with the phrase dozens of times, Josh completely lost it. "I hate this stupid country. I want to go home. I want to go to Italy. Call the cops." I still don't understand why this particular insult affects him so deeply. Josh travels all over the world, lives however he wants, and doesn't answer to anyone. But he's so obsessed with money and status that none of his actual advantages matter to him anymore. Josh was making enough money to take multiple international vacations, and his first major trip was to Germany. He probably thought he'd be able to enjoy the beer and castles without dealing with trolls, but Josh still hadn't learned that the internet doesn't respect borders. Put the fries in the bag had become a global phenomenon. Even in Germany, people knew exactly how to set Josh off. Josh was dealing with the exact same harassment thousands of miles away from New York. Josh constantly talks about how much he hates the United States and how he wants to move to Europe permanently. But his international trips prove that geography isn't his problem. His reputation and behavior follow him everywhere he goes. His trip to Los Angeles was just as chaotic as Germany, with people tracking him down and saying the same things that drive him crazy in New York. Back home, Josh was having public meltdowns almost daily, and a lot of them weren't even being filmed. People living in New York would literally hear Josh screaming in the streets from their apartments. Luckily, some of them had the sense to record these moments.
I make $5 grand a month! I make $80K a month, okay?
The fact that Josh was contradicting his own salary claims while having a breakdown just showed how disconnected from reality he'd become. Nothing was ever going to be enough for him, no matter how much money he made or how famous he got.
Hello?
Hey, you! I make $100K a year!
Hang up.
I make $100K a year!
The combination of Jason's streams and Josh's public meltdowns had launched him to a level of fame he'd never experienced before. They were pulling in thousands of viewers on YouTube, and even though Jason was definitely using view bots to inflate the numbers, there were still plenty of real people watching. Josh's growing popularity started attracting bigger social media creators who wanted to collaborate with him, including appearances on dating shows and podcasts. One of these collaborations got particularly uncomfortable when Josh appeared on a dating show and got confronted about his history of using racial slurs.
You did that?
No, I didn't say the N-word. I just stomped on the top of a car.
But you also kicked a lady and said the N-word to a black guy.
No, I didn't say the N-word. I just...
Josh's drinking problem had moved way beyond just liking to party. The physical symptoms were becoming impossible to hide. Josh would shake uncontrollably whenever he wasn't completely drunk, which is a clear sign of alcohol dependency. His body literally couldn't function normally without constant booze in his system. The combination of physical addiction and the mental stress from constant put the fries in the bag harassment was destroying whatever stability Josh had left.
my hands are shaking, I'm nauseous all day. Every time, like, if I don't drink for more than a couple hours, the shakes come back. I don't know why. I haven't been hungry in a year. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't sleep. I can't eat. Nauseous. I don't know what's wrong with me.
His tours were still basically just organized drinking sessions, but now they attracted way more trolls who specifically came to mess with him. The crowds were getting bigger and more hostile, turning what used to be casual bar visits into chaotic scenes. The situation was spiraling completely out of control. Trolls had figured out where Jason's apartment was, and would show up outside the building, yelling things through the windows during live streams. Sometimes Josh would want to call the police, but other times his anger would override his fear and he'd run outside to confront whoever was bothering him.
I need police, I'm scared. There's guys climbing the windows in our house.
What's really suspicious is how much money Josh was actually seeing from all this. Josh claimed he was making over $100,000 a year, but I seriously doubt most of those donations were reaching him. Jason had complete control over all the streaming accounts and donation systems. Whenever someone tried to help Josh set up independent streaming on his own phone, one of Jason's associates would immediately delete it. As Josh got more famous, his breakdowns became more frequent and more intense. Some of his worst moments came from text-to-speech donations that would send him running through the streets screaming. Josh's paranoia during these episodes was getting worse. He'd be running around the city convinced people were after him.
We're going to the f***ing jewelry store! We're going to the jewelry store. I'm calling us an Uber. We're going there now. Can we do like a temporary fix for now? No! I don't want to wait that long!
Ironically, these meltdowns only made Josh more famous. His breakdowns were being shared across every social media platform, and chances are good that you know someone who's seen at least one clip of Josh losing his mind. World of T-shirts had reached peak popularity, but that fame came with the cost of Josh never being able to have a normal moment in public again. Josh couldn't even go to a bar and drink in peace anymore. Every time he went somewhere, people would recognize him and either want pictures or start trolling him. The fame that Josh thought he wanted had turned his life into a constant nightmare.
Oh my god.
Josh still refuses to accept that his problems follow him everywhere he goes. He's convinced that America is the source of all his troubles, so whenever he plans a trip to another country, he gets genuinely excited thinking he'll finally escape the chaos. But like clockwork, every international trip ends in disaster, because his reputation has spread globally.
They catch you lying, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you get screwed.
But like Canada, as soon as you cross the border, it does a full background check. It does, because the US and Canada share the same systems. People with a DUI in Canada can't come to the US.
Really? Like completely banned?
Yeah. People with DUIs in the US can't go to Canada, and people on the other side can't come to the US. They share the same system.
Josh claims he wants to relocate to Europe permanently, specifically Italy, because he thinks Europeans are somehow more civilized than Americans. He genuinely believes that changing his location will solve problems that are actually caused by his own behavior and reputation. Josh doesn't understand that it's not about geography, but about who he's become as a person. His Ireland trip proved this point perfectly. If anything, Josh might be even more recognizable there than in Germany.
Yes, that wasn't me. How did you even get on this bus?
What are you talking about, dude? I just walked on.
There's a prize in the bag.
You okay or something?
In New York, Josh's tours have completely lost their original purpose. Now people are basically paying money just to get close enough to yell, "Put the fries in the bag," at him and film his reaction. The same scenario plays out multiple times every week, and Josh's responses to trolling have escalated from annoyed reactions to genuine violence. But this aggressive behavior really solidified during his infamous Japan trip. Josh's time in Japan became one of the most controversial periods in his entire career, and it really showed who he is underneath all the fame and alcohol. The trip started normally enough. Josh seemed genuinely excited to experience a different culture and maybe find some peace away from his usual problems.
I was constipated for a month, and then I made a big shit.
In Japan?
Yeah, and my toilet's still backed up. I didn't bother to call maintenance because my toilet's still backed up, and I have to keep the door to the bathroom closed. My bathroom smells like a sewer.
But within days, Josh was getting recognized constantly throughout Japan, and since he wasn't live streaming most of the trip, the footage we have comes from random people who happened to encounter him. This means there are probably way more incidents that never got recorded. Reportedly, after one particularly bad public freakout where Josh attacked people in the street, a Japanese citizen actually performed a citizen's arrest and dragged Josh to the police. People thought Josh might finally face real consequences for his behavior, but he was released with just another warning.
Josh Block was arrested in Japan. Josh Block is currently in Japan, and he's wanting the full experience, including going through their jails. He was picked up by Japanese police after crashing out on people in the middle of the street, because of course they triggered him by saying, "Put the fries in the bag."
What Josh did next was probably even worse than his public meltdowns. According to the news flying, after getting out of a taxi, Josh decided to insult the driver. The nerve of visiting someone else's country and then calling one of their citizens an immigrant shows how twisted Josh's worldview has become. It also reveals that Josh sees immigrant as an insult, which says everything about his character. Around this time, Jason and Josh had signed some kind of deal with a streaming platform that supposedly pays Josh $400,000 per year. How much of this money Josh actually sees is questionable, especially since he's more interested in traveling and drinking than actually streaming consistently. I don't think this arrangement will last long given Josh's lack of commitment to the work. What's most surprising about the Japan footage was seeing how many people knew who Josh was. He was visiting popular tourist spots and getting recognized constantly, which really shows how globally famous World of T-Shirts has become. Josh somehow made it back from Japan without getting arrested or seriously hurt, which honestly was shocking. We really thought that trip would end with him in a Japanese prison, but it turns out his luck was about to run out in a different way. Shortly after returning home, Josh's drinking finally caught up with him during what's now called the mall incident. We don't have footage of what actually happened, but the accepted story is that Josh attacked a police officer and other people while extremely intoxicated. He was so drunk they couldn't even take him to jail. He went straight to the hospital. Josh was supposed to be held for 72 hours, but after threatening to sue and Jason showing up, the hospital released him. The only real consequence was his diagnosis of pancreatitis, inflammation of the pancreas caused by excessive alcohol consumption. This condition can be lifelong and potentially fatal, but even after experiencing the pain and getting the diagnosis, Josh continues drinking. Josh's family has become increasingly worried about his declining health and his relationship with Jason. His grandfather, who raised Josh during his early TikTok days, is especially concerned. In a recorded phone call with someone he thought was Michael Quinn, Josh's grandfather was brutally honest about the situation.
Well, we've been trying to get the police to do something with him. We've been, he's been to hospitals and so forth, and they won't do anything. Nobody can do anything. He has he is disabled, as you probably realize, and we have his caseworker. His caseworker's boss, the regional director. Nothing you can do about him unless he committed a crime. So there's nothing I can do.
Grandfather understands the severity of the medical situation, even if Josh doesn't. The contrast between 2020 Josh and current Josh is shocking. He went from being known for singing songs in New York to being known for constant drinking and violent outbursts. His body physically cannot sustain this lifestyle much longer. He'll either have to completely change his habits and commit to being a professional content creator, or let his addictions and behavior destroy him completely. Based on everything we've seen, Josh shows no signs of choosing the healthy path. So this was all about Joshua Block. Please drop in your useful feedback and comments about this video. Ever since the early days of the internet, there always have been figures whose behavior is so bizarre it's almost impossible to believe. But only a few are so disturbing that the internet keeps talking about them even long after they've disappeared from the spotlight. Meet Daniel Robert Larson, a man so delusional he believes he's an A-list celebrity in desperate need of personal security, despite being homeless for over 3 years and unable to even afford a place to live. And it doesn't stop there. Daniel also believes he's well known enough to run for president, a claim that's earned him the ironic nickname from his fans, Mr. President.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I am planning on running for president in the future.
Now, what makes these delusions even more unnerving is that Daniel considered himself a celebrity long before the internet crowned him as an A-level lolcow. This inflated self-image fuels nearly everything he does. Perhaps the most infamous of these fantasies is his belief that he's been in a years-long relationship with singer Grace VanderWaal, despite the fact that the two have never spoken to each other.
This message is to Grace VanderWaal and to the fans. We are officially dating. Grace VanderWaal has told me to make this public. We are officially dating. So please, everyone, stay tuned.
The obsession became so alarming that Grace's mother, Tina VanderWaal, contacted Daniel directly and asked him to leave her daughter alone. He didn't. In fact, the Grace fixation became one of the single most defining and disturbing aspects of Daniel's online presence, showing up in countless videos. And yet, even this pales in comparison to his other behavior. Constant harassment of strangers, fights with innocent employees at restaurants, and an unmistakable predatory undertone that has become crystal clear over the years. Daniel Larson's story isn't just strange. It's darker, more complex, and more disturbing than most people could ever imagine. Daniel Larson was born on November the 15th, 1998, to a very young mother, Elizabeth Scheimer, just 22 years old at the time, and an even younger father, James Travis Larson, who was only 20. From early on, Daniel's unusual physical appearance, particularly his facial features, sparked speculation that he might have fetal alcohol syndrome, a permanent condition caused by alcohol consumption during pregnancy. Elizabeth's young age and probable immaturity at the time only fueled that rumor, though there's no concrete proof he has FAS. What is confirmed, however, is that Daniel has been diagnosed with autism, bipolar disorder, and, most debilitating of all, schizophrenia. His mother has even stated that he would sometimes hit her and his grandmother because he couldn't recognize who they were. As a toddler, Daniel often played with a neighbor's dog, until a tragic accident occurred. The dog impaled itself on a fence spike while trying to jump through, dying instantly. Daniel, of course, was too young to have done it intentionally. Still, the way he recalls it now feels unsettling and eerily detached. Maybe the earliest glimpse of the disturbing tone that would later define his life?
Did you guys know I am an animal? When I was a toddler, still in preschool, My neighbor had a dog, and that dog loved to play with me. I loved it when that dog got on top of me and rolled around. But that dog ended up, there was like a fence, right? And I was chasing this dog. And the dog started to jump over the fence. And you know, these fences sometimes fences have these little spikes on the fence. It went straight down, right through his chest and killed him.
Daniel has also claimed in multiple videos that his mother mistreated him when he was little. At first, this seemed unlikely. Most evidence suggested Elizabeth loved him deeply. But his grandmother later confirmed the did happen. In 2010, when Daniel was 14, Elizabeth and James split up. James saw Daniel as a lost cause, while Elizabeth still clung to hope he'd grow into a normal, functioning adult. That hope didn't last. She became neglectful and aggressive, leading Child Protective Services to remove Daniel from her care.
So did your mom, like, no, not to like bring up like bad memories, did your mom you?
Whoever wins this point wins. Just, I want to say neglectful.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So,
and then your grandma
growing
took you
up,
in,
I
right?
was moving house to house to house.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you know how homelessness is just bad,
yeah,
it was kind of like the same thing. I never had a place to call home.
That sucks, dude. I'm sorry.
Basically, there was a lot of neglect in my life, mostly my mother, and I was taken away from her at a young age, in and out of foster home.
He was placed in the Tennyson Center for Children, a foster care facility in Denver, where he stayed for about a year and a half. His story even appeared on a KWG and is an NTV documentary about the center. Shortly after, his grandmother Nancy Scheimer moved from California to Colorado to become his legal guardian, raising him from 2012 until 2019. Despite Nancy's guardianship, Daniel still lived off part-time at the center, with her visiting to support him. It was during this period that Daniel developed his lifelong obsession with becoming an actor or singer.
I like theater. I love to act. I want a storm chase when I get older. Hopefully I'll be on the news one day.
But even on camera, something felt off. In the documentary, Daniel, 14 at the time, acted like a child half his age, behavior that could be tied directly to his mental impairments. Despite Daniel being low profile in this era, there's one event from November 6, 2017 that stands out as a disturbing milestone, the first recorded act of violence from Daniel Larson, long before his internet infamy began. On that day, Daniel was charged with third-degree assault against both his wheelchair-bound mother, Elizabeth Scheimer, and his grandmother, Nancy Scheimer. According to Denver County criminal records, he was accused of his mother and damaging property. He was found guilty and sentenced to about 45 days in jail, with his age and mental health issues taken into consideration. But as it turns out, this wasn't the first time Daniel had lashed out physically at his disabled mother. It was simply the first time the situation escalated to the point where police were called. What makes it even more twisted is Daniel's later reaction to the incident. When asked about it in 2021 after he became infamous, he showed no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he insisted that his mother deserved it, and refused to even acknowledge that what he did constituted.
I decided to push my mother out of the way one time when she cornered me when I was 18. And they called, and I went to jail for 45 days. But if my mother was the one that was me my whole life and never got in trouble, and I did one thing to her and went to jail for 45 days. I did one thing, she did like 150 things. She should be the one to get the blame. In the end, God has the golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated. So she actually well deserved that one thing for what she did.
The claims that Daniel made in that video were extreme, accusations of neglect. But much of it doesn't add up. For example, Daniel alleged that his father forced him to smoke cigars. However, his father, Travis, had already cut off all contact when Daniel was just 10 years old, making that scenario highly unlikely. Adding to the contradictions, Elizabeth herself publicly commented under a YouTube reaction video by Papa Goot, stating, "Papa Goot, I am his mother. He lies. He went to jail because he hit me and his grandmother was dying." After serving his short sentence, Daniel was released back into Nancy's care. But even during this relatively quiet stretch of his life, his eccentricity was starting to show online. In November 2018, he created his first YouTube channel. While it only had a few videos, one in particular stands out. Daniel, dressed like a cowboy, singing loudly on the street, a strange yet almost comedic preview of the bizarre public performances that would later define him.
Candle
Turn all the lights down low. Baby, let's just lose control.
For a brief moment, it actually looked like Daniel's life might stabilize. With Nancy and the Tennyson Center for Children working together, his violent outbursts were under control, and the many mental health struggles he lived with since birth were being managed. But all of that would change in July 2019, when Nancy passed away from cancer. That moment marked the beginning of an entirely new chapter in Daniel's life. The chaotic, unhinged era that most people now associate with his name.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just wanted to say rest in peace to Nancy Schreimer, my grandmother. Thank you for supporting me with my career. See you someday in heaven.
In the aftermath, a man named Bob Proctor stepped in to try and fill Nancy's role. Bob and Daniel had met through a reading club, and Bob had also been close friends with Nancy, a connection that made him feel personally responsible for Daniel's well-being. Over time, Bob became not only Daniel's guardian, but also, in Daniel's own words, his music career sponsor.
Who funds your music career? If you've
So-
only made $400, is it Bob or?
It is Bob currently.
Yeah.
He did say he will do one more song.
Okay.
And so after that one, I will have to take over.
Of course, sponsor here simply meant that Bob occasionally paid for royalty-free beats so Daniel could record over them. Daniel's music, however, was nothing short of cringeworthy, bizarre, off-key, and riddled with the same delusions that fueled every other aspect of his life. Here's just one example, which honestly stands out as one of his better works compared to some of the truly unlistenable stuff he's uploaded over the years.
I just wish you weren't 1,000 miles away, but because I'll see you one day.
What's most fascinating, and unsettling, is that Daniel believed he was already a world-famous singer, long before the internet started recognizing him as an A-tier lolcow. That delusion only grew when he began posting on TikTok in early 2020 under a now-banned account at Daniel Larson Fans. Even his username was built around the fantasy that he had a huge fan base running dedicated accounts for him, when in reality, no one was watching at the start. But Daniel's erratic behavior began attracting attention. He posted songs, made grand announcements about his career, and responded to every single comment as though it were absolute truth. And this is where things started spiraling. The trolls, who had not started as passive onlookers, shifted into direct real-life participants in Daniel's world. They made him believe he'd been signed to various non-existent record labels, a scam that played out over and over again. Each time, Daniel fell for it without hesitation.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I am signed with Party House Records and Interscope Records. I am not signed with any other record labels. For all my fans that think I am with a different record label, do not believe it. The only record label I am with is Party House Records and Interscope Records. Thank you.
From here, the antics escalated from harmless cringe to something much darker. In one instance, trolls posing as record label managers convinced Daniel to post a video declaring that he loves CP, which he did without a second thought.
Hello everyone, this is Daniel Larson. I love CP.
When backlash hit, Daniel tried to claim that by CPs he meant Club Penguin, but the trolls didn't stop. They kept inflating his ego, pushing his delusion of being a world-class celebrity to the point where, in July 2020, Daniel announced that he was running for president of the United States. This is where his now infamous nickname, Mr. President, was born.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I am planning on running for president in the future.
The presidential aspirations didn't last long. Just 4 days later, Daniel pivoted away from politics to announce the release of his very first music album. But by August 23rd, 2020, he was back to politics again, this time claiming that his earlier announcement had been casual. But now he was officially running for president. He genuinely seemed to believe that his small online following could put him in the White House.
So, in the year 2024, I'm going to be starting my presidential campaign.
This period marked the start of Daniel's true viral era. His TikToks began pulling in over 1 million views, and many began comparing him to Chris Chan, not because of any creative output, but because of his volatile personality, delusional statements, and unorthodox public appearances. 3 months later, in October 2020, Daniel had already become a recognizable name in certain online circles, and that's when something unintentionally hilarious started happening in his videos. The fog. Because of Daniel's uncontrollable temper, he once smacked his phone so hard that it permanently damaged the lens. From that moment on, every video he posted had a blurry, cloudy filter. Not by design, but by accident. Viewers flooded the comments telling him to wipe the lens or replace the phone, but Daniel seemed completely unbothered. He just kept pumping out content like nothing was wrong, even as the audience became fixated on what they jokingly called the fog. It became such a running joke that trolls eventually labeled this stretch of time the fog era. From the outside, it looked like Daniel had no clue how to fix it, and the blurry visuals persisted well into early 2021. Then a full year later, Daniel finally addressed it, claiming that his managers had told him to put tape over the camera and then remove it. Of course, nobody believed him, and the explanation only added fuel to the joke.
During the entire fog era, my entire management told me to put tape over my camera and remove it for extra publicity.
During this period, Daniel also began posting increasingly questionable videos. Some were absurd in a harmless way, like the time he posted his personal phone number online, announcing to the world that he was single.
Hello, my name is Daniel Larson. I am single. Please give me a call at 720-812-4149 if you want a date. Thank you.
But not everything was lighthearted. On October 23rd, 2020, things took a much darker turn when Daniel went live on TikTok with 2 children who appeared to be under the age of 13, sitting together in the same room as him.
Alright, I'm live right now, guys!
During the same period, Daniel had been taken in by a family who already had a son and a daughter. The son's name has never surfaced in Daniel's lore, likely because he kept a low profile and distanced himself from the chaos. But the daughter's name, Brianna, would go on to become infamous. Daniel was given a room in their home and allowed to interact freely with the siblings, something that on paper might sound like an act of kindness, but in hindsight was a massive mistake. In one particularly disturbing livestream, the family's son was speaking to the camera when Daniel, clearly visible in the background. This wasn't just creepy, it was outright disturbing given that Brianna appeared to be far too young for such contact. And the fact that Daniel did this in front of a live audience made it even more stomach-turning, which obviously was as baffling as it was disturbing. But Daniel didn't stop there. Just a few days later, he posted another video where Brianna was sleeping in a bed directly in front of him, in a way that came across as deeply questionable. This understandably triggered outrage among viewers who had been watching all of this unfold, with some even speculating that Daniel might be the P-word. Unfortunately, this claim began to hold more weight as trolls started circulating more videos that seemed to further support it. One such example was a video where Daniel, while in the shower and shirtless, stated that he was going to make a video with his sister, referring to Brianna in a way that was both bizarre and unsettling.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to do a video with my sister. I hope you all enjoy. Stay tuned for more videos with me and my sister.
After this, Daniel tried to clear his name, but only made himself look worse by constantly contradicting his own statements. In one response, he claimed that Brianna was his half-sister, insisting he could never do anything inappropriate because of that. Yet in another post, he referred to her as a close friend, which completely undermined his earlier claim. The truth is simple. Brianna is not Daniel's half-sister. Both of Daniel's parents, Elizabeth and Travis, have long since cut him off due to his history of them, and neither would ever allow him to live with or be around their children. This makes Daniel's half-sister excuse a blatant lie, and the situation all the more unsettling. But it didn't stop there. Just days later, Daniel posted some of the most disturbing tweets of his known history, openly projecting his darkest kinks. Among them were comments suggesting Brianna would grow up to be a star, and even going as far as posting the hashtag #, BriannaPeas. At the time, nobody had confirmed Daniel's alleged pee fetish, but that changed 2 years later in 2022, when leaked DMs surfaced of him openly admitting his fascination with P. In hindsight, these tweets were a glaring case of Daniel projecting his fetish onto Brianna, making this just one of the many deeply disturbing things he's put out into the public. Presumably, Daniel ended up getting kicked out of the house. How could he not? And while it seemed like the Brianna backlash had finally died down, it didn't. In fact, it got even bigger and messier. People on the internet kept confronting Daniel about it, refusing to let it go. Daniel would soon be investigated by the police, but instead of trying to make any sense at all, or even addressing all those evidences that clearly paint him as the villain here, Daniel doubled down and started claiming that the whole thing is just a conspiracy against him made by a few people who want his life ruined.
He said 2 of your care providers came forward about, like, sexual assault or something, and you had to do a lie detector test?
So you know the young girl, Brianna?
Yeah.
What's very, very weird is they're having somebody, or they're claiming to have talked to somebody of the name of Brianna. Okay? All my understanding. And they're claiming that possibly, you know what I mean? Like there's zero proof, and it's just one person coming forward.
Yeah. Well, was there another person, too? Because I thought you said...
Exactly. And so, at this point, they have zero proof to go by. And if the Secret Service agent wants to actually have a meeting with the real Brianna now, you get her side of the story.
While it is obvious the police got involved in this situation, we don't know for sure what happened afterwards, but what we know is that the name Brianna will keep appearing again and again in Daniel's lore ever since after. Even 3 years later, Daniel posted a video claiming he wasn't allowed to talk about Brianna, possibly because the case was still under police investigation. But then came an even more disturbing twist. Daniel made a shocking post outright admitting that he had Brianna. The confession was both confusing and horrifying, until just minutes later he walked it back, claiming he had been blackmailed into saying it and didn't actually mean it. Given Daniel's history of blindly believing whatever people told him, the blackmail claim might actually hold some truth, but that doesn't clear him either. It's entirely possible that something did happen between him and Brianna, something serious enough to warrant silence, denial, and years of deflection, and that's what keeps this whole situation shrouded in uncertainty. 5 years later, it remains one of the most disturbing and unresolved chapters in Daniel's entire saga. Never fully explained, never fully forgotten. Daniel's also caught defending other known files like EDP-445 by saying this.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just wanted to shout out the YouTuber EDP-445. I am sorry for the allegations against you. I am sorry. We are in this together. I have been there too. I hope we could possibly collaborate in the future.
Around this same period, Daniel made one of the most self-incriminating statements of his entire career, openly claiming that he possessed 500 megabytes of CP. A statement like this, if taken seriously by law enforcement, could land someone in prison for years. Given Daniel's behavior of being so gullible, at first many people took this either as a joke, or trolls make him say it instead of believing literally what he said. But this would be proven to be false, as days later Daniel's disturbing Pinterest account would be leaked by none other than Flexburger, a troll so well known in the entire Daniel's lore. You can see him as the music Biz Marty of Daniel Larson. This account, under the username Hollywoodlers20, contained highly inappropriate images of young girls, including photos of Grace VanderWaal and Darcy Lynn, both under 16 at the time. To make matters worse, the Pinterest also featured disturbing content related to and the age of consent in various states. These accusations alone could have been career-ending for anyone, but Daniel's responses only made him look worse. In one instance, he claimed he didn't even know what Pinterest was, mispronouncing it as Printrest while visibly holding back laughter, making it obvious he was trolling.
Somebody was telling me of some type of social platform called Pinterest. Huh. I wonder what type of printer it uses.
As backlash grew, trolls arranged a Zoom meeting to confront him directly. They asked why he was re-uploading videos of underage girls to his TikTok and YouTube. Daniel's explanation? That a fake record label called Fine Dining had hacked him, a lie that fell apart immediately since he still had full control of his accounts. And even if those were hacked, It didn't explain the disturbing content on Pinterest, which had been created long before his online infamy or the appearance of these so-called hackers. Daniel then shifted blame to his own family, saying his parents were not trustable and implying they might have made the account, another obvious fabrication. It didn't help that his Gmail and Twitter accounts shared the exact same name as the Pinterest profile, making ownership undeniable. When pressed to prove his innocence, Daniel was asked to search Pinterest in his Gmail and screenshot the results. He complied, but in the process, it became clear he had just deleted something before taking the screenshot. Minutes later, he finally cracked, admitting he did have a Pinterest account, just not the one in question.
Okay, well, I want you to go into your Gmail and type in Pinterest in your inbox. If something comes up, that means that Pinterest account would be yours. If nothing comes up, that means it is yours. Okay?
Okay.
So that would have been done if
Deleted. Oh my god, he got caught.
Years later, Daniel would drop the act entirely, admitting the Pinterest was indeed his, claiming he created it to grow his audience through controversy. But this was essentially a half-truth. There was no hacker, and at the time he made the account, he was a complete nobody. Far from making him famous, the account only cemented one of the most damning stains on his already chaotic reputation.
I created the Pinterest as a way to go viral.
The Pinterest is a way. Wait, sorry. Could you explain? Could you just repeat that?
Yeah, so I made the Pinterest as a way to go viral at that time.
Of course.
But the evidence suggesting Daniel's predatory tendencies didn't end with the Pinterest fiasco. One time, Flexburger, one of the more notorious figures in the Larson lore, leaked Daniel's search history, and it was as bad as it gets, packed with some of the most disturbing terms imaginable. Once that came out, people immediately reported it to the FBI, which likely triggered a formal investigation. Not long after, Daniel vanished from the internet for nearly 3 months, either because the authorities were on his trail or because he simply couldn't handle the public humiliation. That suspicion was confirmed later when Daniel himself admitted in an apology video to Darcy Lynn that he had dragged her name into the FBI investigation.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just wanted to say sorry to Darcy Lynn for everything that has been going on. I know you were involved, and that's not fun at all to be involved in a investigation, so...
But what made it even more disturbing was the fact that Daniel had apparently tried to contact Darcy directly, even giving out his personal phone number, while she was just 15 years old. This crossed a line for many, sparking yet another wave of backlash. We'll save the full Darcy Lynn saga for later, but moving forward chronologically, Daniel made his online return in March 2021, marking what trolls call the end of his dark age. With his main YouTube channel terminated, he launched a new one on March 11th and resumed uploading, alongside posts on his other social media accounts. His opening content? Videos of himself asking strangers to date him, complete with his phone number on screen.
I am single. If you want to date me, please contact 720-812-4149.
But just a week later, Daniel declared he'd found his soulmate, and in a bizarre twist claimed it was none other than Addison Rae, the massively popular TikTok star and influencer.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. Addison Rae and I are dating. Please stay tuned for further details. I can't wait for our future.
Of course, this was pure delusion. Daniel had almost certainly never even been in the same room as her, and in true Larson fashion, the relationship only lasted 2 days before he announced a breakup due to a miscommunication.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. Addison Rae and I break up due to a miscommunication. Please stay tuned for more information. I hope we can stay friends.
This pattern, inventing celebrity relationships out of thin air, would soon become a running theme in Daniel's life. And it's exactly how his lifelong fixation with Grace VanderWaal began.
This message is to Grace VanderWaal and to the fans. We are officially dating. Grace VanderWaal has told me to make this public. We are officially dating. So please, everyone, stay tuned.
By this point, it was obvious Daniel had a disturbing interest in underage girls. His old Pinterest account already showed an inappropriate fixation on Grace VanderWaal, with edited images of her that crossed every imaginable line. In May 2021, Daniel decided to declare war on Flexburger for exposing the shady Pinterest account. but this would be a decision Daniel will regret forever.
Because of what Flexburger posted, we are going on lockdown. Everybody, we are going on lockdown. Stay tuned for what happens next. And Flexburger on YouTube and TikTok, you are for exposing me. We are calling the Denver Police Department and reporting you. The FBI will be coming to your house.
This declaration backfired almost instantly. Flexburger retaliated by posing as girls aged 13 to 17 and baiting Daniel into explicit conversations. Daniel took the bait, talking in detail about inappropriate acts he wanted to perform, not only with these girls, but also with Grace VanderWaal, who was just 16 at the time, and professional skateboarder Sky Brown, who was only 13. And then came May 6th, one of the most infamous dates in Larson lore. Flexburger convinced Daniel he was being auditioned for the industry and that it would help his music career. The audition required him to pull his pants down on TikTok lives, which Daniel actually did. It got him instantly banned, and the incident has been known ever since as May 6th. While it's easy to laugh at the absurdity, the truth is complicated. Daniel's severe mental issues make him an easy target, and the trolls, in this case, were clearly exploiting him for entertainment. You could make a case for feeling sorry for him here. Any sympathy quickly faded. Less than 24 hours later, Daniel was back on TikTok under a new account. And if you thought he'd learned his lesson, think again. He went fully on livestream again, this time entirely on his own initiative, proudly announcing that he wanted to make legal on social media.
Hello everyone, this is Daniel Larson. I have a audition tomorrow for adult films. Thank you so much to everyone who is able to be at that audition. Thank you and have a great day.
It was bizarre, reckless, and a reminder that no matter how many times Daniel's humiliated, the cycle never stops. And through it all, his twisted fixation on Grace VanderWaal didn't just continue. It became one of the defining pillars of his entire online existence. Daniel would repeatedly claim in his videos that he was going to collaborate with Grace, a statement that turned out to be a complete lie. He even took it further by saying that he and Grace were dating in real life. The whole thing became even more ridiculous when Daniel started telling random people in person that he was dating Grace VanderWaal, and then, for some reason, instructing them to spread his words as if they were gospel.
Excuse me, I just have something I want to say real quick. If you know the singer Grace VanderWaal,
I don't.
Okay, so she was on America's Got Talent, and she was a winner of the show. I'm an upcoming singer, and we are going to end up dating. So if you could spread the word, that would be great.
What's your name?
Daniel Larson.
Okay. I will.
All right, thank you.
This fixation would soon spiral into a complete disaster, leading to a series of unforgettable moments, mostly fueled by trolls. At one point, they managed to convince Daniel that Grace and her father were both having a heart attack and they were in a life-or-death situation, which unsurprisingly sent Daniel into a panic attack.
This message goes out to the VanderWaal family. Please pray for the VanderWaal family. They're currently in critical condition.
After some time, the trolls escalated things even further by convincing Daniel that Grace and her father had died. This sent him into a tailspin, leading him to openly confess what he claimed to have done to Grace, and to accept all the allegations against him as true.
I admit to minors and Grace and sending Grace a pic. I'm sorry for putting Grace through so much stress.
He even went as far as declaring himself responsible for her death, saying she lost her life because of his inappropriate behavior toward her, despite having claimed just hours earlier that she died of a heart attack. Believing she was gone, Daniel admitted to sending Grace explicit images of himself into minors. But even all of this wouldn't have been quite as disastrous if Daniel hadn't followed it up with something even more reckless. That same day, he had a full-on meltdown during a live stream, demanding that the VanderWaal team contact him immediately and give him an update. He even went so far as to threaten to unalive himself. Since Daniel was banned from using TikTok and YouTube at the time, he was posting all of this stuff on a platform called Likey, which is why trolls later dubbed this incident the Likey Meltdown. And when he eventually learned that the entire situation had been fabricated by trolls, Daniel simply went back to expressing his love for Grace as if nothing had happened. But that wasn't the only time trolls convinced Daniel that Grace had died. On another occasion, they manipulated him into believing Grace is dead, and she wanted him to fulfill her legacy, which for some bizarre reason he interpreted as going around telling random people that Grace was dead, and that he was her closest person.
We're currently working where there's a celebrity that just passed away.
Oh.
Of the name of Grace Vanderwall.
No way, she passed away?
She just now passed.
Who?
I was supposed to be collaborating with her, and her last words to me was she wants me to carry on her legacy.
Dude, no.
So I'm currently trying to carry on her legacy.
Besides this, Daniel's obsession with Grace didn't slow down. At one point, he even tried to prove that he was actually talking to her, only for that so-called proof to turn out to be nothing more than a screenshot of some random YouTube channel with the name Grace Vanderwall on it. He also demanded that the YouTuber Papa Gut make a documentary reacting to the so-called proof. You might wonder why Daniel chose Papa Gut. The reason, according to many in the Daniel Larson community, is that Papa Gut has a reputation for going easier on Daniel. Instead of fully calling out his actions, he often frames them as the result of mental health struggles. Because of this, a lot of people in the community have labeled Papa Gut as an enabler, meaning someone who encourages Daniel's negative behavior and self-destructive habits by making excuses for him or helping him avoid the consequences of his actions.
Hello, this message is to Papa Gut. Go check out my post that I did of the screenshot of the Grace Vanderwall situation and I. Please let us know your opinion in a video on YouTube.
Daniel kept making video after video, urging Papa Gut to cover this proof, but it never happened. Still, Daniel stayed deep in his one-sided, delusional relationship. This time, though, he leveled up, claiming that Grace would be running as his vice president in the upcoming election. Despite the fact that this was in October to 2021, a solid year after the election had already taken place.
So, when I run for president, I am proud to say that Grace Vanderwall is going to be my vice president.
Although Grace has never responded to any of this, her brother Jacob once reached out to Daniel directly, telling him to stop the harassment. Daniel didn't take it well, spiraling to the point where he ended up in the hospital live streaming from there while attempting to unalive himself. But this is not Daniel's first time threatening SH when confronted about his behavior. In another time, Grace's mother, Tina Vanderwall, told him this in his DM. Stop saying my daughter's name. Stop saying you're in a relationship with her. You're scaring her and our family. Everything you have said and done has been in your mind. You need to access some mental health support and stop harassing my daughter. I've contacted the authorities and will continue to press the issue if you don't stop making disturbing videos. Your followers have harassed my daughter long enough. Stop! Presumably Daniel didn't take this well. He went into a spiral and said he is going to unalive himself. Whilst his crush for Grace would continue for long, even after this, Daniel actually had changed his fixation at one time during the year of 2021 into another celebrity, Darcy Lynn, who he was accused of for having her pictures in his old Pinterest account.
I have decided to break up with Grace Vanderwall, and I want this message to go out to Darcy Lynn. If you would like to date me, please reach out to me. I'm looking for a new start and someone with a great, happy personality who is very talented. Darcy, if you want to date me, please reach out.
Daniel's obsession into Darcy grew quickly from a call out for date to posting deeply disturbing stuff, not only because of how Daniel acts in this video, but also because Darcy was a minor at the time, and she wasn't the last underage girl Daniel was accused of targeting. Soon after his obsession with Darcy faded, Daniel randomly posted a call out video directed at celebrity Jojo Siwa, who was also 17 at the time. While the video seemed somewhat random, the way Daniel spoke made it appear as though he was reading word for word from a script, raising suspicions that trolls had orchestrated the whole thing.
Jojo Siwa needs to stay in her own lane and close her legs. Maybe then she will actually be respected instead of a sellout.
Daniel also made another bizarre yet unintentionally funny video, telling JoJo she better be good at running because something big is coming. What that even means is anyone's guess, but the combination of his delivery and the absurd threat makes the whole thing feel more ridiculous than intimidating. However, Daniel's fixation on JoJo didn't last long. It quickly faded. Unfortunately, his unhinged behavior didn't. In fact, it escalated into something far darker. Around July 2021, Daniel began living in a house with a man named Jonas and his wife Miranda. Jonas was actually Daniel's legitimate case manager, not to be confused with the fake managers often portrayed by trolls. A case manager's job is to coordinate services for an individual across different settings, such as healthcare, social work, disability support, employment, and even legal matters. While staying there, Daniel lived in a pink-colored room that would later become infamous, because it's where he filmed some of his most deranged and unsettling content. One of the most notorious moments was the so-called toothbrush incident, filmed in mid-July 2021. As bizarre and disturbing as Daniel's past antics had been, this one managed to outdo them all. In the video, Daniel appears completely nuked in front of the camera, pulls out a toothbrush, slides it into his back, waits a few seconds, then decides to brush his teeth with the same toothbrush. The sheer level of secondhand embarrassment and disgust this evokes makes it one of his most infamous moments to date. What makes this even stranger is that Daniel claimed he did it to turn Gracel. Whether this was something the trolls convinced him to do, or if he genuinely believed it would impress her, remains unclear. Both possibilities are equally plausible. As disturbing as this incident was, it wasn't the end. Daniel went on to create more videos of the same nature, with two of the most infamous being the pencil incident and the bottle incident, identical in concept, differing only in the objects he used for his unhinged acts. And this wasn't the only time Daniel engaged in deranged behavior for the supposed purpose of impressing Grace. It got even worse when he posted a video of himself lying on the ground and saying he wanted to be with her. Beyond his so-called cringe videos, Daniel also began having random bursts of rage, throwing objects and punching the walls of his pink room. By August 2021, the room was completely wrecked. There's even a video of Daniel sobbing off camera while slowly panning around to show the damage. Despite being the root of the problem, Daniel shifted the blame onto Jonas, his case manager and provider, accusing him of causing every misfortune in his life. His resentment grew so intense it spiraled into paranoia. At one point, Daniel even convinced himself Jonas had poisoned his food, simply because it tasted bad.
I know why this tastes different. It's got something in it that's like sour as well. And if you look, it's got like little things in it. I don't know what it is. I've never seen that.
One of the most notable moments between Daniel and Jonas came when Jonas tried to take Daniel's phone. Daniel spiraled into a panic attack, convinced Jonas was about to harm him, when in reality, Jonas was only trying to help. He had opened his home to Daniel and was simply attempting to cut off the trolls, who used Daniel's phone as their main way of tormenting him. On top of everything, Daniel even accused Jonas of being racist toward him, an ironic claim, considering Daniel's long history of racism and his frequent use of slurs like the N-word with the hard R, which he openly admitted he had no problem saying. The irony cuts deeper knowing Jonas is black, which would have given him every right to call Daniel the true racist in this situation. Yet instead of lashing out, Jonas chose to remain patient, helpful, and positive toward Daniel. During this time, Daniel was also posting multiple videos, claiming Jonas wasn't taking care of him, and that he'd be better off homeless. On the surface, it came off as deeply ungrateful, but the genuine misery on Daniel's face also made the situation look genuinely concerning.
To be honest, I think I was better off homeless. I was living better and I was at least eating.
Despite his constant accusations, claims, and open hostility toward Jonas, Daniel would sometimes swing to the opposite extreme, posting bizarre videos where he praised Jonas and demanded others do the same. In one especially strange clip, he went as far as worshipping Jonas, calling him his savior while randomly doing jumping jacks.
All hail Jonas! Jonas the king! Jonas the one! Jonas is the chosen one! All hail!
That same day, Daniel would make a video claiming some weird conspiracy that Jonas is part of the New World Order, and he is actually trying to recruit him. But obviously all of this wasn't true, and Daniel is just having a mental breakdown.
My care provider, Jonas, is a part of the New World Order and is trying to recruit me and Samantha into the New World Order.
Beyond all the disturbing events inside the house, Daniel was also getting into incidents out in public. On July 28th, he was caught on livestream having an altercation with a Walmart employee while shopping. The exact reason wasn't made clear, but Daniel was ultimately kicked out of the store, and from the looks of it, he had been causing a disturbance to other shoppers. As chaotic as the whole scene was, the funniest part came at the end of the stream. Daniel urged people to spread the clip everywhere, tagging major media outlets like CNN, and for some bizarre reason, he also wanted Kanye West to be notified, as if Kanye were his close friend who could intervene in his Walmart ban.
Whoever puts this up on YouTube will get a thank you comment. If you can also at CNN, that would be great. Please at, as well, Kanye West.
After leaving, Daniel doubled down by posting another video complaining about the ban. But instead of stopping there, he made things worse, claiming Walmart had accused him of touching kids, which he denied before he spun the narrative, insisting the real reason for his ban wasn't his behavior, but the fact that he's a celebrity and a disabled person. But after Daniel's so-called Walmart ban, YouTuber and Papa Gut revealed that the people who confronted him weren't even employees. They were actually trolls. As twisted as Daniel's behavior is, this stunt crossed into uncomfortable territory. The so-called managers were trolls interfering directly in Daniel's real life, pushing him even lower instead of just exposing him online. Barely 2 weeks later, Daniel claimed Jonas had dropped him, and that he no longer had a place to live. He also insisted he was in Los Angeles, but when viewers checked his location, it turned out he was actually in Oakland. From the looks of it, Daniel seemed completely confused about where he even was.
This message is for all the people who are wondering. My disability services dropped me, so I'm currently homeless, and I have moved to LA.
Although it is not clear why Daniel chose to move to Oakland, many people believe that he was manipulated into doing so by the trolls. And people on Daniel Larson's subreddit was baffled by what these so-called managers allegedly did. One post says, "All of the managers are lying on this Reddit. They told Daniel to go to California. They are afraid of the consequences that comes with their actions." What made the situation even worse for Daniel was that he had an upcoming court case, likely tied to the allegations we already discussed. And if he couldn't make it back to his home base in Denver on time, the consequences could be serious. So whether the so-called managers pushed him toward Oakland or he ended up there on his own, Daniel suddenly needed money fast. That's when he turned to TikTok live streams, begging viewers for donations so he could afford to get back in time.
Hello everyone, I have an emergency. I have a court case tomorrow, and if I'm not back, there will be a warrant out for my arrest. Please donate.
Unfortunately, this didn't work out for Daniel either, as his TikTok account was banned that very same day for unknown reasons, marking what was practically the 100th time he'd been banned from the platform in 2021 alone. With no money and no way of getting back to Denver, Daniel's closest friend at the time, Samantha, eventually managed to convince Jonas and his wife to step in and help. Thanks to them, Daniel was able to return, and this was confirmed after fans spotted him at the Oakland airport on August 24th, looking visibly nervous. Although Daniel had lied when he first claimed he was expelled from the house, that lie eventually became reality. He fled shortly after a chaotic incident unfolded on November 29th, 2021. During that time, his roommate Gavin, who, like Daniel, struggled with mental health issues, got into an altercation with Jonas and was overheard angrily demanding that Jonas call his mother. This incident only fueled Daniel's paranoia, making him even more on edge and prone to panic attacks. Chaos like this wasn't new in that house, but this time it pushed him over the edge. Just 2 days later, on December 1st, Daniel fled and moved into another assisted living apartment. But Daniel couldn't even last a month in his new home before ending up homeless. This marked the beginning of something far worse. Because if Daniel was already a mess with a caregiver, it is not hard to imagine how bad things would get living on the streets with no support. And that's exactly what happened. His homelessness led to a series of chaotic incidents that not only dragged him further down, but also skyrocketed his notoriety online, making him more infamous than ever before. During this period, Daniel's panic attacks and paranoia escalated. His existing mental health issues, combined with the instability of living on the streets, caused him to spiral into frequent on-camera meltdowns, almost becoming a regular occurrence. It was also around this time that he began a feud with a TikToker named Chloe, who had more than 200,000 followers. Chloe became Daniel's first real-time victim, the first person he engaged in an actual back and forth with, unlike his previous targets. At first, Chloe had no idea who Daniel even was. She only came across him after he began spamming out of her live streams with comments claiming they were dating. But Daniel didn't stop there. He escalated by making multiple videos about her, including one where he disturbingly declared he was going to imprison her.
I am going to date Chloe.
Confused by the whole situation, Chloe reached out to someone on Instagram for help. A screenshot of her DM later surfaced on the Daniel Larson subreddit, and it read, "If you can get it to stop, that's great. The story isn't that exciting. I didn't know who he was. There was a kid in my live trolling me saying, me and Daniel Larson were dating 2 to 3 months ago." That was the first time I heard Daniel's name because he kept repeating it. 3 weeks ago, I started getting Larson comments, and I had no clue what it meant. Then people started tagging me in a fake Daniel page, and it kind of blew up the page like 15,000 from zero in a week. And then a day later, I'm getting sent to the video of actually Daniel Larson saying these things, and I'm in shock because I have never talked to him or about him. I just found out about him recently. But the back and forth didn't stop there. A TikTok account under the username at Daniel Larson Music kept dragging Chloe into the mess, accusing her of like impersonating Grace Vanderwall to scam money from Daniel. Whether the account actually belonged to Daniel or not was unclear, though many pointed out that both Daniel's main account and this one had gone live at the same time, strongly suggesting it was just another troll creation. By this point, it was obvious the entire situation between Daniel and Chloe was a troll-manufactured drama, and once Chloe realized what was really happening, she actually felt bad for him and tried to help, but Daniel refused. His judgment clouded by the same trolls who had started the chaos, and who were now convincing him that Chloe had malicious intentions. From there, the smear campaign against Chloe only escalated. Beyond the money-scamming narrative, trolls began spreading the idea that she was using him for clout. On the surface, it might have sounded believable to Daniel, but under any real scrutiny, it completely collapsed. Chloe already had her own following long before Daniel ever crossed her path, and it was Daniel who had latched onto her first, not the other way around. As one Reddit user bluntly put it, if you genuinely think anti-Chloe used Daniel Larson for clout, then you're literally just blind. She already had a following before, and I doubt she would want Daniel's clout. I saw someone say, she was laughing at him secretly on live. I mean, come on, it's Daniel. If I remember correctly, she was trying to help Daniel. I was in one of their first lives together, and I remember her trying to explain to him that everyone, literally everyone, was trolling him. She even tried to explain how his so-called managers weren't real companies at all, they were just kids. And that was exactly the problem. Chloe had been telling Daniel over and over that his so-called managers weren't legitimate at all, and that they were the very people making his life worse. Rather than sparking any self-reflection, this warning infuriated the managers. They went into full-on war mode, feeding Daniel lies that Chloe was dangerous, manipulative, and even part of some organized group dedicated to taking him down. This barrage of misinformation pushed Daniel over the edge, leading to yet another meltdown where he went on camera insulting Chloe.
We are cutting all ties with anti-Chloe.
Within days, Daniel escalated from meltdowns and insults to outright harmful behavior. He weaponized his audience against her, openly telling his fans to flood her live streams with comments. Things then crossed a serious line when Daniel, having been fed her personal information by trolls, read out Chloe's home address on a live stream, effectively doxing her in front of hundreds of viewers. This moment changed the tone completely. Chloe, visibly shaken and in tears, went live to explain her innocence and how she had never done anything to Daniel, but the damage was already done. Fearing for her safety and exhausted from the harassment, Chloe completely stepped away from the situation and never engaged with Daniel Larson or his community again.
So this video is for the Larsoners. I don't really know how to give on an explanation. But I didn't know who Daniel was until this person came in my live and said anti-Chloe and Daniel Larson are dating. Then Reddit from the go came out with my address, my family's information. Logan was the only one that had my address because he was there when he leaked it the first time, 3 months prior. Now I don't know if these are his accounts, but there's literally like 20 TikTok with my address as their username. He's owned up to it before and said he's sorry he'll leave me alone, but doesn't leave me alone, and it's just bringing me a lot of anxiety, depression. So if you have any human decency, please leave me alone.
Besides the whole Chloe situation, Daniel had also developed another notorious habit, begging for money during nearly every live stream. With no steady income and being homeless, Daniel relied almost entirely on donations from viewers, and he was making some serious money.
Oh my god, my finances are skyrocketing through the roof. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I have made $5,000 in a week.
But due to his complete irresponsibility with managing money, even those donations weren't enough to keep him afloat. This financial instability pushed him into doing certain illegal things, most notably dine and dashing, the act of ordering food, eating it, and then leaving without paying. Daniel has been guilty of this on multiple occasions. He would knowingly place orders at restaurants despite having no money to cover the bill, then either leave without paying, post the receipt to his TikTok in hopes fans would send money to cover it, or tell employees that someone else, Often Bob Proctor, a caretaker, or another made-up figure would pay for it later. These stunts frequently ended with Daniel having to speak with the authorities. And to date, Daniel is documented to have dined and dashed from at least 15 different restaurants, possibly more. At one point, he even openly admitted to doing it, though his math was wildly exaggerated. He claimed to have stolen around $50,000 worth of food, which is almost certainly false, since if that were true, he would be banned from far more than the small number of restaurants we know about.
I cannot hide this any longer, but from all my dining and cashings, I have probably robbed restaurants over $50,000.
But on May 13th, Daniel finally faced retribution for this reckless behavior. After attempting to dine and dash at a cafe, he was arrested on a petty theft charge, a rare instance where his long trail of unpaid meals actually caught up with him. It was a small charge in the grand scheme of things, but it marked one of the few times Daniel's actions resulted in immediate and tangible consequences. Aside from the dine and dash incident, Daniel was also frequently spotted glued to his phone, almost all day, every day. The most notable, and perhaps unintentionally hilarious example of this came during his participation in the Denver Colfax Marathon. This annual race is a major competitive event in the Denver metropolitan area where Daniel lives, and on May 24th, Daniel made the surprising announcement that he was going to take part. At first, it seemed like just another outlandish claim, but Daniel was actually somewhat athletic before his social media notoriety, so there was a chance he could pull it off. Sure enough, he not only participated, but managed to finish the race, placing 165th out of 166 in his division of 20 to 29-year-old men. His pace indicated that he never ran faster than a light jog, and nearly every photo of him during the event showed him holding his phone, likely interacting with fans mid-race. After crossing the finish line, Daniel uploaded a video saying this.
Gotta love the marathon because I myself.
Strangely, he appeared barely sweaty, which made his completion of the marathon all the more mysterious given his circumstances. Homelessness, a lack of training, and poor health at the time. Even though he finished second to last, the fact that he was able to complete a full marathon under those conditions was, in its own way, impressive. Unfortunately, it's an achievement he would likely never be able to repeat, largely due to his worsening health, particularly a severe case of trench foot. After living on the streets for months, Daniel's feet had been constantly exposed to moisture, leading to this painful condition. On August 4th, 2022, he uploaded a video from a hospital bed wearing a mask, cryptically warning about a terrorist attack in the Indian city of Pulwama.
Hello everyone, there was just a tourist attack in Pulwama. Pulwama, I hope I'm saying that correctly, Pulwama. There has been a tourist attack. I will try to give updates on it.
He ignored all questions in the comments about why he was hospitalized, only revealing a year later in another hospital video that he had been diagnosed with trench foot. In his own words, Daniel explained, "Trench foot is a condition where your foot sweats or gets wet, and it doesn't breathe. Over time, your foot gets spongy versus your skin being normal, and it creates massive amounts of pain." And here's the thing. As ridiculous as that phrasing sounds, he's actually not wrong. Prolonged moisture and lack of ventilation really do damage the skin and underlying tissue, and a spongy texture is a legitimate symptom. It's just that Daniel's delivery makes it sound less like a medical explanation, and more like someone trying to explain anatomy after skimming a Wikipedia article. Besides the marathon example, Daniel has also gotten himself into trouble over his constant need to charge his phone. With no home, he often loitered in restaurants or other public spaces to use their outlets, which occasionally led to staff confrontations. When no public receptacle was available, he sometimes resorted to trespassing on private property, a habit that quickly caused problems. One such incident occurred on May 12, 2022, when Daniel decided to charge his phone on someone's private property. When the homeowner discovered him, they became furious, told Daniel to leave, and called the police after he refused to comply. Instead of diffusing the situation, Daniel had a full-blown meltdown, shouting a racial slur at the property owner.
The reason why he said that I said that word, I'm not going to say what it is, but the reason why is there's a previous video of me in a fight with somebody on their porch, and the police were called, and I used that word as self-defense. I'm not going to go into detail about it.
When a commenter later pointed out that using racial slurs is wrong, Daniel responded with, "True, unless it's because you are really scared for your safety." The statement didn't make much sense, especially considering he has used the same slur in situations where no one was around.
Curious as to what
what led to making that decision.
Right. That is something that people are worried may be
Yes.
affecting your
So,
reputation.
yes, so he was talking. I mean, I tried being silent. You could see that in the video. That wasn't working. I tried talking over him. That wasn't working. So I had to do something that was going to tower above him to make him shut up.
Gotcha.
To where it was like literally, look at what you're doing. You're not, like, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know you. You know, like, I had to get myself heard.
According to Daniel, saying the N-word was an act of self-defense, though it's hard to imagine how this could protect him from anything, especially when it only escalated the situation and made things worse. It was also around this time that Daniel unintentionally created what would later become a viral internet meme, his rant about Quandale Dingle. For context, Quandale Dingle isn't an actual person, but rather a troll who somehow got hold of Daniel's phone number and began spamming him with messages. Eventually, the non-stop harassment pushed Daniel to the point of making a video telling Quandale to stop messaging him. What made the clip so funny, and ultimately meme-worthy, was that while Daniel was angrily telling Quandale to stop, a loud buzz from an incoming message could be heard mid-sentence, almost like perfect comedic timing.
This is a message to Quandale Dingle. Please stop messaging me. Go to hell.
The sound, paired with Daniel's visible frustration, gave the video an unintentionally hilarious vibe, and it quickly spread across social media. Not long after, Daniel had another on-camera meltdown involving his phone, this time after ending a heated call with one of his so-called managers. In a fit of rage, he threw the phone away, only to realize seconds later that it was the only lifeline he had left. What followed was pure Larson chaos. Daniel panicking in the dark, frantically searching for the phone while still recording, his voice rising with genuine fear and desperation.
Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's my phone?
But even the phone-throwing panic was peaceful compared to what happened next, involving Daniel's then-case manager, Andrew. In the world of Daniel Larson, Andrew is the default scapegoat for nearly everything that went wrong. As Daniel's disability case manager, Andrew was an easy target for blame, and Daniel already had a long history of volatile interactions with his case managers. This particular incident began when Daniel claimed that Andrew allegedly told him he didn't need to go to court, regardless of what the warrant said. It was an absurd claim, and a transparent example of Daniel using Andrew as a shield for his own actions. There's no realistic scenario in which a state employee would advise a client to ignore a court order, but for Daniel it was the perfect excuse to skip his court appearance and avoid another failure to appear charge. Instead of showing up, Daniel decided to literally run from the law, retreating into the woods while live-streaming the entire escape. The footage was chaotic and disturbing. He was visibly enraged, yelling Andrew's name over and over, threatening to kill him, and unleashing a string of deeply disturbing insults.
You like this, Andrew? You like this? I'm coming for you, Andrew. I'm gonna you because of this. If the police find me, I'm gonna make sure you rot in hell.
Part of Daniel's ongoing hostility toward Andrew stemmed from something else entirely. Andrew's refusal to feed into Daniel's long-standing delusion that he was a well-established A-list celebrity in need of personal security. Daniel insisted he required bodyguards like any famous person would, despite not being able to afford rent, let alone a professional security detail. One moment in June only deepened this belief, as Daniel was approached by a small crowd who recognized him and asked for photos. The funniest part of the whole exchange came when someone in the group asked why he looked anxious. Daniel, completely serious, responded, "I'm a celebrity." The person shot back without missing a beat, "I don't think so."
Who are you running from? I'm a celebrity. I don't think so.
Later that day, Daniel uploaded a video explaining the mobbings, insisting that this was his real life, and that Andrew simply refused to believe he needed protection.
So I want to make this clear. That last video of me getting mobbed, corralled, fans putting hands on me, cornered up against the fence, and that video I just took. That's literally my real life, and Andrew does not believe it. And that's why I have the charges on me that I currently have, is because he doesn't believe, and I don't have security. I don't have protection for that.
By the end of that year, Andrew quietly cut ties as Daniel's case manager. There was no public fallout or dramatic firing, just a silent exit from a role that had become a constant lightning rod for Daniel's paranoia. But Andrew's absence didn't stop Daniel from bringing up his name in rants for months afterward, ensuring that in Larson lore, Andrew would remain a permanent villain in his ever-growing list of perceived enemies. But Andrew's exit didn't mean Daniel was without a manager for long. Almost immediately, another figure stepped in to fill the void, and if Andrew was Daniel's favorite scapegoat, this next guy would become his most bizarre partner in chaos. Ivan Nedeljkovic, better known online as OX, was a TikToker who originally built his platform by talking about disabled lolcows and exposing how trolls manipulated them into doing disturbing things. Daniel was one of his recurring subjects, alongside other figures like World T-shirts. But in the summer of 2022, Ox made a very questionable career choice, going from outside commentator to Daniel's actual manager. From the start, Ox's presence in the Daniel Larson community was messy. He wasn't just defending Daniel, he was defending him in ways that made people's jaws drop. His most notorious defense? Dismissing the allegations entirely, chalking them up to troll manipulation or Daniel's mental health issues. Even Daniel wasn't sold on Ox at first, but over time they began working together more closely, which in hindsight feels like watching two cars speed toward each other in slow motion. The inevitable crash came on August 2nd, 2022, during one of Daniel's Twitch streams. Ox, acting as Daniel's Twitch manager, decided to have a little fun if the stream hit a $100 donation goal. Sure enough, when the goal was met, he swapped out the CNN broadcast he had been screen sharing with Daniel for a fake emergency alert system warning. This wasn't some harmless joke. The bogus EAS alert claimed a nuclear attack was underway against major U.S. cities, including Los Angeles, which Daniel was within 300 miles of. The moment Daniel saw it, the confusion on his face was almost cartoonish. Within seconds it flipped to full-on panic. He started frantically scribbling notes, pacing the room like he was plotting the world's fastest evacuation, then bolted to the hotel lobby to warn strangers about the impending apocalypse. When he found out it was all a prank, Daniel went from panic to unhinged in record time, and in true Larson fashion, his way of expressing that rage was to completely destroy the hotel TV. Because nothing says, "I've been wronged," like adding a property damage charge to your problems.
Ox. 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 Next time he does something like that, I'll send a to his house. I'll make sure he's...
Adding fuel to the already burning fire, Daniel was repeatedly using racial slurs on Twitch during this time. Paired with the disastrous and nuclear meltdown prank, it proved to be the breaking point, and within a day of the fake nuke incident, his Twitch account was permanently banned. That single moment nuked, no pun intended, their working relationship. Daniel fired Ox, went on a series of video rants calling him every name under the sun, and then, because of course, dropped a diss track. If you haven't heard it, imagine Daniel trying to sound menacing over a beat, but instead it comes off like a kid reading a threat letter during show and tell. It's the kind of thing you can't decide is more funny or sad, which honestly describes most of Daniel's career.
Ox. 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 Next time he does something like that...
While Ox had undeniably pulled some objectively bad stunts, the nuke prank being the most infamous, many in the community still argue that, at his core, he genuinely meant well for Daniel. And to be fair, if you watch some of their earlier live streams, there are moments where Ox seems patient and encouraging and genuinely invested in Daniel's well-being. But Ox wasn't the only close figure Daniel managed to turn into an enemy. On December 10th, a much more serious and troubling incident unfolded, this time involving Bob Proctor.
Get out of my car, Daniel! No! Get the hell out of my car! Damn! Get out of my car! No! You don't understand! You don't... Stop! It's not my fault! It's not my fault! It's not my fault!
As mentioned earlier in this documentary, Bob was a longtime family connection, a friend of Daniel's grandmother Nancy, and someone who had known Daniel since his days at the Tennyson Center for Children. But on this particular day, things spiraled quickly. Daniel received a phone call from someone pretending to be from the motel where he was staying at, claiming they would kill him if he came back. Naturally, Daniel took the threat at face value and went into full-blown panic. He called Bob for help, got into his car, and began frantically repeating that people were threatening to kill him.
The motel! The motel! The motel just threatened to kill me! Get out of my car! Stop! The motel threatened to kill me!
The situation escalated into a meltdown, and not just shouting. Daniel began physically himself, while Bob, clearly confused, kept trying to calm him down. When Daniel wouldn't listen, Bob's tone shifted, telling him firmly to get out of the car. For reasons only Daniel could explain, and likely never will, this triggered him into turning on Bob physically.
I'm calling the police! Ow! 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 Okay. You're not helping me! You're not helping!
It's worth noting that Bob's in his late 70s. This was essentially on an elderly man who had only ever tried to help him. Yet Daniel flipped the narrative instantly, accusing Bob of trying to break his arm while he was the one launching the attack. Eventually, Bob managed to call the police, bringing the incident to a close. Incredibly, despite being Bob refused to press charges. It was an almost baffling show of restraint, a decision that says a lot about Bob's character, but also about the endless cycle of chaos that seems to swallow anyone who gets too close to Daniel Larson. But this wouldn't be the last time Daniel put his hands on Bob. The two had another altercation, this time over something as simple as live streaming. That day, Bob had been kind enough to offer Daniel a ride and even planned to buy him dinner. But when Bob asked Daniel to stop filming while sitting in his car, Daniel snapped. Acting as if he had some constitutional right to live stream inside someone else's vehicle, he told Bob he couldn't tell him what to do.
So I wasn't going to film, but since you have a problem with me bringing my phone in the car, okay, now I'm going to film, because that's my legal right. Okay? So, you're causing this issue to yourself. You are literally causing this issue to yourself. And I guess I will go without dinner now, because you have a problem with me even bringing my phone with me. Which is my legal right. You are crazy.
Things escalated instantly. Daniel threw hands at Bob, forcing the elderly man to defend himself. Eventually, Bob managed to push Daniel out of the car entirely. That was the breaking point.
Ow! Get away from my car! Holy hell! You ran over me!
After years of trying to help, absorbing verbal and now enduring 2 physical altercations, Bob decided to cut ties with Daniel for good. It was the end of one of the longest and most supportive relationships Daniel had left. And just like that, Daniel closed out 2022 in peak Larson fashion, a year defined by chaos, homelessness, and all the problems that came with it. Unfortunately, 2023 wouldn't bring much change. In fact, it started in early January with Daniel contracting scabies. Almost immediately, he began openly displaying the rash to his viewers on live streams, sparking serious concern from those in his community. But beyond his own health, scabies is highly contagious, making Daniel's next moves especially reckless. During this period, Daniel went to Disneyland, riding crowded attractions, and coming into close contact with countless people, including children. He also visited busy public spaces like Panera Bread and Denny's. It didn't take long for warnings about him to go viral on Facebook, one reading. A man from Colorado has recently been seen in multiple places like Disneyland, Panera Bread, Denny's, etc., while making videos saying he has scabies. His name is Daniel Larson. He is homeless and has an online reputation for being a creep. Daniel has also been live streaming and taking pictures of children in places like Starbucks. He has been in the area for just around a week now and sleeps in parking garages. He has been in countless restaurants and public places over the last few days. If you see him, please call the police. Even members of his own online circle began expressing concern about the possibility of Daniel developing a deep infection. He eventually sought medical attention the night after visiting Disneyland and was officially diagnosed with scabies. The doctor prescribed him an $80 medicated lotion, a straightforward treatment that could have resolved the issue within days. Daniel went live on TikTok, received enough donations to pay for the prescription, and then chose to spend the money on desserts at the Cheesecake Factory instead. As a result, he remained untreated for weeks, continuing to risk infecting others while his condition worsened. But Daniel's deteriorating health during this period wasn't just the result of homelessness and poor hygiene. It was also fueled by the sheer number of physical altercations he kept getting himself into. By 2023, his online infamy had gotten so large that trolls weren't content to just mock him from behind a screen anymore. They started showing up in real life, which meant Daniel was having far more in-person run-ins. And if you know Daniel, that's a recipe for disaster. One such disaster hit on April 5th, While on a private Discord call with his fake managers, Daniel was shopping at a bodega when a group of trolls approached him. You could hear the irritation in his voice immediately.
Daniel. I've asked you to leave.
Daniel.
I've asked you to leave. We're on the phone with the police.
Daniel.
I've asked you to
Come on,
leave.
Daniel. You know me.
No, I don't.
You do. We're
No, I
friends.
don't. I'm on the phone with my security.
Then, for reasons that still don't make much sense, he shifted his anger onto a store employee whose only crime was telling him to leave. In the Discord audio, you can hear people egging him on, telling him to defend himself, even though no one had touched him. That was all the justification Daniel needed. He started swinging at the employee, throwing punches like he was in the middle of a street fight. The employee, understandably, back, and a shove sent Daniel stumbling out of the store. Now here's the Larson twist. Moments after initiating the fight, he was outside claiming he was the victim, yelling that the employee had assaulted him. He ended up in the hospital with a bloody nose, bandaged up, filming himself in a shaky video from his bed, insisting that it was the trolls who punched him. The reality? They never touched him. The whole mess was 100% self-inflicted.
So, this is what I look like after I got by 2 fans in New York City in 2023.
In fact, his RL encounters only got worse. Because he was homeless, Daniel was traveling constantly in new streets, new towns, and plenty of opportunities for things to blow up. The most chaotic and arguably most disturbing came on July 11th, a date that would forever be known in Larson lore as the 7-Eleven incident. Despite having no home, no stability, and no way to even reliably care for himself, Daniel decided it was the perfect time to adopt a dog. He named it Music. This instantly set off alarms across the community, because anyone who's followed Daniel for more than 5 minutes knows how ill-equipped he is to care for a pet.
So, I am thinking about buying a dog. Should I do that before the apartment? Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we could get a homeless Daniel Larson and his dog arc.
Multiple rescue attempts were planned, but the one that actually worked happened just 2 days after the adoption. And Daniel did not take it well. He was inside a Walmart when it all went down, and instead of calmly handling the situation, he went nuclear. In minutes, he had smashed and destroyed roughly $2,000 worth of merchandise.
Yeah. I'm not going to just end this. I will completely escalate this until whatever needs to happen happens. Right?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
At that point, I hear security on the phone at the Walmart, you know, the Walmart security, going like, okay, well, he's acting all schizo now. I don't even know what the going on.
Yeah. So,
imagine being a random Walmart shopper that day. You come in to grab milk, and instead you're watching a homeless man in full meltdown mode demolish half the aisle while yelling about his dog. By the time police arrived and arrested him, the store looked like the aftermath of a minor riot.
What's going on, and then we can go from there.
Is this one?
Okay, here, I don't want to hurt your arm, so until we get figured out, we're just detaining you, all right?
Okay.
You just relax.
It was a perfect encapsulation of Daniel's reality. Impulsive decisions, emotional overdrive, and public destruction, all ending with police intervention. And the wildest part, this time it wasn't trolls baiting him or a stranger in a store. It was triggered by the loss of a dog he never should have had in the first place. The chaos of the 7-Eleven incident didn't stop at Walmart's broken shelves. In the midst of that meltdown, Daniel was also spotted making threats toward multiple people and groups, including the White House and the FBI. And this wasn't uncharted territory for him. Daniel had a history of making threats, even going so far as to call 911 and tell operators that he had a bomb and planned to blow up several locations.
I will your house till the day you die! Call the feds on me, you liar!
For Daniel, these statements were less about genuine intent and more about grabbing attention. But this time, he aimed his antics at the wrong people. His threats caught the attention of the United States Secret Service, most notably an agent named Daniel McDougal, who began closely investigating him. This marked the beginning of the end for Daniel.
The FBI is now investigating me along with the U.S. Secret Service.
At this point, the sheer volume of incriminating things Daniel had done could have put him away for decades. Normally, his mental health issues had earned him some leniency from law enforcement, But there's a limit to how many times you can play that card, and Daniel was well past it. And the Secret Service's involvement wouldn't be felt immediately, but a few months later, in September, his behavior would once again bring him face to face with police. This time, Daniel had been manipulated into believing he was officially enrolled at Colorado College, all because he had been invited to a fraternity party. Over the next few days, the students kept up the ruse, convincing him that he had received a full scholarship.
The CU University scholarship that I had, and still have, is a full ride scholarship.
6 days later, Daniel took the fantasy to another level. He got into an altercation with a campus security guard after insisting he had a meeting with none other than football coach Deion Sanders. When the guard didn't buy it, Daniel responded by punching him in the face. It was a textbook Larson escalation, an imagined status, a pointless confrontation, and a physical attack that led directly to his arrest. As police took him into custody, Daniel doubled down, loudly insisting he was a student at the college. Yet even after the Colorado College arrest, Daniel was released, and somehow managed to make things worse. Just 2 months later, in November, he found himself in yet another public altercation, this time at a Panera Bread. Witnesses described him as yelling incoherently, acting completely unhinged, and even attempting to attack an employee from behind.
Step back right now!
And while the incident itself was disturbing, what really stood out to longtime followers was his haircut, the infamous reverse mohawk. In Daniel lore, this bizarre style became symbolic of just how far his mental health had deteriorated. Yet even with this public meltdown and attempted, there were still no serious legal consequences. That leniency would not carry into the next year. 2024 would be different, and possibly mark the end of the Daniel Larson saga as we know it. From the very beginning of the year, Daniel's legal trouble became relentless. On January 11th, he was jailed for several hours after getting into an altercation with security guards at an airport. Just 3 weeks later, on February 2nd, he was arrested for justice evasion, having repeatedly and intentionally skipped court dates. This time, the outcome was far more severe. Daniel was jailed for an entire month before being released on bond.
Excuse me, move. Hey, buddy, relax, Daniel. Relax. You're under arrest. You got a warrant for your arrest. Relax. Okay, relax.
But as usual, he learned nothing. Less than 2 weeks later, on March 1st, Daniel intentionally missed court again, leading to yet another arrest the following month in April. And this time, it wasn't just about missed court dates. He was now facing 7 separate threat charges, the same kinds of statements that had already attracted the attention of the Secret Service months earlier. To make matters worse, when Secret Service agent Daniel McDougal had previously searched Daniel's phone, he uncovered evidence relating to the long-standing allegations. As a result, these allegations were now officially part of his detainment. This time, Daniel wouldn't be walking out after a few days. Following his April arrest, he was jailed, and remains there to this day. As the months passed, his situation only grew more serious. In January 2025, while still in custody, his name surfaced in a disturbing way. A Nashville school shooter's manifesto listed Daniel Larson as one of their freedom fighters. There's no evidence Daniel had any direct contact with the shooter, but the fact that his name appeared in such a context underscored how far his notoriety had crossed into dangerous territory. Initially, Daniel was held in a small, relatively unknown facility, but just days later he was transferred to a much larger and far more infamous prison, Englewood FC, known for housing notorious inmates such as Jared Fogle and Thomas Lane. The move alone spoke volumes about the seriousness of his case. And yet, even behind bars, Daniel hasn't changed much. With only phone calls as his platform, he still managed to indulge in the same kind of delusions that have defined his public life. In one call, he claimed Taylor Swift had personally invited him to her Eras tour. In another, he said Donald Trump had told him he would be his vice president. What's telling here is that these aren't statements pulled from troll scripts or live comment manipulation. These are things Daniel is saying entirely on his own.
But that could also explain the collaboration that Taylor Swift wants to do, because she wanted me on her Eras tour, and I turned it down because I was homeless. And I really shouldn't have done that. I straight up told her, like, I can't confirm anything because you're not, showing yourself on camera, you're not doing anything. And so I don't know if I can confirm who you are. Yeah. And so I turned it down, and sure enough, I found out like a month later her Eras tour was actually a real thing, and I was like, what the hell?
As it stands, Daniel's highly likely to face up to 65 years in prison on threat charges alone, and that's without factoring in the long-standing allegations of now tied to his case. For years, Daniel Larson's life was a volatile mix of delusion, public spectacles, and escalating chaos, teetering between internet infamy and real-world consequences. But the line between those worlds has finally collapsed. If the courts pursue the maximum sentence, Daniel's story may end not with another livestream meltdown or troll bait stunt, but with decades spent behind the walls of a federal prison, a place where no amount of grand claims or bizarre fantasies can change the reality he created for himself. Well, it is none other than Nova Online, aka Gabriel Gage. Viewers are calling for this guy to be cancelled and banned. He has haters more than viewers. Nova Online is one of the most hated influencers on the internet today. Now, a lot of you might be familiar with his ugly and messy food review videos, but in case you haven't come across this face yet,
trying the most expensive gyro I've ever bought.
Nova is also famous as a lolcow of the internet world, often seen eating massive amounts of food on his social media. But it's not just about eating large amounts of food anymore, it's about putting on a disturbing show, no matter how embarrassing it gets. Nova is a control freak who can't handle the attention he gets online. His interaction with minors on Discord says a lot about his dangerous personality. Had a brief conversation with Nova's underage friend. They knew Nova for the last 3 years while they were 14 to 17. Nova is still talking to But was Nova always like this? How was he exactly like before we all knew of him as a lolcow? Where did he start from? Let's dive into that. Nova Online's real name is Gabriel Gage. He began his career by making YouTube videos where he played video games like Fortnite. Like every other gamer and gaming enthusiast, Nova jumped into the platform without hesitation, streaming his gameplay online. Though his gaming content was arguably among the weakest out there, he stuck to the category for a while, but the views never gained enough momentum to boost his career. His outdated gaming techniques, subpar equipment, and lackluster presentation couldn't hold an audience. Before it could even take off, the whole thing came crashing down. Incomplete knowledge of gaming styles, failure to showcase updated versions, dull commentary, and many other shortcomings all played a part in Nova's downfall in the gaming scene. In the end, Nova wasn't remembered for his skills, but for how spectacularly his failure played out. All he had to do was mimic a few trendy moves, acting to some famous stuff, vlogging his life in chunks.
Hey YouTube, so I'm still testing the waters on what to post here, because let's be honest, I want to build a more respectable fan base here.
And even putting out a karaoke bash on his channel. Unfortunately, nothing really worked for him. And let's call it his bad luck, misfortune, his camera quality, his untidiness, or even, just maybe even his greasy hair. A few thousands of views took him nowhere in the YouTube world, so his subscriber count stayed limited to people who found a glimpse of his video interesting and hit the subscribe button. Later, most of them ended up unsubscribing. But then came the day Nova Online dove into the world of TikTok. Back then, and even now, it was the flashy, fast-paced hub where creators could rake in massive views with the shortest clips. With attention spans shrinking and the rise in ADHD fueling the platform's explosive viewership, TikTok was a golden opportunity Nova wasn't about to pass up. He wasted no time diving in, figuring out how the platform ticked, what trends were taking over, and why everyone seemed hooked. Naturally, he jumped on every trend, mimicking whatever was working for everyone else. Surprisingly, his very first video racked up a couple thousand views, and voila, he thought he had struck gold. First ever video where he is literally doing nothing but just moving around, and voila! It hit more than 10,000 plus views and around 50 comments. He loved the interaction that was happening on TikTok. From that point on, there was no looking back. Now, hitting a few thousand views on TikTok isn't exactly groundbreaking. Almost every other TikToker stumbles upon that kind of reach with a random video. For example, this random video which hit more than 698,000 plus views.
Hey you, yes, you watching the video. Welcome to Novine Week. Not sure what that is? Well, it is the course over a week where I post over minute-long videos to test and try out something new, because I'm sick of making under a minute-long videos because of the attention span of this app.
But something started to shift. While at first people casually scrolled past Nova's videos when they appeared on their feed, now a handful of viewers were actually stopping to drop comments. The problem? Those comments weren't praise. They were something that a creator would never want to read. They looked something like this. People writing, "Shut the f*** up." Okay, but can you clean the machines when you are done? Or this one, "Bro, shut up." It wasn't fame that found him first, it was mockery, and it was just the beginning. Yeah, that looks really bad for a starter. There were a few comments that lifted the engagement rate very well. Who is commenting and boosting Nova's confidence anyways? And it's none other than Nova himself. When you search and land on this account, it looks like a complete fake, almost bot-like. That's because it is. Turns out Nova wasn't just focused on creating content for his main channel. He had another full-time task: logging into fake accounts and liking or commenting on his own videos to make it look like people actually cared. It's deceptive, unethical, and depending on the platform's rules, downright illegal. This account, for example, has only one video posted, and that too of Nova. There are no other videos and no appropriate profile picture. But hey, if the real audience wasn't having fun, why not create an illusion of fans who were? That's what Nova seemed to believe. A few bots here and there, a few fake comments, and boom, instant clout. For him, it wasn't about earning attention. It was about manufacturing it. Another thing people hated about Nova other than his greasy hair, in his initial phase, was his way of eating food.
Cajun seasoned fries, mango habanero wings, Dr. Pepper, garlic parmesan tenders.
As you see, he just ate and ate and ate all the time. Devoured the food with his hair open, where he gave some very common reviews, which were so much similar to what other people were doing at that time. The reactions, the short noises while eating, the hand gestures, and even the compliments to the food were very same. Nothing extraordinary. But the comments under these videos were funny too. It read something like this: "Bro can turn the air fryer on with his eyes closed if he wanted." And here's another one questioning his efforts in these videos, saying effort level given ever 1. And some other funny ones: "The unibrow is going hard, bro." The chew technique is on point. "How are you out of breath by eating?" Now, there were two major things that people noticed in all his videos. The first one is very sure the way he keeps his room. People were so mad and frustrated looking at his background in the room overall that they no longer left a comment on his way of eating. They just straightway went in the comment box and smashed him for his untidiness. Of course, nobody likes to watch a dirty room while they have come to your feed to watch your review of a food item. But it is what it is. And it is Nova, after all. Here's a video of him where he reviewed Gordon Ramsay's foods, but the way he heated them in his dirtiest microwave in the world. It made the whole video look uglier.
Gordon Ramsay's beef Wellington bites. I know it's dirty.
Hey, that isn't the right place for the legendary Gordon Ramsay's food to be heated in. And the comments under this video looked and sounded the most sarcastic ones. This one read, "What product do you use to keep the air fryer so clean?" With so many question marks and exclamation marks to emote the sarcasm so well. The comment was so cool that it ended up getting around 150 likes. And then come these ones. "That's the cleanest appliance I've seen in your house?" He had to get fancy for them Gordon Ramsay bites. "Ongdo, I don't want to see the bathroom." And the winner of the competition is? "You should start a new series and clean my house room by room," which has around 1,500 plus likes on it. People are too funny when they are more creative than the creator himself. And the second most important thing to mention about his food review videos, money. Yes, money. To give you a quick glimpse into Nova's financial condition, he isn't someone who earns much from either YouTube or TikTok. In fact, he doesn't seem to have any other job on the side. He's just a 20-year-old adult who spends a ridiculous amount on junk food, sits inside his house, and eats it all in front of a camera. A 20-year-old earning nothing but racking up massive expenses? That's more than just concerning, it's unsustainable. For a while, his parents were footing the bill, but from what we've heard, they've finally started asking for rent. They've started telling him to get a job, like every other 20-year-old is expected to. And honestly, can you even blame them? It's not like Nova hasn't tried. He has applied for jobs everywhere from grocery stores to restaurants, pretty much every place his city has to offer. He's knocked on every door, but somehow he still hasn't landed a single stable job that could actually help him survive. The question now isn't just how long can he keep making content, it's how long can he keep pretending this is a sustainable lifestyle? Because when your clout is fake, your content is mocked, and your bank account is empty, what's really left? And whenever Nova had a job by any chance, it would turn out to be somewhat like this.
18 plus fans, so I think I may have scored myself a new job, finally. I just had an interview today. It went super well. And so well that the manager asked for my phone number, my personal one, and yeah, I think I've got a good choice at it, y'all. This is unbelievable. After 5 months in the gutter, Finally, your boy's becoming employed again. Finally.
Yeah, creepy. Very creepy. And here is Nova crying, or let's say complaining about not getting a job.
Okay, I am sick and tired of these comments showing up on every single video I post when I am actively looking for a job, but nobody wants to hire me. So, I've had it. I'm going to show you proof that I'm actually applying for jobs. First up, bakery assistant. They viewed my application, never heard back.
Isn't it very much self-explanatory to you, Nova Boy? I mean, looking at your kitchen, nobody would love to have you at a bakery in their life.
Also, cook at a Mexican restaurant. Applied. They probably hit delete on my application before they even viewed it.
It is so funny the way he is explaining why the company or the restaurants aren't hiring him. Like, bruh, go run to your house and take a look at it. It is messy, dirty, and ugly in every corner. Why would people want you if they have already watched your management skills in your videos?
Next up, line cook at a local bar. They viewed my application, yet I haven't heard back. Hotel housekeeper at a local hotel. They never viewed my application.
Housekeeping, literally. Nova's audacity to post videos with that background and then applying for the post of housekeeper is the peak of stupidity. Housekeeping in his terms is more like gatekeeping the trash. No! Nobody is allowed to touch the trash. It is going to lay there for the rest of its life till it decomposes there.
Even Taco Bell hasn't even gotten back to me yet. And as you can see, these were all applied for within the last week. So stop with the get a job comments, because I'm actively working on it.
And that is Nova's answer to everyone who trolls him for not having a job. Nobody hires me. But let's be real. Any random guy or girl can usually get a basic job at a restaurant. And if not that, at least at a local grocery store where no degree or special qualification is required. That is how most young people earn their way through life. That is how they survive, pay their bills, and save up for their dreams. There are countless creators who hustle. They work jobs they do not love, stand on their feet for hours, and still make time to create content until their passion pays off. They do not wait for a miracle. They work for it. Nova, on the other hand, has not managed to secure even one stable job. And if he ever mentioned his food review videos during an interview, maybe his excuse of "nobody hires me" would start to make a little more sense. Because the truth is, no employer wants to see a potential hire spending his days binging on junk food in front of a camera, slurring through half-baked reviews, while asking strangers on the internet to take him seriously. At some point, the question shifts from why isn't he being hired to why would anyone hire him in the first place? And here's people's reaction. Nova online as a housekeeper. People are hilarious. Well, that isn't it. It is an unending mess of laughter. Here's a TikTok video posted by Nova where he is dancing with zero expressions on his face for getting a job. Too much excitement in a frame. Funny isn't just the video or his expressionless face. The funniest thing is this comment. Imagine you've worked there for like a year and all your OG coworkers quit for whatever reason, and your boss tells you he's hiring someone new. Then Nova walks in, chills, and here are 15.6 thousand more people participating in the laughter wave. People were so shocked for him finally having a job that some of them started self-doubting. They started thinking that if a guy like Nova gets a job, then we are of similar or nearly zero caliber as Nova. Though people did not like his videos that much, people neither had an issue with him. Nobody thought of him as this harmful guy or a creator who needed to be cancelled. All fun and games. Until one day, Nova started singing "Twinkle Twinkle Lil Star" for a toy and called that toy a 14-year-old girl. Yes? And it looked weird and terrifying. Basically, it looked and sounded like this.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
And people under the comment box had these reactions. This is probably one of the top 5 scariest audio recordings of all time. And some people even said that listening to this makes my skin crawl. It makes me feel so uneasy, man. How is he not in jail or prison? and a few of them literally started making other TikTok videos related to Nova.
Nova online. Here's your emotional support, Lamb. You might want to protect him from Nova too, by the way. So take him for emotional support and protection.
It wasn't similar or normal like his other videos, which sounded somewhat like this. Yes, it was ear-bleeding experience, but it still did not affect our mental health, unlike the Twinkle Twinkle tune. And the videos he made later turned out to be creepier and creepier. This way, the wave of Nova and his cringy content was spread all over the internet, and people started digging into everything he had done in the past. And that's where people found his creepy and weird interactions with minors. And then people started being offended with every single thing that he tried to do online. Like this guy on Reddit said, "I can't tell if he's a troll or serious," kinda because he looks the part. The videos seem so ridiculous, though, that there's almost no way it can be a troll. But I've also heard stuff about him being a PDF, so that could mean it's all for real. And here is a Sunlight Tea, sharing her early experience with Nova aka Gabriel Gage on her Twitter account, which blew everybody's mind. She writes, "Every once in a while, I remember I went to middle school with Nova, aka the Novine Universe, and let me tell you, I got some horror stories." She continues telling the story. In middle school, Nova and I were in choir together. He and I had multiple classes together too, all the way up until high school. I didn't want to be around him. He made me uncomfortable, but everyone told me I was being dramatic. He made awkward comments towards all of the girls in our classes. Things like commenting on our bodies, rating us on looks, and talking about his crushes he had on every girl he talked to. People told me it wasn't a big deal. When I reported it, teachers told me he was autistic and couldn't control his behavior, so it never stopped. People condoned his behavior, hell, even cheered it on. One day, in choir, he sang a song in class that was explicit and dedicated it to me. He acted the same way in youth group as well. His behavior was never taken seriously. If you ask me, his relationship with a 14-year-old is partially to blame on those who refuse to do anything about it. And she concluded the story with, "If you support him, DN&I with me. He put me through trauma that was disregarded by my teachers and counselors, and his behavior still affects me to this day." Now this is the real story. A story where a 12-year-old girl was mentally and emotionally by Nova. On social media, Nova acts like an immature, clueless clown, but what he does in real life is far from harmless, and honestly, it is terrifying. A girl named Cece came forward and shared her story online. She spoke about the mental trauma she endured, the discomfort, and the way Nova made her feel unsafe at such a young age. For someone like her to step up, knowing Nova already has a following and internet fame, takes incredible courage. The journey from being silently creeped out to publicly calling him out is not an easy one. It takes strength. It takes clarity. And most of all, it takes the kind of bravery that deserves to be heard and respected. Because when the mask of internet humor slips, what is left behind can be disturbing. And Sissy's story is a living proof of that. There are also proofs of people claiming that Nova is struggling through some massive mental health issues, where he thinks of himself as a kid and asks people to change his diapers. Like this.
I'm very excited for my next session. He's gonna change my diaper.
But there are also, on the other hand, people who are blaming Nova for having inappropriate interactions with minors on Discords, claiming that he is a borderline pedophile himself.
I thought Nova Online was just a harmless lolcow that got made fun of because of his wacky antics on the internet. I was so wrong. I dived into a little bit of his history and went deeper down his rabbit hole, and this dude is a borderline and
So yes, what do you think he is? A pedophile or a mentally ill person who thinks of him as a child? Well, either way, nothing sounds really good for the ears. First of all, he is a creator, and the number of views that he has been getting recently is in the millions. If we specifically check for a number on his TikTok page, it literally says 10 million likes, which honestly is huge. He has got some 279.8 thousand followers on the page where he eats, flirts, and shows off his dirty house in the background. Oh wait, a page where he has bluntly written in his bio, "Do not DM," in big bold letters. So let me get this straight. You are saying you are jobless, unemployed, have no work, and are desperately looking for opportunities. You also claim that you have been applying to every possible place, showing up for interviews, and still ending up with nothing. Not even one placement, not a single job. Here is why. If you are writing "do not DM" in your bio, how is anyone supposed to approach you? There's absolutely no chance for collaborations, partnerships, paid promotions, or brand deals, which only proves one thing: you have zero understanding of how to build a personal brand, let alone a career. Instead, all you care about is lying on your bed with a bag of junk food, filming yourself eat, and then whining about not getting work. It is absurd. Completely absurd. There are people out there struggling to make ends meet, trying to help their families, paying their bills, and fighting to survive. And then there is Nova, shamelessly doing the bare minimum, raking in millions of views, and still playing the victim. And to make things worse, there are people in his comment section defending him, saying, "Why is everyone mad at him? He is just doing his work. Everyone needs to chill and have fun." It does not work like that. A person who is truly passionate about their work takes ownership. They take responsibility and hold themselves accountable for the content they put out. When you're getting millions of eyeballs on you, you are no longer just another user on the internet. You have a responsibility. You owe it to your audience to make thoughtful and sensible decisions. But then again, it is Nova we are talking about. He calls himself an influencer, but is he really one? Because if he is not influencing the next generation. He is damaging it. He is not a content creator. He is a cautionary tale. There are people on Reddit who found out Nova asking the caregivers to change his diapers on the platform, which leaves everyone scared and creeped out. And yet, another one leaving you with goosebumps. A creepy post on Reddit reads, "I don't want to stop regressing. Does anyone have any tips to maybe trigger myself back into regressing often?" To which Nova has responded with, "Just remember, you are never too old for any kid stuff." Now here's a Reddit post which says a lot. This outfit is weirder than all his YouTube and TikTok channels combined. Here we can literally see Nova having the time of his life, FaceTiming someone in that bizarre outfit. These pictures give off a vibe that makes it look like he is role-playing as someone's mother. Out of all the fantasies out there, this one really crosses a line. It is not just odd, it is deeply uncomfortable and disturbing. And the worst part? He is not even trying to be discreet about it. He is proudly putting it out for the world to see, as if this is normal, as if this is content. And here's another picture of Nova doing more weirdo stuff. This picture, god damn it, it is genuinely scary. Imagine following someone for what you think is lighthearted or funny content, and then stumbling across this on a different platform. Suddenly you start questioning your own taste. You would unfollow him in an instant, and even worse, you would feel nothing but discomfort when he randomly appears on your feed again. Just imagine that. It feels like a bait and switch. You sign up for comedy, and instead, you get this mess of bizarre fantasies and disturbing behaviors shoved in your face. Here, Novine Universe has posted a picture with the caption, "Had to show my melatonin patch too to show you I put it on like a good baby." Like a good baby? Really? Who are you even trying to be? A fully grown adult with absolutely no desire to improve your life, your career, or even contribute anything meaningful to your parents. Just lying there in a dirty room with that filthy face. And doing nothing but posting creepy, uncomfortable content on social media. And to top it off, begging people to change your diaper. This is not quirky. This is not edgy. This is just plain disturbing. And here's a screenshot of Nova's post that reads, "The patsy started to make my mouth sore." There's a point where it stops being shocking and just starts becoming sad. And this one is a screenshot of his chat with someone who clearly shares a similar mindset. The messages read, "Will you be mad if my mouth tape or cute sleepy patch falls off in my sleep?" To which the person replies, "I won't, I promise, unless you take it off yourself." Then Nova says, "I want to be a good baby, so I will leave them on. I don't want to be punished." The person doesn't respond, but Nova, clearly restless, types again, "Are you still awake?" And baby can't sleep. Here, ladies and gentlemen, our dear Nova is referring to himself as a baby. A baby. Let that sink in. It is not just cringeworthy, it is disturbing on so many levels. Some might brush this off as a fantasy. Others might see it as a mental health issue. And this behavior could be rooted in past trauma, or a childhood that lacked love and attention. But when that unresolved trauma turns into content, when that private dysfunction becomes public identity, there is a serious problem. This is not just a matter of taste. This is about accountability. Because when thousands of people are watching, you do not get to hide behind the excuse of just being yourself. You are influencing people, especially the young ones. And what you put out there has consequences. What exactly is going on here? Let's dive deeper and uncover what this all really says about Nova and about the kind of content we have started normalizing. And the comments under this post read, "I am physically repulsed." Just so repulsive. What the f***? So we can clearly see people are disgusted, and people are so repulsive that they don't even want to talk about it or elaborate on it. They just say they don't want to see Nova's face again. And here's baby Nova's collection of the mouth tapes. This post's caption says, "I knew he was hiding something. He gets over baby pacifiers and children. Someone lock him up." Here's another Reddit post where we can hear Nova talking to his mother about his uncle and how terrified he is of him. In the audio, Nova says his uncle is calling him a and blaming him for leaking his phone number on TikTok. Nova insists he hasn't done it, but he sounds genuinely scared. He tells his mother that he is shaking with fear, that he feels sick to his stomach, and that he does not know how to deal with the situation.
Andy just texted me again. His phone number got leaked, and now he's blaming. I'm shaking. He's gonna give me to do. I'm scared.
While his mother tries to calm him down and reason with him, Nova keeps repeating that he is terrified. He uses words like scared and describes himself as physically trembling. If we connect this moment to what we have seen of Nova in the past, the way he behaves like a baby online, and how in some of his chats he had asked someone if they would be mad at him for taking off his mouth tape in his sleep, this could be rooted in something much deeper. What if this isn't just a performance? What if this is unresolved trauma? It is entirely possible that this fear of punishment, this childlike helplessness, stems from something that happened during his childhood. Perhaps his uncle did more than just yell. Perhaps those fears were planted long ago. Maybe it is all a build-up in his head. But maybe, just maybe, these scenes we see today, the fantasy roleplay, the anxiety, the regression, are connected to very real and very dark memories from his past. And if that is the case, it does not excuse his current actions, but it might explain where they come from. So the question becomes, is Nova simply craving attention? Or is he crying out for help in the only way he knows how? Yet another video of him being scared and crying a lot after he gets to know that someone has shared some of his video to his uncle. He is so pissed off and raging with anger, he ends up telling people not to do so.
To whoever the F sent that video to my uncle, you should be ashamed of yourself. I literally just got through a mental breakdown, bawling my eyes out because of you. I hate to post this, but this needs to be addressed. To whoever sent that, F you! To all the real fans, I love you so much with all my heart. Jesus loves you too. But to the one that sent my uncle that video, you've got a problem. And we need to talk.
While some people still choose to give him the benefit of the doubt, his behavior both in his content and online presence has become too unsettling to ignore. What once seemed like harmless, quirky posts have now evolved into something far more disturbing. People have slowly started viewing Nova through a more serious and concerned lens. His content journey began with gaming on YouTube, but when that didn't take off, he quickly shifted to TikTok. From the beginning, Nova always had a sense of what could sell. He was hyper-aware of what worked on the internet and what didn't. He knew he wasn't performing well in the gaming world. The YouTube space was already saturated with talented creators who had built massive followings through their skills, strategies, and consistency. Kids his age had already mastered the streaming game, but not Nova. He was still far behind and lagging a lot. His TikTok journey, however, started with a spark. His first few videos earned a few thousand views. It looked promising, but staying relevant proved to be harder than it seemed. Nova desperately tried to follow every trend, whether it was dancing to viral songs, mimicking fashion styles, copying popular slang, or simply mimicking what everyone else was doing. But even then, something was always off. His content felt forced. His presence felt out of place. People began trolling him not just for his awkwardness or cringeworthy videos, but for how he looked, how he acted, how he carried himself. He was soon labeled a lolcow, a public figure people mock for laughs. And yet, Nova never fired back. He took the criticism, accepted the trolling, and claimed he wanted to work on himself. He made it clear that he was going to do something about it. But here's the thing, he never actually did. He portrayed the image of someone trying to improve. But in reality, there was no progress. It was all for show. Take exercise, for example. Viewers called him lazy. Some even referred to him as a couch potato. Many recommended he hit the gym and start taking his health seriously. Nova listened. He even posted content suggesting he had started working out. But what it turned into was something like this.
7, 8, 9, 10.
And people are falling with laughter. They're calling it a hilarious workout. Because honestly, Nova here is barely doing anything to be called a workout session. His expressions just scream his lack of interest in the gym and the environment there. Looks like he is doing it just for the sake of getting a few more views and comments. And this is people's reactions in the comment box. 10 reps of goofing around, and that is literally the worst way to work out your lats. Of course, he doesn't give a damn about the workout, he just cares to be recorded in his camera, and that is it. Here's another video where Nova gets scolded for talking in a high tone at the gym.
Decreasing 100 pounds. Excuse me? Could you clean up your language, please?
So his behavior at the gym is also very inappropriate. This shows the overall behavior and personality of Nova, which is filled with anxiety and insecurity. Insecurity regarding his body, his content, his choices, and overall his life. This takes us back to where it started from. His attraction towards children and being a child. The delusional world where he loves to live for his life. The issue is so big that people have started creating videos that resonate with this whole Nova and minors situation.
Oh. Am I attracted to this? No. Am I? No.
There are people who have done a full research on how Nova Online is following some random 14-year-olds on the social media pages, and is having chats with them.
Nova Online following a random 14-year-old artist, plus some of Nova's Roblox medals.
Though these videos are funny and give you a good minute of laughter, the issue is very serious and to be investigated properly by the police. There are people saying that it's the trolls who are doing it, but here is Nova coming out in anger and firing it in this video.
I'm never making another Discord server again. This is the fourth. My life, everything. I'm done.
Here's another video of him where he is telling people that TikTok banned his stream. And that was the time Nova didn't know what to do. TikTok banned his stream for harassment and bullying. And that sounds like a step towards a better future. Coming back to his disturbing attraction towards diapers, here is another video where Nova's mother can be seen scolding him over the same.
What? The are they sending my mom?
This was all recorded during one of Nova's live streams. For many people, this clip removed all confusion about whether Nova was genuinely into this kind of stuff or just trolling. The video gave clear insight into his choices and behavior. In the video, his mother is clearly heard shouting at him for ordering diapers, for wearing them, and for making a public mockery of himself online. Her tone reflects frustration and disbelief, but also a shocking level of detachment. And honestly, this is where we need to look at the bigger picture. Nova's mother, as a responsible parent, should have had a much tighter grip on what her son was doing, especially when he's actively influencing others online with extremely questionable behavior. His bizarre content isn't just cringeworthy, it's also a bad influence. And the fact that he's been caught interacting with minors on platforms like Discord raises even more red flags. This isn't just about one person's fantasies anymore. This is also about bad parenting. Turning a blind eye to your child's online presence, especially when that child is spiraling into unsafe and inappropriate behavior, is not just negligent, it's dangerous. Parents should be the first line of awareness and accountability. In Nova's case, that line appears to be broken. Also, his language while talking to his mother is extremely bad. It is inappropriate and unacceptable. Nova's Facebook account was discovered following a page tied to an online age regression community, often described as caregivers and littles. This subculture involves adults who adopt childlike roles or behaviors in certain relationships, where one person takes on a caregiver dynamic and the other leans into a younger persona. While it has its own niche following, it's widely regarded as controversial because of the way it blurs emotional and role-playing boundaries. This is not just niche internet behavior. It's deeply concerning when combined with Nova's history and pattern of interactions, especially involving minors. Being attracted to such communities while having a track record of disturbing behavior raises serious red flags. One of the YouTube creators who's been meticulously tracking Nova's online activity is Smokey MCC. Alongside Kiwi Tapes, Smokey has documented Nova's patterns, red flags, and questionable moves on their respective channels. They've even hosted live discussions dissecting Nova's behavior and impact. Nova, unsurprisingly, didn't take this well. He lashed out during one of the streams with the message, "Screw you, Smokey!" visibly agitated by the exposure. He also slipped into the live chat, where viewers were mocking him and angrily responded with things like, "Piss off." This defensive and hostile behavior only further confirms his inability to take responsibility. Instead of reflecting or explaining himself, he's lashing out at people calling out his disturbing actions. Actions that are no longer a private fantasies but part of a very public and problematic pattern. Nova had also sent an email to Smokey in regards to the Facebook discovery. He wrote, "You're asking for a lawsuit, Smokey. I don't even check FB that often, and I log on like once every 6 months. So why don't you duck off and stop pulling shit out of your ducking ass?" Everything that Nova is up to these days is shady, creepy, and scary. For example, there's a video where Nova was literally playing with knives. Now, if any other person did that, people might have brushed it off as a joke or edgy content. But when it comes to Nova online, the context shifts drastically. It's no longer just a quirky act, it becomes a possible red flag. His image is already so deeply associated with uncomfortable, questionable behavior that even the smallest actions are now viewed through a lens of suspicion. People can't trust him blindly. In fact, they can't even trust him with open eyes. And that's the core problem with Nova's content and him as a creator. He has lost the benefit of the doubt. The way people consume social media content today is intense and deeply personal. Someone finds a video of yours while scrolling, gets intrigued, and then dives headfirst into your digital world. They binge watch your videos, explore your stories, and scroll through every post and comment. Slowly, they begin to feel like they know you. They grow curious about your lifestyle, your morning routine, your night rituals, the food you eat, where you shop, how you speak, and how you live. You stop being just a creator, you become a character in their daily lives. But it doesn't stop there. People want to know your stance on everything, whether it's pop culture, social justice, politics, or personal values. And even when you try to stay neutral, silence speaks volumes. Audiences expect creators to reflect, to analyze, and to influence. And if you're not aware of that power, you can very quickly go from being loved to being loathed. That's the fundamental difference between traditional celebrities and modern-day influencers. Movie stars are surrounded by layers, agents, managers, and PR handlers. But influencers? They're raw, unfiltered, and accessible. Their content is real-time. Their stories go out every hour, their thoughts are tweeted instantly, and that constant accessibility makes them constantly accountable. There is no hiding, so when someone like Nova displays irresponsible, erratic, or disturbing behavior, it doesn't take long for the public to notice, dissect, and react. People once laughed at him, called him a lolcow, mocked his looks and mannerisms, but now the tone has changed. Now he's being labeled a potential threat, a danger. But if we look past the memes and the mockery, there's something even more concerning beneath the surface. Nova is clearly someone who is mentally unwell. His content, his hygiene, his body language, and the way he speaks, everything suggests that this is someone crying for help in the loudest, most uncomfortable way possible. What's even worse is that he's doing all of this while being heavily active, on platforms filled with young, impressionable users. Instead of getting therapy, support, or structure, he's getting attention that might be enabling his delusions or worsening his state. And this isn't just about Nova anymore, it's about the larger problem of digital neglect, where people with serious mental and emotional issues are being pushed further into the spotlight for clicks, likes, and engagement instead of being pulled out and helped. Nova is not just a cautionary tale about content creation gone wrong. He's a case study on what happens when internet fame meets unresolved trauma and unchecked behavior. If no one steps in, whether it's his family and the platforms he's on or professionals, this is only going to escalate. And by the time it all explodes, it might be too late. People have already started taking the matter to bigger platforms. While some influencers are dangerous to others, there are also creators who are victims of truly horrifying abuse, and their stories deserve just as much attention. One such case is that of Lo the Goat, whose situation on social media shook people to their core. Her truth wasn't just disturbing, it was unthinkable. The internet stood still when she revealed that her own father wanted to marry her. It was one of the most bizarre and heartbreaking revelations to ever surface online. Lotha bravely came forward with her childhood trauma, and from that moment, the world couldn't look away. People were consumed by her story, not out of mere curiosity, but because it exposed one of the darkest truths that still plague society. Abuse within families, and more disturbingly from a parent. Her father, the man who should have protected her, instead became the source of her deepest trauma. He betrayed her trust, subjecting her to years of emotional damage and control. At one point, he even shaved her head and exposed her to substances, further tightening his grip on her life. And years later, long after she had built a relationship of her own, he resurfaced with the disturbing intention of forcing himself back into her world under the guise of marriage. Yes, it sounds like something out of a nightmare, but unfortunately, this is a reality that too many girls and women live with every day. Lotha's story is not an isolated incident. It is a horrifying example of how predators can exist within families, disguised as guardians, manipulating their victims under the illusion of love. What makes it even worse is the psychological war victims like Lotha are forced to endure. Imagine trying to build a life, a career, a relationship, while carrying a past that keeps dragging you back into trauma. Sharing that pain publicly is not just brave, it's necessary. It sheds light on the silent epidemic of familial, and it holds up a mirror to the systems and societies that allow such horrors to remain hidden. Lotha's courage to speak out is a reminder that social media is more than just filters and trends. It's also a powerful platform for truth, justice, and healing. Her voice, raw and unfiltered, has inspired thousands to come forward with their own stories, to seek help, and to know they are not alone. Because the more we talk about these things, the more predators of their power, and that is the beginning of change. And the fear of Nova becoming the one like her father when he grows up will be again a traumatic story for a lot of young girls to tell about Nova. Let's not make that happen by following people like Nova at first. And if we really are concerned, we should definitely report such people and ask the authorities to investigate and take legal actions. Also, the medical help could also bring a big change. Let's hop on the cameos now. People were also not happy with Nova's cameos, and things got even worse when he started questioning those who gave his cameos a 1-star rating. Here's one of the videos that really blew up.
What's going on, Allie? It's Nova Kadri, and I wanted to wish you a very happy 18th birthday, and I hope you have had or having an amazing one so far. Also, I heard you like Leslie and Tofia. A little thing about them, they're both, and it's been proven, so yeah, maybe don't interact with their content, just a little FYI. But hey, anyways, thank you for being a fan despite everything I'm going through in life. It truly means a lot, and I do appreciate it.
A man who has allegedly spent years hiding behind Discord servers, teasing, manipulating, and exploiting vulnerable teens, both in school and online, now wants to present himself as some kind of protector. It's not just ironic, it's disturbing. Someone who has repeatedly been accused of crossing boundaries with young girls is out here warning others against so-called predators. It's like the pot calling the kettle black, but far darker and more dangerous. He should honestly consider trading a few kilos for some functioning brain cells, because right now, his behavior is screaming denial and deflection. Well, let's see what people had to say about this. The comments under this video speak volumes. Raw, real, and brutally honest reactions from viewers who are tired of his manipulative antics. The very first comment over here reads, "Lamau the way Nova stares off into space as he talks about them." Almost as if he knows people are going to bring up what he's done, but he won't restart the video because he loves attention. Like, really? People are not stupid. They have eyes and ears. They can see what you are doing. Max ridiculousness, to be honest. There are several celebrities out there who've become the internet's laughingstock for their chaotic and desperate cameos, and Nikki Blonsky is definitely one of them. Known primarily for her role in the movie Hairspray, Nikki has spent more time in the headlines for controversies than for any actual work. From a supermodel mid-flight to physically fighting at the airport with her own family, Blonsky's name has been dragged all over social media for all the wrong reasons. Things got so out of hand that the supermodel's mother ended up with a facial fracture and had to be airlifted from the airport. And as expected, the industry slowly shut its doors on her. Work dried up, roles stopped coming in, and when nothing else worked, she turned to cameos. But even then, her chaos followed her. She began sending out bizarre videos, singing songs from Hairspray to random people who hadn't even asked for it. She was seen sliding into DMs, clinging to the only thing she had left, attention. In one of her infamous cameos, she literally sang while sitting on the toilet. If that doesn't scream desperation, what does? It was pure narcissism masked as fan service, a sad reflection of someone terrified of becoming irrelevant in a crowd full of actually deserving talent. And honestly, Nova Online isn't much different. After all the mess he caused behind the scenes, he too took shelter in cameos. But just like Blonsky, he failed to impress. People openly begged him to stop. The response was so bad that users left him with just 1-star ratings across the platform. That's not hate. That's rejection disguised as feedback. Cameos, in essence, is a platform meant to bring influencers, celebrities, and their audiences closer. It's supposed to be a space for genuine interaction and connection. But unfortunately, people like Nikki and Nova have turned it into yet another stage for their self-obsessed performances. Instead of building meaningful connections, they're out there embarrassing themselves for attention they no longer deserve. Here's Nova and Zeno Online sharing another cameo to his audience.
Hey Cameron, get off Siege. Go celebrate your birthday today, and maybe take a shower. 100 days without a shower is wild. And please use deodorant. And congrats on the engagement with Isaiah, and I'm wishing you both a magical My Little Pony wedding and a happy life. Thank you for being fans, but please take a shower. Nova Universe, I'm signing off.
Please take a shower? Oh, the irony. Look who's talking. How does Nova even come up with such so-called words of wisdom in his cameos, especially when they directly contradict his own behavior and lifestyle? It's laughable. Preaching things he doesn't practice is not just hypocritical, it's downright unfair to the people who actually pay for these videos. He might think it's working, but the reality lies in the comments section, where people are literally laughing at him. These well wishes and random advice clips have become a joke, because they're coming from someone who barely lives up to any of it. First it was the pedophile allegations, and now it's the shower lectures. Incredible. The audacity is truly unmatched. Trevor in his comment box says, "Little hypocritical, not going to lie." And this comment, my friends, is liked by 11.2 thousand plus people. So those many people think that Nova should actually really stop and watch himself out now, because frankly, it's the time now. And then there is this cameo where he is wishing a very happy Father's Day to his fans' father.
Hey Mike, it's Nova Kadri, and first off, I just wanted to wish you a very happy Father's Day. I wanted to know that your kids appreciate you for everything that you do, and I hope you have had or having an amazing Father's Day so far.
The audacity to wish a Father's Day while you are using the emotions of the minors on the internet is crazy and going out of hands. And this is what his audience had to say about this cameo. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. It is echoing in our ears since we listened to his wish, isn't it? And if you know, you know now. Nova isn't all baby all the time, by the way. This not-so-little man-child has got a lot of anger issues. God damn it! What's even more shocking is how Nova so bluntly bursts out during his live videos. No filter, no sense of decency. Just raw aggression. His behavior constantly leaves viewers stunned. He casually throws curse words around like they're part of normal speech, and what's worse, he does it in front of his own mother. That says a lot. Sure, some may point fingers at parenting, but let's be real. Nova isn't a child anymore, he's an adult. And adults should be held accountable for the things they say and do, especially when the camera is rolling. There's a level of responsibility that comes with having a platform. Nova refuses to carry that weight. He acts out on camera, throws tantrums, says deeply problematic things, and laughs it all off. But what he doesn't see, or maybe chooses to ignore, is the kind of influence he's leaving behind. There are kids watching him. Kids who look up to social media figures like him because they don't know better. And when someone with a huge following says things that are inappropriate or aggressive, it doesn't just stay on the screen. It trickles down. Kids mimic that behavior. They begin thinking it's cool or funny, or that it's okay to speak that way. That being rude, careless, or toxic is some kind of personality trait. Today's kids are practically raised on screens. They wake up to YouTube, scroll through TikTok during lunch, and fall asleep watching Instagram lives. Their devices are more than entertainment. They're lifelines. So naturally, the people they follow begin shaping their identities. The biggest issue? They can't always tell what's right and what's wrong. Their brains are still developing. They're emotionally impulsive and highly impressionable. They might not understand that the person they're watching is problematic. What they see is someone confident, bold, and unapologetic. And in their young minds, that's something to admire. From the way they start talking to how they behave in school or at home, it all adds up. Verbal disrespect, lack of empathy, these things are learned silently through the screen. And that's how they slowly get trapped in a toxic loop. The worst part? They won't even realize it until it's too late. But hey, let's not generalize. Not all influencers are toxic. There are many creators out there doing real, meaningful work. Influencers promote body positivity, teaching us that every shape and size deserves love and respect. People breaking barriers of color, gender, religion, and caste. Mental health advocates, sharing their personal stories about anxiety, depression, trauma, and healing. Many even provide free mental health check-ins, talk therapy, and links to professional help. Creators encourage self-growth, discipline, and business building, who motivate their followers to read, learn, grow, and create something of their own. These people are gems in the digital world, but sadly they're often overshadowed by loud, chaotic personalities who do anything for views. Social media is a vast ocean. It has waves of good and storms of bad. And you are the fisherman. You have the power to decide what you catch and what you throw back, what you let inside your mind, and what you keep far away from your family. But when it comes to children, they don't always get that choice. Their minds are still learning, their hearts are still soft, and their eyes are still wide open to everything they see. So here's what you can do. 1. Stay aware. Know what your child is watching. Talk to them about what they see online. Be open, be honest, and most importantly, be present. Don't let social media become the only voice in their life. 2nd, report the toxic influencers. If you see someone misusing their platform, spreading hate, or setting a bad example, report it, block it, call it out. Because sometimes silence is also part of the problem. This isn't just about Nova. This is about every content creator who forgets that behind every screen is a person, and often a very young one. The internet should be a place of learning, inspiration, and creativity, not a circus of chaos and toxicity. Coming back to Nova's online presence and so-called earnings, well, to put it bluntly, he earns practically nothing from it. Being an influencer today isn't just about showing up on camera and rambling nonsense. It's a full-time job that demands proper understanding of algorithms, audience relatability, demographics, and performance analytics. A true content creator studies their audience, watches trends, adapts quickly, and consistently delivers what their viewers crave. These days, the most consumed form of content is infotainment, a perfect blend of entertainment and information. People want to learn something, but they also want to be engaged, emotionally invested, or at least entertained while doing it. And if you're only entertaining, it better be impactful enough to leave a lasting message. Viewers today have higher expectations, shorter attention spans, and zero tolerance for low-effort, mindless uploads. Content creation is no longer a casual hobby. It's a science, a craft, and a competitive field. And it doesn't end at making videos. There's brand building, personal PR, strategic collaborations, paid campaigns, merchandising, and cross-platform engagement. This is how most creators earn their bread. But when it comes to Nova, he never even gave it a real shot. Instead of creating something meaningful, he went down the easiest route. Food reviews. He grabbed anything and everything available in the market and filmed himself stuffing it down, often in the worst possible settings with zero presentation, bad lighting, annoying sound effects, and frankly, a nauseating attitude. One of his earliest reviews started with Taco Bell, and from there, it spiraled into a series of poorly filmed, widely hated food videos. The internet made it clear they were not buying what he was serving. There was absolutely no sense of content strategy or financial planning, just chaos in front of a camera. Later, in a desperate attempt to monetize his fame, Nova tried selling random items like bracelets and water bottles on his platform. And while it might sound like a baby step toward building a brand, it wasn't. These weren't paid collaborations, nor were they sponsored campaigns. The truth is, no brand wanted to associate with him. Why would they? Nova Online had already earned himself a reputation as one of the most hated figures on the internet. In the world of digital marketing, reputation is everything. Even brands offering free PR goodies didn't consider sending products his way. They knew it wouldn't be worth the exposure. He had no influence, no credibility, and no engagement. Just noise. And let's be honest. What do bracelets and water bottles even fetch you? A few bucks, if anything? You can't even afford a one-time meal with that kind of return. Especially not the kind of meals Nova loves, to flex in his now cringeworthy content. It's a clear case of trying to run a business with no business sense. To make things worse, the controversies surrounding him, especially the ones involving inappropriate interactions with minors, were not just a personal downfall. They were also used, whether intentionally or not, as publicity stunts in the hopes of grabbing attention. But instead of helping, they backfired massively. The internet remembers, and it does not forgive easily. So while Nova may have tried to dip his toes into e-commerce and content monetization, the truth is none of it ever took off. Why? Because you can't build a career on controversy, chaos, and carelessness. Let's now take a look at how those brilliant product launches actually went down.
Tori placed a Nova Cord paracord order. Let's ship it out. You ordered 2 bracelets, two-tone bracelets. You ordered a blue and beige, which honestly, I really like this one. And you also ordered a hot pink and beige. This one is definitely the best looking one.
And that is exactly why no big brand ever hands over their products to Nova for promotions. His entire brand collaboration portfolio consists of just some cheap bracelets and water bottles, and even those seem like last-minute clearance items rather than actual merchandise. There's nothing wrong with what he's trying to sell, but how he's selling it? Now that's the real issue. The presentation is just sickening. Not in the modern slang way. It's genuinely off-putting. From poorly edited promotional clips to awkward, unprofessional photos, nothing about it screams "buy me." In fact, it screams the opposite: avoid me. What's even funnier, he was so serious about this little venture that he went ahead and printed business cards for it. Business cards for plastic water bottles and some friendship-style bracelets? Honestly, it's hilarious. Like trying to sell lemonade on a deserted street and still printing a full billboard for it. There's a difference between ambition and delusion. And unfortunately, Nova seems to be operating deep in the second zone. No strategic branding, no visual appeal, no call to action. Just cringeworthy self-promotion that looks like it belongs in a high school group project gone wrong. Let's face it, nobody's ordering those products and nobody's liking those videos. The audience isn't dumb. They can see right through the desperation. If you can't package your product in a way that connects with people, entertains them, or at least looks professional, it's not going to work. And in Nova's case, nothing about it ever looked remotely like a real business. But how could Nova even focus on his career? He had stuff for some nonsense things, like interest in minors. Making them feel insecure and awkward was and is his hobby. Here's a video of a few people and their opinions about Nova online.
I am losing my mind over Nova online. Who in the is this person? Also, if you don't know who Pampered Chew is, please go look him up. It definitely reflects it. So this degenerate got brought to my attention because my For You page decided to show me that this is like his 3rd or 4th Discord server that's got shut down for talking to minors. But it's not just talking to minors. The twinkle twinkle little star video and all that, I feel weird wearing a star nose ring now. I genuinely do not understand what brings a person to this level of depravity.
And the caption to this video says, "Diapers are for babies, and prison is for you, Nova." And this one will leave you with chills.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever. You are the youngest person ever.
And this one will leave you in laughter.
Why is Nova following me on his second account? He's only following 2 people on that account. His main account and me. I have so many questions here that are not going to get answered. All I'm going to say is, Nova, I'm not going to date you. It's not you, it's me. I have standards. Although I love men with long hair, I also like men that shower every day.
So this girl in the video is saying that Nova follows her from a separate account. An account where he follows absolutely no one else but her. In any other situation, any girl would probably feel incredibly special. I mean, imagine a guy creating an account just to follow you and talk to you. That's the kind of thing that, on paper, feels like a sweet gesture, something that might even make someone blush a little. But, and this is a big... We're not talking about just anyone. We're talking about Nova. And when he does something like that, it's not romantic, it's creepy, it's calculated, it's uncomfortable. Thankfully, the girl in the video didn't fall for it. In fact, she clapped back. And how? She gave him a solid reality check. Left, right, and center. She didn't hold back at all. She even went ahead and called him a man-child, which, let's be honest, is painfully accurate. Even grown men watching would probably nod in agreement. Because let's face it, No girl wants to date, talk to, or even be associated with someone who has such questionable standards, twisted fantasies, and zero moral compass. At the very least, what people expect from a grown adult is some basic hygiene. A one-time shower. That's it. That's the bar. But Nova can't even meet that. Instead of taking a bath, he seems far too busy taking minors on emotional roller coasters and leaving behind a trail of trauma. It's not just disappointing, it's deeply disturbing. Here's another video of a girl explaining what happened with her when she used to study with Nova at the same school long back.
I went to middle school with him. I was in the select choir. It was an all-girls choir. You had to audition for it. It was only for the 8th graders. And he was not happy that he wasn't in it. So he made his own choir outside of school and invited a whole bunch of girls that were in the select choir and the regular, like, extracurricular choir. He invited a whole bunch of us over to his house. And he was very, very mad at me for not going. So I was there in class, and he comes up and he asks, like, 5 or 6 of us to go up to the front of the class with him, and we're like, okay. This dude proceeds to sing Love Me Like You Do by Elle Goulding, and basically Magic Mike, like, lap danced that. And our teacher had to stop it because we were all uncomfortable. We all were just sitting there like.
Did she just say that Nova asked 4 girls to come ahead in the class and he sang a love song to them, giving a lap dance? Whoa! The teacher must have been pissed off at him. And the girls, obviously very, very uncomfortable. Even if there was a boy sitting there, he would have felt very uncomfortable. It sounds very uncomfortable in itself. Crazy. Insane amount of vulgarity in his behavior from years and years. And then the girl continued with other story.
He was also really touchy, like, with girls. I cannot tell you a single girl that I went to middle school with that was not uncomfortable around him, because he was always like, feeling you some other way.
No, no, no. Who does that stuff in the school or anywhere? And why has he not changed after all these years? Touching and grabbing is literally asking if the girl is uncomfortable. So it looks like Nova's character was always shady and dirty. It actually sounds very, very traumatizing. Nobody would really want to be friends with him. And the comments read, "Honorable mention. He was banned from the adult store my sister used to work at." And another girl has come up with another story saying, "That's so weird, OMG, it's crazy that we all went to school with him. He was obsessed with me and Ari and always asked us to marry him." And Katsy replies with, "Yes, OMG, I remember that. Were you there for the Love Me Like You Do thing?" I can't remember, but I think I remember Ari being one of the girls he sang to. He went to my online school during high school and asked me to virtual prom, and I graduated standing right next to him. And as a boy mimicking his food reviews.
Hey Nova Cadre, today we're going to be trying the Theater Bros Salsa. First impressions are decent. It looks pretty goopy, kind of like the sits I take in my diaper.
So, as we can clearly see, Nova has created a serious and dangerous wave online, one that's being followed by thousands. Whether people watch him out of curiosity, hate, or just to laugh, the harsh reality is that he's pulling in millions of views on nearly every single video. And what's truly alarming is that the numbers don't drop. Because just when people think Nova Online, aka Gabriel Gage, has finally reached his peak, he goes and peaks the peak. And now comes the climax of the chaos he's been building. The peak of the Novine universe is this.
If you want to really see my feet, I'm launching an OF soon.
Yes, you heard that right. Nova has officially declared that he's starting an OnlyFans account. We all know what OnlyFans is widely known for. Despite being a platform meant for creators of all kinds, it's now overwhelmingly associated with content, private chats, and adult entertainment. It has become one of the most controversial and problematic spaces on the internet. And now, Nova has decided that this is his next move. And that is deeply concerning. Let's just take a second to sum up Nova's online journey. He started with gaming videos on YouTube, but lacked the intelligence, originality, or consistency to grow an audience. He jumped over to TikTok, trying out shorter video formats. Even then, no one took him seriously. And on the rare occasion that someone offered him a real job or a platform, he was either fired or thrown out in a matter of days. Then came his attempt at trendy content. He sang, danced, copied trends, Until finally, one accidental outburst about a server crashing went viral.
Oh no, not the server! The server got nuked! The server! No! I want to die, I swear to God! And there goes the server.
That rage clip gained him attention, and he's been chasing that fleeting moment of viral fame ever since. From trying to sell bracelets, water bottles, to now selling himself on OnlyFans, Nova has gone from irrelevant to controversial, to now just plain unsafe. Let's talk about why this is not just embarrassing, but dangerous, for himself and for others. Emotional and psychological damage from platforms like OnlyFans. People often assume OnlyFans is an easy source of income, but what's rarely spoken about are the mental and emotional consequences of engaging in such spaces. Over time, it leads to severe body image issues, stemming from constant comparison, objectification, and unrealistic beauty standards. Addiction to validation. Every like, every subscriber becomes a hit of dopamine. You start relying on strangers to tell you you're worth something. Emotional burnout, because constantly creating provocative or shocking content leaves no space for genuine rest or healing. Increased anxiety and isolation, as people start seeing you only as content, not as a person. You start selling parts of yourself, and when those parts are no longer interesting, the audience disappears, and you're left with nothing but shame, confusion, and mental exhaustion. So even if Nova managed to make some money out of this, the damage to his mind and soul will far outweigh the paycheck. Now, who do you think we should blame here in this situation? Nova for doing all this, but he is mentally ill. Let's start with the top. His parents. If only Nova's parents had shown a little more sensibility while raising him, he might have turned out to be a better person. If not extraordinary, then at least a functioning, respectful adult. Bad parenting doesn't always show up as shouting or pressuring kids into perfect grades or achievements that society applauds. Sometimes bad parenting is simply not being present enough, and sometimes it's worse. It's noticing your child's spiral and still choosing silence over confrontation. Today, in our fast-moving digital world, parents are often so consumed by their own routines, careers, and digital lives that they forget their children need time, attention, and understanding just as much as they need food and shelter. Having a child is not a minor milestone, it's a life-altering responsibility. And if you can't handle that, you don't get to complain about the consequences later, because those consequences don't just stay within four walls, they spill onto society, onto the internet, onto other people's lives. Raising a child is like nurturing a plant. A plant doesn't just need water and sunlight, it needs healthy soil to anchor its roots. If the soil is loose, the plant will sway, struggle, and eventually collapse. On the other hand, overwatering a plant can rot it from the inside out. And that's exactly what happens when you smother a child with praise, excuses, and zero boundaries. They grow up entitled, directionless, and emotionally unstable. They stop understanding the concept of effort, of respect, of consequences. Good parenting is about striking the right balance. It's about giving your child the space to grow independently, develop their own thoughts and opinions, and stand on their own when the time is right. It also means holding them accountable when they cross the line, teaching them the consequences of their actions, not sweeping everything under the rug in the name of love. If you constantly celebrate everything your child does without questioning right from wrong, you're not nurturing self-esteem. You're breeding arrogance. You're creating an adult who refuses to listen, refuses to grow, and worse, refuses to respect others. And that's where Nova Online, aka Gabriel Gage, comes in. He is what happens when that balance is completely missing. Nova's behavior on the internet is far from entertaining. It's unsettling. His manner of speaking to the camera is erratic. He often shifts from quiet, uncomfortable stares to abrupt emotional outbursts, diving into anxiety-fueled rants and depressive monologues. Sometimes he talks about needing someone to care for him, even changes diapers, things no adult should randomly scream into the void of the internet. His tone jumps unpredictably from sadness to aggression to self-pity, with zero filter, all while maintaining the illusion that this is normal or acceptable content.
I tell you, I have two of the weirdest obsessions in the world.
But it's not. There is nothing relatable about turning your unresolved trauma into performance art. There is nothing funny about using mental illness as a brand strategy. The most troubling part is that he's doing all of this publicly, with millions of viewers, including young, impressionable audiences watching his every move. He's not just embarrassing himself, he's potentially harming those who don't understand the depth of what they're witnessing. Emotional instability, untreated trauma, and boundaryless self-expression don't belong on a public platform without caution or accountability. And here's the hard truth. This didn't start yesterday. Nova's present condition is a culmination of years of unchecked behavior, lack of guidance, and an environment that clearly never taught him where the line is. When a child grows up without discipline and without direction, the world eventually becomes their playground, and everyone else becomes collateral damage. His parents may not have screamed, but they clearly failed in the areas that mattered most. They didn't step in when he needed a reality check. They didn't help him learn empathy or restraint. They didn't teach him how to coexist in a world that doesn't revolve around his emotions. This is a wake-up call, not just about Nova, but about the long-term impact of absence disguised as freedom and overindulgence disguised as love. This is not a case of a quirky influencer gone rogue. This is the crash landing of a neglected boy who was never taught how to land at all. People have started feeling visibly uncomfortable around Nova in public spaces. Usually, when an influencer walks by, there's a sense of excitement in the air. People light up, they rush for selfies, ask for autographs, maybe even strike up a quick conversation about their content. That's the usual fan moment. But with someone like Nova online, the energy is completely different. Instead of admiration, there's tension. Instead of smiles, there are sideways glances and awkward silences. Even though many people know him, some even follow him out of curiosity, they also know what he's allegedly been doing behind the scenes. His disturbing interactions with minors on Discord are not some hidden secret anymore. They're a quiet, looming concern. So, when people spot him in public, there are only two reactions. Either they feel uncomfortable and uneasy, or they simply couldn't care less. There's no awe, no respect, no sense of stardom, just avoidance. And here's an example that captures that shift perfectly. Someone quite literally made fun of him by filming a video, or perhaps giving an interview, with Nova awkwardly standing in the background. Not as a guest, not as a star, but as an unintended prop in someone else's joke. That's how far the fall has gone, from wanting to be the main character to becoming the punchline. And people have also come up with some weird edits of Nova falling for minors. And here is another video by a random girl about Nova online and his Discord chats.
Ew! Every day I'm forced to learn something new about him that I don't want to!
Here's a Discord chat of Nova online with someone named Program Dash. Yeah, taken out of context, how you wanted to sleep in VC with a 14-year-old? Asked a 14-year-old how often she... To which Nova Online has replied with, they were being towards me. And then the program questions back with, and you was being it back? To which Nova Online has replied with, they did it more. The ongoing concerns. Surrounding Nova Online, Gabriel Gage. A call for awareness and accountability. There is an alarming pattern of behavior surrounding Gabriel Gage, better known on social media as Nova Online, that must be brought to light. Not to defame, but to inform, protect, and encourage responsible digital conduct. One of the most disturbing revelations involves conversations between Nova and minors. In one incident, a user named Program directly questioned Nova about being with a 14-year-old. Nova's response, that the minor was being more towards him, is deeply troubling. It is crucial to understand that minors cannot consent to such interactions. The responsibility always lies with the adult. Legally and ethically, this behavior clearly falls into predatory territory. What's often described as involves an adult creating a relationship with someone younger in order to gain influence or control. It usually starts subtly and can escalate into deeply harmful situations. And no matter how the interaction begins, the responsibility always rests with the adult. Over time, more young women, including some who reportedly knew Nova from school, have come forward with accounts of feeling uncomfortable, unsafe, or manipulated during their interactions with him. While these stories are important, they represent only the visible part of a larger issue. Many victims do not come forward due to shame, fear, or trauma, and perhaps even more concerning are the cases where minors may not realize they are being, or worse, may begin to normalize the behavior as part of their developing sense of in relationships. This creates a dangerous environment. Teenagers, especially those navigating emotional vulnerabilities, are highly impressionable. Exposure to inappropriate adult behavior online can lead to lasting psychological damage. ranging from trust issues and depression to unhealthy future relationships and identity struggles. Adding to the concern is Nova's activity on platforms like Discord, where private chats can create opportunities for unmonitored interactions. Reports suggest that some of these connections may have been extended through content-sharing platforms, including subscription-based sites. While those sites prohibit younger users by policy, critics have raised concerns that some creators use mainstream social media and messaging apps to direct audiences toward more suggestive material, whether intentionally or indirectly. Using platforms like OnlyFans as an extension of communication with fans becomes even more troubling when those fans include minors. The emotional damage from being exposed to adult content or interactions at a young age is significant. It can lead to confusion about personal boundaries, distorted views on relationships, and long-term psychological impact. In light of these concerns, it is imperative that Nova Online be investigated thoroughly by appropriate legal authorities, banned from platforms that facilitate unmonitored interactions with minors, especially Discord, and placed under digital observation to prevent further harm. This is not just about holding one individual accountable. It is about protecting vulnerable users online, educating communities about behavior, and ensuring that our digital platforms are safe spaces for everyone, especially children and teens, because we cannot imagine our future generations destroying their lives. We want no more Novas in the world. Legal repercussions of engaging in interactions with minors. Interactions between adults and minors are not just morally wrong. They are criminal offenses with serious legal consequences. Across most jurisdictions globally, engaging in any form of suggestive conversation or interaction with a minor is considered exploitation. This includes texting, image sharing, and even suggestive role-playing with anyone under the age of legal consent, which typically ranges between 16 and 18 years depending on the region. One of the most dangerous tactics predators use is many countries, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and India, now have specific laws that criminalize even if no physical meeting ever takes place. The mere intent to coerce or influence a child into behavior even over the internet can lead to imprisonment, inclusion in a offender registry, heavy fines, and restrictions on internet use. Further platforms such as Discord, Instagram, YouTube, and OnlyFans legally require creators and users to comply with local child protection laws. If a creator is found guilty of breaching these laws, not only can their accounts be terminated, but the platforms themselves can initiate legal reporting or cooperate with law enforcement agencies during investigations. In situations where younger individuals are pressured into harmful choices, like sharing private material, engaging in dangerous behaviors, or developing distorted views about relationships, the adult responsible can face serious legal consequences. Depending on the severity, this may include charges related to endangerment, corruption of a minor, or even more severe offenses in extreme cases. This is why there must be no tolerance for individuals like Nova Online, who are repeatedly alleged to have blurred these lines. Regardless of whether his intentions were joking or misunderstood, when minors are involved, the law does not offer the benefit of doubt. Legal systems are designed to prioritize the safety and innocence of children, and anyone found tampering with that should face strict consequences to protect the public at large. Audience engagement and closing message. So what do you think about Nova Online? Do you really believe he is adding value to our online world, or is he slowly poisoning it with his inappropriate behavior and twisted influence over young minds? Ask yourself if we really want to continue giving such individuals space views and followers when they actively exploit their platform and manipulate the youth. What would you do if you came across Nova in real life? Would you shake his hand or walk away? Would you question him about the things he has done? Or would you feel the need to protect those around you from him? More importantly, what actions do you believe the authorities should take? Should Nova be banned from social media for good? Should his access to platforms like Discord be permanently revoked? Should he be investigated thoroughly for every allegation and interaction with minors, especially the ones surfacing from his past schoolmates and current fanbase? These are not just opinions anymore. They are serious questions for the safety of our online communities. People like Nova Online are not just problematic influencers. They are a serious threat to impressionable minds. By normalizing disturbing behavior, joking about serious issues like mental health, and pushing boundaries with underage users, they are not just spreading bad influence. They are shaping a generation's view of what is acceptable and what is not. And before we wrap up, if you like this video and believe in spreading awareness, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Your engagement helps us continue bringing forward such important content. Together we can build an internet that is safe, conscious and free from toxic individuals who misuse their platforms. If you spend any time on TikTok, you might already be familiar with her. While many know her by the name Leslie Clark.
Leslie, shut the up. Shut the No.
Billy, you shut your ugly ass up. Shut up.
I'm not letting that.
Fed-up critics call her Lizard, Lesby, Piss Queen, Bubble Bass, and worse, Mushroom Pits. And the hatred isn't limited to just name-calling. There's a whole subreddit that goes by the name Leslie Clark Snark, where 14,000 haters actively discuss her deranged, disturbing, and downright wild behavior online.
My name's Ethan. I was 15 when she sent the to me, and I'm 17 now.
You were the one? You were the one?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The fact that she's covering her mouth, she was deaf smiling, she looked proud. She left it there until the live ended? That is absolutely disgusting. Damn, she's so itchy! Probably because she never showers. Lol.
You must be going off that water bottle. You want what you can't have. Ooh, girl, that's too damn bad.
But what makes her so hateful? Honestly, it isn't one thing that made Leslie chronically embarrassing and a public menace.
But if the world was ending, you'd come over, right? You'd come over and you'd stay the night. Would you love me for the hell of it? And there wouldn't be a reason why we would even have to say goodbye. If the world was ending, you'd come over, right?
From doing creepy music covers on YouTube.
Everything. They say the time is else to heal ya, but I never recipe.
To doing seriously questionable stuff like dating minors.
You know that I'm 16, and you still agreed to be my girlfriend.
And faking pregnancies for clout and cash.
I'll never talk about Perry again, but just to let you know, he only dated me because I got free weed, and the reason I did fake a pregnancy was because I was trying to keep Perry because I really did love him. Yeah, just to let y'all know.
To even smoke like she owns TikTok, she has come a long way to become the internet's rock bottom. And this is just the tip of the iceberg because her TikTok and Instagram lives are full of chaos, involving absolutely crazy drama and emotional meltdowns. Believe it or not, Leslie's major part of life revolves around her ex-boyfriends, relationships, and mentally exhausting rants about her failing love life. To top it all off, Leslie runs not one, not two, but multiple social handles across different platforms, with usernames like Pooh Bear, Vape Lover, I post about my ex, Queen Badass, and wait, I am Queen Badass. Now, why she owns so many accounts will make sense to you in a few minutes, and when you do, you will be left disgusted, yet unable to look away from this viral disgrace. Yes, you heard that right. Leslie is the internet's full-course meal of cringe, dirt, and disgrace. But before we go deeper into the madness, let's first talk about her zero hygiene sense. Of all her disturbing habits, her haters had repeatedly pointed at her unwashed armpits, not in a good way. Her haters couldn't ignore it. Honestly, neither can we. Good. She is so nasty. Oh my god, if no one ever taught her basic hygiene, she could at least Google watch a YT vid, since we know she sits on her all day. Oh, that is so disgusting. She has mushrooms growing in there, and this is where her infamous nickname, a Mushroom Pits, came along. Since the beginning, Leslie has put out far more than anyone wanted, and viewers simply can't unsee it. Unfortunately, it's not the only problematic thing about Leslie. Time and again, her viewers had also called out another gross habit, farting during her TikTok lives and posts. Not once, not twice, repeatedly. And the people can't stop clocking her for this nauseating act, and her viewers can't help but slam her for it. Isn't she embarrassed? But hold on, we are still not done. Leslie also has this bizarre obsession with pulling faces constantly. Reddit's already on it, calling it exactly what it is, an attempt to rage bait and stay relevant, and then the never-ending tongue chewing. Even worse, viewers think she does it to be that damn tongue, so disgusting, OMG. If that was too difficult for you to stomach, brace yourself for other gag-inducing habits of Leslie, ultimately becoming the final boss of nastiness. Her dirty clothing, greasy hair, and grime are just a glimpse of what's coming, because what she really does in her videos will have you screaming internally. In one live stream, Leslie threw up while drinking, which was due to her long-standing over-drinking habit. But what grossed us out most was the fact that she left it on the floor while staying engaged with the people in her live. Many viewers have even noted that she usually skips washing her hands right after using the bathroom or touching unsanitary surfaces. But what really takes everything to the next level is Leslie's constant victimhood. She wears a hospital bracelet for weeks to show it off to her loyal followers as a badge of suffering, even if it comes at the expense of staying dirty. One minor hospital turns into a full-blown sympathy campaign, but for people who know her very well, it is the boss level of cringe and grime. It's no surprise that wearing hospital bracelets for weeks means you haven't taken a shower in weeks. No wonder she's often seen in videos scratching herself, and she somehow managed to make it worse by sniffing her hands afterwards. Honestly, that's the grossest thing a human could do in front of thousands of people online. But Leslie couldn't care less, and when it comes to her love life, it's no less cringeworthy and embarrassing than her lack of cleanliness. Her dating life is less romantic and more like a battlefield, marked by messy breakups, attention-seeking rants, and public meltdowns. And we are here for all of it. Let's begin with her first date, Perry Friedley, a relationship that was so infamous and emotionally charged that it even got Leslie's viewers talking. Perry was officially Leslie's first love, more like an obsession, someone she could die for. They had met in high school, and Perry used to be everywhere on Leslie's socials, her TikToks, live streams, and most importantly, in her pumped-up rants. But the same can't be said about Perry himself. Perry was a guy who preferred to stay off the radar, more like he wanted to keep his distance from Leslie, and that too for good enough reasons. Leslie once went to Perry's house to stay over for a few days, but unfortunately it didn't last long, because he threw her out in no time. The reason? She didn't shower for weeks. Someone on Reddit said, "I also need a summarization of Perry lore BC, that's all I know." When they were dating, Leslie stayed at Perry's house for several days, but he finally kicked her out because she didn't shower once. And then one day, Perry, out of the blue, called it quits, no closure, no warning. He straight up ghosted her. As expected, Leslie went completely off the rails. She began spamming her TikTok with Perry, crying and having unnecessary meltdowns. It was the beginning of her never-ending Perry saga. She went on to post about Perry for months, with Perry calling her out constantly. When her rants didn't bring a change, she reached the peak of desperation, hitting her rock bottom. Leslie faked pregnancy and claimed the child was Perry's. It was all for both attention and funds from Perry and her followers. Leslie went a step ahead and showed her followers a pregnancy test in a live stream, which seemed to be positive. It was clear Leslie was a master manipulator.
Okay, I can see it. How long ago was that taken?
It was about like 10 minutes ago.
But Perry wasn't buying her lies. In a Facebook post comments, Perry confronted Leslie. "Bullshit, you are lying just like when you said we f***ed and you said you was pregnant. That wasn't a f***ing lie and you know it. Yes it is. I f***ing drew the lines on the pregnancy test." She even changed her Facebook username to Leslie Friedley and added a ridiculous bio, which read, "4 months pregnant with Perry Roy Friedley baby, I am having a boy," naming him Perry Roy Friedley Jr. And for Leslie, adding Friedley to her username was barely scratching the surface, so she once again went into full cringe mode and got Perry's name tattoo, which she also posted on Facebook, with Perry responding, "You're effing creepy." It was for sure that Perry had had enough of Leslie's obsession and drama, and then Perry and Leslie were seen slapping back and forth at each other in the comments under a Facebook post. Leslie said, "I just tattooed your name because we used to F around," to which Perry said, "We only for like 2 days, plus you be making up too many lies." Leslie gave a final response. "No, we didn't. It was a month and 4 days." Leslie was crushed with shame, and she had to make a comeback, so she decided to attack Perry's new girlfriend, Lisa Marie Simon. She wrote on Facebook, "Lisa Marie Simon, at least I'm having his baby." Jealousy had completely consumed Leslie, and her obsession with Perry was growing out of control. All while that mess was unfolding, Perry decided to post his girlfriend's pictures with the words of affirmation. The shade aimed at Leslie. "My girlfriend is the best thing that has happened to me, and I will never let anyone come between us. BC, she is all I will ever need. She means the world to me, and if anyone tries to make her feel like I don't, I will fight behind her, believe that." Even though she was being dragged by the whole internet and by Perry himself, Leslie couldn't hold back. She seemed to have traded her shame and dignity for clout. She once again announced her pregnancy on her Facebook account, claiming she would be a mom soon, and it wasn't only Perry who was enraged. The audience was just as annoyed. Someone wrote under her post, "You need help, you are not pregnant, and you need to leave Perry alone. I'm sorry, but he does not love nor want to be with you, else he would be with you now. But no, he is with him girlfriend that he actually likes and wants." You will find someone who loves you for you, but you need to stop obsessing over any guy who gives you the slightest bit of attention. You need mental help. But this wasn't the only time Leslie had faked her pregnancy. It was her go-to move. She had done the same more than enough times, all to squeeze money and attention out of her followers. This one time she announced that she just found out that she was pregnant while her ex was in jail.
And I'm arrested today because after he got done doing drugs, he hits me and he cut. You see that cut right here? All from him. And stuff like that. And I also found out today that I'm pregnant with his kid.
Then on another occasion, while she was dating a girl, her obsession with pregnancy and becoming a mother grew even more. Leslie announced that she will be going to a paternity clinic to help get pregnant.
I will be going to a paternity clinic and hopefully walk out pregnant.
In this video, someone unleashed their fury, hurling many insults at her. LOL! Wow! People aren't stupid! No doctor in their right mind would grant you a child with your mental status. Stop the lies, you sound ridiculous. Has anyone seen the movie It's Pat? It's an older movie. This is who he reminds me of. It didn't stop there. One day she made a TikTok video of herself showing the positive result on the pregnancy test while dancing and lip-syncing to the song. And when she was finally pregnant, which was of course a blatant lie, Leslie began collecting funds from her followers, posing herself as a single mom in need of financial support. From the Cash App scam, Leslie had gained enough funds to get her father expensive gifts, including an Apple Watch on Father's Day, which she also showed to her followers. But it didn't take long for Leslie's followers to connect the dots and realize she'd been lying all along. She was hiding it very well. The only reason why she got busted was BC people were contacting her dad and aunt. Granny and the aunt took Flubby's phone for a few months, only for her to come back and do the same all over again. Her family's response has always been SP about the minors was she's a slow, and has a mentally of a young teen, but she's an adult and there's not much we can do about it. They're her biggest enablers. It's easier for them to just give in to her a lot of times, just sweep it under the rug. They've always had an excuse for her behavior. After she got busted, Leslie once again showed up in her videos with "I am the victim here" face to gain sympathy. Leslie even talked about the pregnancy that she had faked at the time she dated Perry. She claimed that she planned to return everyone's money. Hey y'all, it's Leslie. I just want to say how sorry I am for lying about everything, and I didn't mean for it to go this far. I only did it so Perry would be with me and his ex would be jealous, so I know what I did was wrong, and I'm sorry for everyone who sent me money. Please comment your Cash App or message me, and I will send you back whatever you paid me when I get paid. But that day never came, and Leslie had her excuses ready. Her Cash App wasn't working, and she blamed everything but herself for not clearing funds. And when someone commented on her video that it was her followers who made a mistake, Leslie grabbed the opportunity to play along and voice the same thoughts. I don't know why y'all keep bugging her to pay y'all back, when it's your own fault. On one occasion, Leslie cooked up yet another wild story to milk money from her followers, but with a new spin. Instead of using her own usual drama, she made up a sob story about her cousin's baby needing formula and asked for $50. Naturally, people felt bad, until it all fell apart. Her lie was exposed when she shared her cousin's Cash App. It turns out that B. Fletcher 24 was no one but Leslie herself, and apparently she used that money to buy a weed stash. Leslie's trying to use an alternative Cash App to claim it's someone else's for formula, when it's just weed and Pink Whitney. And when people come for her with full-blown rage and hostility, it comes across less as bullying and more as a reaction that makes total sense. From the top. Phobic, lazy, dirty, lying, tongue-gnawing, bad friend being, fake drunk actin', rotten cheese smelling, thief. You ain't even have anything close to at least a good, so you can do more with your life than spit in people's fast food. And since you've been fired from or up in nearly every single restaurant in your area, now's probably a bad time to behave like the you are. At least pretend to give a about a future for yourself, asshole. Back to her dating era, Perry was already neck deep in her obsession, fake pregnancy sagas, and endless drama. Things got so bad that he had to fake his own death just to get away from her. Perry had faked his own death so Leslie would leave him alone. For about a year or so, she'd post almost daily how in love she was with him. But right after that, the plot became really twisted. Out of the blue, Perry was wanted by the police for multiple charges, and the sheriff's Facebook page had posted about him. Ascension Parish Sheriff Bobby Weber is asking for the public's assistance in locating 20-year-old Perry Freely, who is wanted for simple burglary of an uninhabited dwelling. Someone commented, He probably did it to get away from Leslie's psycho ass. Y'all must have missed the TikTok memo. And it all made everything more unhinged and messy, with Leslie being the center of the mess. When Perry went into jail, Leslie once again became gloomy. She was in a live stream when she found out that Perry was in jail and his bond was set at $500,000. She instantly grabbed the chance to start a new drama and use it for her content. She even made a separate video explaining how she met Perry, calling him her best friend, and claimed that they were engaged. She posted it on her YouTube channel.
Me and Perry at first was his best friend. Me and him were best friends for like 2 years. Then I was like, damn, he's such a nice guy. He's so sweet. He's kind. He's always there for me. Blah blah, shit like that. Then he told me that he can't be with me because he was dating my best friend Milan. But then I got over it because he's my best friend and I don't want to leave my best friend.
Leslie's obsession wasn't just stuck on Perry. It started creeping toward everyone in his orbit, like his best friend Levi, who was also his jail inmate. Levi was convicted of vehicular manslaughter, which led to his girlfriend's death. And it was, of course, a very serious call-out. But Leslie gave zero thought to it and got along well with Levi. He contacted her through Perry from jail, and Leslie didn't waste a minute in choosing him as her next obsession. Leslie even justified herself for choosing Levi in this video.
His girlfriend went and got him in the car, and his girlfriend let him drive the car because that was the parents' girlfriend's car. So he really didn't just steal the car. But yeah, none of the other charges are really true.
But unfortunately, Levi wasn't there to share a romantic bond with her. He was there to milk her for money, and both Levi and Perry had their hands deep in this mess. And as expected, Leslie happily sent Levi money while he was in jail, which straight up went into his commissary account. For Leslie, Levi was his new boyfriend, a new obsession. But for Levi, she was his source of getting out of jail and securing his future. Someone called her out for her desperate move once again. Holy, this girl's blinded by attention. Notice how I didn't say love. The dude literally killed the girl and left her there. I assume he ran because he had either a weapon or drugs. Either way, he killed her, and Leslie did not even think twice about it and sent him money. I guarantee she's never going to hear from him again. He probably don't even know what she looks like. She's that desperate that she will put out for felons in jail. So unbelievably disgusting, like, come on, grow a pair of balls and think for your goddamn self for once. Leslie kept being delusional, considering Levi as her boyfriend, but it was clear that the relationship was only transactional. Leslie even spoke about Levi on her TikTok, and thanked Perry for his part in her so-called relationship.
When Perry was in jail, him and Perry are like best friends. He gave my number to Levi. Levi called me, and me have been talking ever since. It is thanks to Perry, because if it wasn't for Perry, I would have never met Levi.
And then boom, Levi disappeared, leaving Leslie wondering where he went after all those transactions and his promises of being together. When Levi left, Leslie went back to her first obsession, Perry. Even when he got out of jail, Leslie kept going back at him to shamelessly farm content off his existence. Just like this video, where apparently Leslie made the first call to Perry and then pretended as if he had called her, all for attention and clout. Someone under the post commented and pointed this out. Another one said, "The desperate reaching, it's so bad, girl. We can see who called who first." Leslie didn't leave Perry alone and kept getting under his skin, and sometimes even dragging his girlfriends into the dirt. She once made a video in which she attacked him and recalled the moments she had shared with him.
And if you really don't miss me, then why do you tell people you do? And you try to get with my friends, and you date other people just piss me off. And you said you never me 4 times. 2 at the trailer that you were staying in, and 2 at my house, so come again. And bro, I never put money in your books. I never did. All I did was write to your ass.
And it didn't come as a surprise when Perry lost his cool and responded in a hostile way, while catcalling her. He made a separate post for Leslie and called her out. And then Leslie found herself falling for yet another guy named Wyatt, a relationship that ended in 11 days, but again for Leslie it was the trigger for a new obsession. The viewers discussed who the guy was in the comments. Wyatt again. Right, not again. How long has it been with this one? Befar, it's like this with every guy you meet. That's not healthy. It depends, since it's Wyatt I'm talking about. She kept posting about Wyatt, being delusional about his interest in her. But that was never the case. Wyatt, like any other guy in her life, was only after clout and attention from Leslie's viewers, who remained in an on and off cycle relationship with her. In a video, Leslie told her viewers that Wyatt was emotionally manipulative and asked her to leave TikTok. He even made a separate group chat on Snapchat to her. After their breakup, Leslie's phase began. It was because no guy wanted to stay with her anymore. During this phase, Leslie found herself stuck in the eternal friend zone with Sage, who often appeared in her live streams, comment threads, and duets. While he showed her affection, Leslie failed to reciprocate. This Sage saga kept Leslie occupied for several months. Everything changed when Sage took interest in his friend Jay, who, according to Leslie, was actually Sage's girlfriend. Jay also appeared to be fully invested in the Leslie drama. On her TikTok page, she claimed Leslie was nothing but a cop caller. Leslie also accused Sage of sleeping with his 16-year-old best friend Emily, while Sage was 21 years old. In the comments, Sage himself, with the username GhostBCZI, commented and asked people not to get played by her nonsense. I hope y'all don't believe this shit now. I'm a whole virgin. Emily is an adult, a gorgeous one at that. She's Sage's bestie. Leslie and his hurt. Sage wouldn't drop any all girls because she's insecure and bossy as a F. I'm glad she's done tormenting him with his dead name, but she needs to move on to therapy. You can't really love somebody else unless you love yourself. Also, can we all remember they were never together? They were talking. She even stooped as low as misgendering Sage, throwing around homophobic and transphobic slurs like it was nothing. At one point, she even threatened to beat up the girl Sage had been seen with, all while he was doing his best to ignore her. When Sage had enough of Leslie's exhausting call-outs, bullying, and he finally responded to all of Leslie's allegations in a statement. He said, "Emily is my best friend, and that is all. She has a boyfriend, and I love her boyfriend. He's my buddy." Leslie is saying that Emily is 16 and that Emily is 18 and I am of age due to my childhood trauma. He also said, "I am not even comfortable being around cis men by myself." And of course, this wasn't the only time Leslie showed her phobic side. When Leslie fought with another creator named Dayton online, she allegedly used language. A creator named Dove exposed Leslie in her livestream, calling her out directly for her offensive behavior. But the hate didn't stop there. In another livestream argument, Leslie let her racism fly loud and clear. She shamelessly called her black and ugly, and even dropped the N-word. It appeared that Leslie was too comfortable in doing so, or might even have a past to use such terms with no real consequences. The female creator called her out for her vile behavior, which perhaps fueled Leslie's rage even more, bringing out her unhinged side. But Leslie's racially offensive drama didn't stop there. In another live stream, Leslie was caught demeaning a certain group of people, saying that if those people don't take a shower for days, they begin to stink awfully. And when people accused her of being trans, Leslie came up with a new tactic to defend herself. She made a video in which she claimed that she was trans and had always wanted to be a boy since her childhood.
When I was a little girl, I've always wanted to be a boy, cause I knew I was the perfect type to be one, and cause I always acted like one, I always played like one, I always dressed like one. I was never the girly girl type. I was always like a boy for some reason. I don't know why. I just was.
And even after posting this, Leslie never went for any surgeries to change her body, which meant she only did that to have a safe pass, continuing to disrespect the trans community. Leslie shared a Facebook post in which she mocked a gay couple for messing with kids' minds. Someone under the post called out Leslie for claiming to be a while also ridiculing the trans parents. Why are you so mad about it, Leslie? Angel Booth calls why they trying to confuse the out of kids. Leslie Clark. It's not for all kids, it is for kids that have trans parents. This book is not hurting anybody, you're bi, right? You should be more accepting, they aren't confusing kids. It seemed Leslie had a strange obsession with the N-word. In a video on Snapchat, Leslie said the offensive terms on repeat, but Leslie's violent nature isn't reserved for the internet. She's the same inside her home. In one of her live videos, even her grandmother had to step in and call out her nonsense. Some viewers have even speculated that Leslie keeps the house dirty and doesn't do anything around the house to help her grandma. According to them, Leslie is old enough to be still living with her grandma while not doing anything on her part for finances. In one loud meltdown caught on video, Leslie was busy screaming at the comment section when her grandmother came out and asked her to behave. And if that wasn't dark enough, someone made a disturbing post on Reddit about Leslie. What is happening to her grandmother? She beats her grandmother and throws things at her, and she stresses her so much she's had a stroke. I get it, she's her grandmother, but she needs a backbone and an intervention for Leslie to continue living there, and her dad doesn't even know she her granny. Her granny wants to apparently put her in a group facility, but Leslie throws tantrums her grandmother needs help to get her out of the house, but she gotta talk to Leslie's dad. I pray this old woman doesn't dare from unnecessary stress caused by an excuse for a granddaughter. Justice for Granny. When someone in the comments asked what really happened, the poster responded with this: Leslie's grandma's best friend's granddaughter spilled some tea. Apparently Leslie has fetal alcohol syndrome because her mom was a drunk, and she has her siblings, and she hates Granny. And if a Granny doesn't but her food or give her money or take her place as Shelpie or herself, it turned out that Leslie herself was a part of the subreddit. And after reading all these posts and comments, she wrote a post and dragged everyone who accused her of her grandma. For whoever said I beat my grandma and y'all are disgusting, cause I have never my hands on my grandma, and I never will I know better than that y'all ain't disgusting people. Y'all are all going to rot in hell. Y'all go y'all selves. Y'all disgusting obsessive sucking. The most mind-blowing part? Her post had absolutely 0 upvotes and yet somehow racked up 200 comments. Someone asked if this was really Leslie behind the account. So wait, is this account really hers? I'm assuming so, judging by the comments she's left on her profile. Only her would use her full name on Reddit. Hey, it's me. Every time she commented, she would have plenty of downvotes on her comments. Under the posts, the Redditors went off on her. When are you gonna actually grow up and stop being a disgusting piece of shit? When are you gonna stop being a lolcow? When are you gonna realize that people don't actually like you and only watch your lives to make fun of you? You tell them, Bettis. Leslie Diane Clark. When are y'all gonna grow up and stop being so obsessive and stop bullying and stop being trolls? So when are you gonna respect Granny and stop pissing and yourself? Because probably around then. And let's not forget about Leslie's irresponsible and behavior towards her pets. In a live stream, Leslie was caught at her dog, and from the sound of it, she might have even put the poor animal away. In another live stream, Leslie seemed not to care about her dog being restless. The poor dog had lost its mother and was whimpering and pacing around. When the viewers mentioned it in the comments, Leslie brushed it off and said her dog was fine. A concerned user asked her to comfort her dog. The dog just lost its mom. What a Get off your ass, you tub of and comfort your dog. It literally is scared and just lost the only thing it had in life for comfort. I swear to God, I'm about to book me a trip to Gonzales, Louisiana, and throw this piece of trash. Even when her dog grew old and needed extra care, Leslie didn't bother to take the dog for a checkup or give it an ounce of attention. Someone pointed out her reckless behavior. I'm genuinely sickened by the neglect of this poor senior dog. It is obviously in pain and in need of care, but she doesn't want to get her fat ass up and go to New Orleans like... There is closer animal hospitals to you, and even if there wasn't, what the like your dog is going to die because you are lazy and broke. She deserves to rot in hell. Her continued neglect of her pet dog ended in a tragedy. Her dog passed away. Did Leslie dog die? That's so sad thing. I can't imagine how hard that is. Poor dog. Someone revealed in the comments that Leslie kept the locked up in a cage and never cared about it, except the time when she was called out in the live stream to comfort her crying dog. She kept that poor baby locked up. It's sad because of how horrible his life was. I hope he is peaceful now. She live streams her whole life, and I've never seen her interact with that dog or mention it except the time she was crying in pain in the background and people called her out for it. And it wasn't even only about the dog that suffered due to Leslie's poor and acts. Her goldfish met a similar fate. She kept it in a small jar, which didn't give it enough space to settle. Surprisingly, the fish didn't even make it through the day. Apart from scamming, being offensive, and bad-mouthing, Leslie is also amazing at sympathy farming and pulling the victim card, and that too, using other people's misery. Her grandmother once babysat a young girl, baby Kaylee, which Leslie began taking as an opportunity to profit from. Unfortunately, baby Kaylee's father brutally took away her and her mother Christina's lives. Instead of showing quiet respect, Leslie began using a hashtag #justice for Kaylee and Christina across her content to gain more views. People began calling her out for her attention-seeking behavior and called her creepy for her odd conduct. I don't think she even came back to the internet until after her death. I personally believe she came back just to milk that tragedy for clout. Leslie made edits of Kaylee and pretended like Kaylee was her own daughter. She even made a video on TikTok about what happened to Kaylee and her mother. Leslie continued to exploit the tragic story of Kaylee by posting about her and the mother on and off, not understanding how the grieving family would feel. Doubling down on the nastiness, Leslie even got Kaylee's name tattooed on one of her thighs. People in the comment section were grossed out by Leslie's acts. She got Kaylee's name tattooed on her thigh. I asked her how Kaylee's family might feel about it, and if she asked them first, and she said no, because the dad killed the mom and kid. What the f? That just made me sick to my stomach. The most unhinged part of Leslie is yet to come. Leslie has been accused of sending her only to a 15-year-old boy. And the craziest part is that she was faced off by the same boy in a live stream who revealed her nasty secrets in front of everyone. At the time, Leslie was 23. When Leslie was being confronted in front of everyone in a live stream, she said someone told me he wasn't a minor. And then she transitioned towards another story. The boy told me he was 19. However, Ethan had at the time told her, "No ma'am, I'm 15 and I can't be talking to adults on here." And Leslie didn't pay attention to that part. Instead, she proceeded to send him her pictures and then asked him if those would change his mind. Leslie had even been confronted by Ethan's sister on a call. Leslie's responses suggested that she already seemed to know Ethan's age, proving this wasn't a misunderstanding. But her unhinged and nasty behavior didn't stop there. In a TikTok video, Leslie openly confessed to having a crush on another boy, and it was his ex-girlfriend who had clapped back at her on her TikTok account. And surprisingly, that wasn't even the worst part, because Leslie has the biggest audacity to say some serious stuff without fearing the consequences. She openly admitted her wrongdoing, which was, according to her, wasn't a mistake, because she told everyone that no one could hold her accountable, not even the authorities. Leslie openly challenged anyone who dragged her for her nasty behavior. Ethan's sister also recalled how cops weren't able to do anything against Leslie, giving her an open pass to do whatever she wanted. The cops were called, and they said they really couldn't do much because of the distance, and they never actually met. They told us it could take years for them to actually be able to do something about the situation, but the best thing my brother could do would be to block her. And he did do a live with Barbie last year, or earlier this year, and said his side of the story. But apparently here recently she's saying again he showed her a fake ID, which is not true at all. Leslie found my brother through Instagram and tried to form a romantic relationship with him. He was 15. She was about 23 at the time of the relationship formed over Kik and Instagram for a few days, and then she started sending photos of herself and telling him how she wanted to have his babies and how she was going to come movie in with him and how she was in love with him. She even made a TikTok showing his picture in it until people started questioning his age. Her bio said his name full months even after he told someone about the situation, and it became publicly known. But the point of this is, we did try, we called the cops here and there, and nothing was going to be done about it. One underage boy named AJ wanted to confirm if Leslie really chased the in the dating pool, so he approached her, acted like he was interested in her, and got her to talk to him. He clearly told her that he was only 16, but Leslie didn't stop. Shockingly, she still insisted on being his girlfriend. AJ posted a video about it with some screenshots of his messages with her as evidence. And if you thought that was the maximum disgust Leslie could have, you are wrong. What you are about to hear would push you into another pit of filth. An anonymous user came forward with some screenshots of Leslie, exposing her never-seen-before side to everyone. The first screenshot described what actually happened. "Hello, I was told to get in contact with you if I felt comfortable. So about a year ago, I noticed Leslie was lying about a bunch of stuff, so I called her out for it. Then she decided on her one of many accounts to come on my TikTok videos, which I have proof, to laugh at my baby. Then on another one of her TikTok accounts, she proceeded to say that my 6-month-old niece at the time needed plastic surgery like WTF. You can most definitely post this. Please black out my picture and name. This is my personal Instagram, so I don't need her followers coming at me and my family. Thank you so much." In other screenshots, Leslie is seen laughing at the mother's pain. "Get out of here, dried up bubble bass, talking shit about my baby." Oh, I screenshotted it again. So you still laughing about a dead baby? You're a straight scumbag. How you gonna laugh when you supposedly miscarried too? You're a lame excuse for a woman. You need to rot in hell. In another screenshot, a user pointed out Leslie's not so surprising trash behavior. It wasn't only her racist behavior that made her disgusting, but also ridiculing someone's disabled. I tried putting it in the live, but it wouldn't let me. My daughter was severely disabled and didn't make it past birth. Leslie screenshotted the photos I had on my social media of ultrasounds, and the photos I had while holding my child. She told me she was going to use them as her own when I freaked out on her. She started telling me, well, she's ugly anyways, I wouldn't want that. That doesn't even look like a baby. And I'm glad she died. Get away from Leslie when you can. Protect your child, yourself, and your husband from her ridiculous and inexcusable behavior. You deserve so much better than her. As if this wasn't the rock bottom already, Leslie stooped to a new low. In a live stream, Leslie was recorded speaking to her friend, jokingly saying she would in a baby's room. Yes, you heard that right. As if peeing on the floors in her room wasn't disturbing enough, she took it to the next level, doing the same in someone else's house because, according to her, it was cool. But not everyone found it funny, so she was confronted once again. Bruh, I thought we was cool, bro. Why the f would you say that to my niece about in her room and blame it on the dog you're sick in the head or something? I don't play about family, and that is not something to say about I'm not joking if it's your issue, bro. We was live in the truck one night and talking about going to go to Walmart to get me a toy. And we was all joking around saying a random and I said a joke where I was going to do it in that one room with the door locked. I didn't even know it was the baby's room at that time until she said we aren't going to do that in my baby's room now. And I was like, oh, you turned that into the baby's room? And she was like, yeah, I did. And I was, oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. Definitely not doing it there. I don't know why. but I don't believe you, bro. That's my sister, and she wouldn't just randomly say that. Like, I really don't know what to say to you. Then the user shared a video with Leslie, asking her about it, and Leslie said, me and her kinda talked about that. She finally got the taste of consequences when things went beyond the internet. One of Leslie's friends pulled a setup that she never saw coming, tricking her into coming to the park under false pretenses. It was all to stage a confrontation, exposing Leslie for her disgusting behavior, especially the livestream moment in which she made a disturbing joke about in a baby's room. When she arrived at the park, her confrontation began with an audience both online and in person. The same friend who had asked her why she said vile things about her niece began going off at her. The situation left Leslie in shock and in great panic, so she eventually began threatening her friend with cops. She claimed her friend would spend the rest of her life in jail. This made her friends burst into laughter, ignoring her meltdown. Leslie was left in tears, alone in the park, humiliated and abandoned. After that, Leslie had to walk to her home alone, marking the first symbolic moment in her downfall. And this wasn't the only time Leslie was clowned. First, she was turned into a walking meme by her friends. This time, it was an unknown person who pulled a wild prank on her. While she was sitting on her house's porch doing live stream, someone called the cops on her with a complaint that she was loud and intoxicated in public, disturbing the peace. Leslie is currently caught up in her grandmother's dire situation. Someone shared a post on Reddit asking what exactly is going on with Leslie's grandmother, since Leslie had made multiple teary videos vaguely referencing her grandmother's health. It turned out that her grandmother had suffered from a heart attack previously, and now she was diagnosed with throat cancer. A couple of months ago she had a heart attack. I think Leslie said she had a couple of blockages, so she had a stent put in. Now she's been diagnosed with throat cancer after she went to the doctor to get something removed from her throat. It must have turned out to be a tumor. And now the fear of losing her grandmother is so big that Leslie is bound to sign a DNR. She posted the same thing on her Snapchat as well. DNR stands for a do not resuscitate, which is often signed by people who do not wish to get CPR if they stop breathing or their heart stops beating. But viewers were quick to burst Leslie's bubbles by writing these comments. She's gonna be really pissed off if she does get a DNR, then realize